Well, here I go, back at it again with the unnecessarily long ranking videos. This time, I figured it'd only be fitting to go back to my end of the year tradition, and complete the trifecta of adult animated comedies. That's right, today we're gonna be reviewing and ranking every single episode of the Cleveland show of South Park. Created by Colorado residents Trey Parker and Matt Stone, and beginning its run 25 years ago, this has easily been the show I've watched the most through the years. Sure, every day from 6 PM to 8 PM I was watching Sky's 2-hour Simpsons block, and from 9 to 10 I switched to BBC 3 to check out some Family Guy, but from 10 PM until around 2 in the morning, my eyes were glued to Comedy Central to check out whatever South Park reruns they were airing that week. I could not get enough of it. I recall finding the show when I was very young. My sister's friend had the classroom scene from the movie as her ringtone for a while, and then around the age of 7 is when I actually witnessed it for the first time, when my dad put on the medical fried chicken episode, which had me bawling on the floor, pun intended. From that point on, I knew this was going to be the show I spent every night watching. My uncles would go into their storage and find their old DVD box sets for me. My great aunt found a bunch of old plushies in her attic. I wanted to consume as much of it as humanly possible. And so today, I guess it's fitting that we're gonna go on a journey throughout the series' history, taking a look at each and every episode. The movie, and even the most recent specials, we're covering it all. And unlike The Simpsons, Family Guy, and
SpongeBob,
not only is there way less episodes to cover, only around 320, but over half the show isn't considered bad. It's a Christmas miracle. While opinions may vary, it's generally regarded that South Park kept up a very high level of quality up until around season 20. Which is amazing if true. I haven't seen a majority of these episodes in years, so I'm really curious to see if I only have so much admiration for the show because of a dozen or so standout episodes, and upon seeing it again after so long my rose-tinted glasses will be removed and I come out of this whole ordeal with a new view on what was once my favorite cartoon ever. I suppose only time will tell. And so without further ado, let's get to reviewing and ranking every single South Park episode ever. Starting with... Dude, this shit is rough. We're jumping straight into it. Cartman Gets an Anal Probe tells the story of... well, you can take an educated guess. We're introduced to our four main characters. The everyman Stan, his clever best friend Kyle, the crude poor kid Kenny, and the fat spoiled one Eric, who they just refer to by his second name Cartman, dealing with whatever random problem comes to them in the quiet mountain town of South Park. Even just from looking at the footage here, you can see how rough this all is, being the only episode that Matt and Trey did entirely using construction paper. The intro looks really dinky, the characters are constantly jittering when they speak, and they even confuse Stan and Kyle at multiple points and have the wrong one talking.
Come down here, you stinking aliens!
But there's just something about how rough it is that makes it so confusingly charming. I forgot about how much stuff they had in the early years that were later ditched for one reason or another, that we'll get into more as we go on. Like Miss Crabtree, their bus driver, Chef being so prominent, and Kenny dying in every episode. Also, for fun, let's put a little counter on screen for every Kenny death. Here it's from being trampled by some cows in a car. My opinions on this pilot is very similar to the way I felt about SpongeBob's, in that I appreciate it a lot more than I actually like it. Matt and Trev expressed how much they disliked the first 3 seasons of the series. And while I remember enjoying season 2 and 3, I guess we'll have to see how I feel after watching them again after so long. But with this one, I completely get what they mean. For example, there's many times in these early episodes where they'll just cut to a character saying something that isn't really funny, but it also doesn't progress anything in any way. It just feels like something they forgot to cut out, you know? Their performances are so stilted to the point where it sounds like they're speaking directly to the camera half the time. And overall, it's just not all that clever or funny. There's a few fun gags, like the show tune bit with Eric, but overall, a lot of the humor simply derives from the characters swearing or farting, which at the time was revolutionary, I'm sure, but hasn't aged the best with how much other shows, and South Park itself, would later outdo the, honestly, quite tedious stuff going on here. And nothing terribly interesting is done with the characters. I know it's a pilot and all, I can't expect much. But Cartman is just probed, that's all I do with him. Kyle wants his brother back, but no real tension is drawn from it. Stan wants to get with his crush Wendy, where, again, not a whole lot is done. And Kenny is just... there. Feels like they were much more concerned here with telling jokes when, again, I don't think that aspect is very strong either. Still though, Cartman Gets an Anal Probe is an important part of not only South Park history, but I'd also say an animation itself. Showing that you don't need the most fancy and appealing animation out there to push boundaries or attract an audience. I can see 100% why this became such a cultural phenomenon. And so for that, I think it's pretty special. Volcano sees the 4 boys head up into the mountains with Stan's uncle Jimbo and his buddy Ned to do some hunting. Right off the bat, you can already see them start to expand the world more with a plethora of new secondary characters who will continue to appear throughout the show. Again, like Jimbo and Ned, then we have the mayor, Stan's dad. Dude, it was so weird seeing him here being nothing like his current iteration who chews up the scenery in any episode he's in. And the jump from stop motion to digital was quite jarring. Although that might be because I'm watching this cartoon from 1997 on a 75-inch TV with its HD remaster. So I can imagine the changes weren't as noticeable when it came out, but I personally do not like this look at all. You can barely make out the textures on the boys, making their colors way too saturated. And the line art is super clean and thick. Reminds me more of fan art than something official. Hoping this issue doesn't stick around throughout the rest of the season. Another thing with the classic South Park style I miss in the new episodes is how cartoony everything looked, especially the animals. Like, compare this rat from season 1 to this rat from season 6, it's just less charming to me. Still though, Volcano is a much more well-rounded episode in contrast to the previous. Characters actually have things to do. Like Stan is saddened that his uncle likes Kenny more than him because he sees him as a wuss for not killing anything. Also, Kenny gets crushed to death by a lava ball. Cartman is trying to scare everyone with Scuzzlebutt, who never fails to make me laugh.
What? Scuzzlebutt's real? Oh my god! Look at his leg!
Hi kids, I'm TV's Patrick Duffy.
And ultimately, it's just a step up in every way. Nothing mind-blowing, I don't think it's a classic or anything, but Volcano is a step in the right direction. Here we see them lean heavily into something they're most known for, centering entire episodes around the idea of mocking celebrities. Their first target being Kathie Lee Gifford, who I don't know anything about outside of this episode, so consider me shocked to find out she doesn't have pink hair. Cartman wins an award for an essay he wrote, which is going to be given by her. And so to get ready for his TV spot, he begins eating Wiki and 4000 to bulk up, causing him to get even more obese.
Beefcake! Beefcake! Beefcake!
While Wendy, out of jealousy, tries to find out how Eric truly managed to win. Not really a fan of this story. Again, for the time it must have been amazing considering all the beefcake merchandise out there for Cartman, but the idea never really goes much beyond he's fat, and he gets fatter. I much prefer the stuff going on with the boy's teacher, Mr. Garrison, who under the influence of his little puppet Mr. Hat, wants to kill Kathie Lee Gifford for an incident that occurred when they were kids. I love that Mr. Garrison is also balding as a kid. Whether intentional or not, it's been smart so far to give a side character the spotlight for the B-stories. You know, in the first it was Officer Barbrady, and Volcano it was Stan's dad and the mayor, and here it's Mr. Garrison. Naturally expands the world while still keeping focus on the hijinks between the boys. Kenny's killed by a flagpole. Saying all that, I still think Volcano is better. Again, that Cartman stuff isn't all that funny to me beyond the initial idea, and as I said, I don't even know who Kathie Lee Gifford is, so focusing an entire episode on her really doesn't do anything for me. Things have not really been looking all that impressive so far in retrospect. Could South Park be one of the rare shows that starts out kinda whatever and actually gets better over time instead of worse? Let's find out. Okay, here we go. Big Gay Al's Big Gay Boat Ride is a really solid one, with Stan finding out that his new dog Sparky is gay, and wanting to try and change him so the other kids will stop making fun of him. Only 4 episodes in and they're already tackling homosexuality, amazing.
Don't be gay, Spark! Don't be gay! Did it work? I don't know.
And while everyone makes fun of him, and new character Big Gay Al is obviously a very stereotypical caricature of a gay person, I can't help but love him when he ends the whole thing by walking down into his suitcase and flying off into the sky. It has a good message too. It's clear they're not trying to mock him in any way, more so using the concept as a jumping ground for a story about Stan learning to accept his dog the way he is and not trying to change him. Kenny is tackled and killed by footballers too in a pretty funny side plot about the adults of South Park taking this kid's sporting event super seriously, to the point of planning a bomb on the opposing team's mascot that is set to go off when John Stamos' older brother sings the high F in Loving You. I love the random-ass designs they give to their humans in these early seasons. They're so fucking uncanny, it's great. I enjoy Big Gay Al's Big Gay Boat Ride. I'd probably consider it to be the show's first good episode. Top of the list. We get our introduction to Stan's older sister Shelly here, who's been beating him relentlessly because she's a massive bitch. Well, in the meantime, Kyle is having a genetic engineering war with another kid in class, Terrence, with him trying to make his new pet elephant have sex with Cartman's pig, so he can hopefully make tiny pig-sized elephants. I love the reveal of his elephant too, it's so casual.
Hey, Kyle, what's that elephant doing? You mean this one? Yeah.
We also see Dr. Mephisto for the first time, along with his little monkey assistant thing, who is in fact the father of Terrence, helping his son with his project by cloning Stan, who kills Kenny by tossing him in the microwave. You bastard. I remember as a kid, episodes like this, mainly from season 1, were really rare to air. I assume because of how low quality they are. Whoa, that was really harsh. I assume because of how low quality they are. So anytime they would show one on Comedy Central, it always felt very special to me, with this being one that I was hyped as fuck to finally see after wondering what the hell that Stan clone was from the intro. And while the episode itself isn't amazing or anything, I'd probably say it's fairly average for Season 1 standards. It'll always stand out to me for how I saw it as a kid. Going under Volcano. More new characters! This time it's Stan's grandpa, who's over 100 years old and at this point just wants the sweet embrace of death. Don't we all? The big commentary they do on how nobody wants to discuss the topic of whether or not it's immoral to assist somebody in suicide if that's what they really desire. Not even Jesus wanting to throw his hat in the ring. Who also, by the way, just casually lives in South Park with his own public access talk show. It's amazing how underplayed this is. This one actually freaked me the fuck out when I first saw it years ago. The idea of being a defenseless little boy running from your life from death himself, knowing that a simple touch can kill you, with him saying nothing other than the signs of a Minecraft zombie. He kills Kenny, by the way. You bastard. What really drags it down for me is the Terrence and Philip subplot. Being this show that the boys like to watch that angers the parents in town for being nothing more than fart jokes and swearing. Yeah, they're not very subtle about this.
Yeah, I think that parents only get so offended by television because they rely on it as a babysitter and the sole educator of their kids.
They go to the cartoon's headquarters to shut it down, but for something they appear to take such a strong stance on, the idea or joke really doesn't go much beyond the adults all have diarrhea and laugh about it because they are hypocrites. You know, that they'll laugh at this stuff in real life but get mad when it's in a TV show. If you find that satire biting, then you'll be glad to know that this joke is repeated throughout the entire thing. It's done much better in the movie. Off topic, but it's funny to see all the little things they haven't set in stone yet. Like how one of the adults that dies near the end is named Mr. McCormick, clearly being an early version of Kenny's dad that they never acknowledged literally dies here. Who knows, maybe the resurrection ability runs in the family. Either way, death is another whatever one. I seriously wouldn't consider any of these to be all that great so far, which is disappointing. Maybe that'll pick up with the second half of the season. Going above Volcano, but that's mostly for the Stan's grandpa stuff. It's our first holiday special, being a Halloween episode. They even reanimated the intro and everything, that was cool of them. I love that they just get right into it here with Kenny being crushed by a Russian satellite in the first scene, being brought back to life as a zombie, whose infection starts spreading around the town to almost everyone. One of the best things about a Halloween episode is seeing all the fun and unique costumes the art designers come up with. And so naturally, everyone decides to dress up as Chewbacca. Seriously though, this is a very fun special. Got a lot of standout moments like Cartman's spooky ghost costume, Stan's whole arc with Wendy, and I like how they're already starting to play on the Kenny dying trope, having it lead into the whole thing. As I said before, it's also so weird seeing in retrospect how often they use Chef. I didn't remember him being so integral to every single episode, even putting a song in most of them. I love that he's also just seen everything before, none of these situations are new to him. Pink Eye is solid, going under death. When I was younger, I didn't care for Starvin' Marvin all too much. Probably because we don't celebrate Thanksgiving in Ireland, and so these sort of specials never stood out to me. But I ended up liking it way more during this revisit. The boys want to sponsor an Ethiopian child so they can get a free sports watch that comes with it, but are accidentally sent a living kid instead, whom they tastefully dub Starvin' Marvin. Do you think anyone's just watching this video with no knowledge of South Park and are just dumbfounded how they got away with this stuff? One thing I've noticed about Season 1 in comparison to South Park now is that it's way more focused on random cartoony gags that are separate from the story, a writing style which Trey Parker infamously hates. Maybe that's why they have such disdain towards their early work.
Oh my!
Personally, I'm not really that into these types of jokes being in the show. There's a time and place for them, like I think they work really well in the first few seasons of Family Guy, but South Park's tone and animation really just isn't catered towards it in my opinion. Starvin' Marvin makes up for that by just being really funny. Cartman's run-in with Sally Struthers, who they portray to be this hideously obese woman always eating chocolate cake. There's all the parts where he just refuses to give Marvin food despite wanting him to get into the Thanksgiving spirit. And I always enjoyed how suddenly they address how weird that little monkey thing that Mephisto pals around with is. Kevin.
What the hell are you supposed to be anyway?
He's brought into it because he's been experimenting and accidentally creates some pissed off turkeys, who kill Kenny, and I also can't see without getting flashbacks to the god-awful PS1 game that I begged to get for my birthday and could never get past level 2. 3 specials in a row. I guess that's a result of the scheduling more than anything, but here's their big Christmas event. Probably my favorite so far, honestly. I love just about everything in it. The song Kyle sings after he's ostracized for being a Jew on Christmas, the parents all getting up in arms to make sure that the holidays are celebrated as inclusively as possible, resulting in a fucking strange interpretive dance by the kids, and of course the standout star, Mr. Hanky the Christmas Pooh, who nobody believes Kyle about. I also forgot how much in the early seasons they loved making these little short live-action commercials. They really gave this shit their all.
Hey, where's Mr. Hanky?
Mr. Hanky plays at
Mr. Hanky has taken over the previews for top ranking so far. Kenny even gets to live at the end, how sweet. Okay, so Cartman is having a birthday party, and wants everyone to buy him different Mega Mans and Mega Man accessories. But is this just like a generic toy name they thought up of, or is this actually meant to be the Mega Man from our world that bugged me so much as a kid? New kid Damien comes to town, proclaiming that he's the son of Satan and that he challenges Jesus to a fight. Satan's ultimate plan to throw the fight and fuck the town out of their betting money was a great twist, and I love the reference to Matt and Trez's Jesus vs. Santa short that they have here.
Go, Santa! Go, Jesus!
The best part is Damien though, I love him. His voice is so fucking funny and high-pitched, and I like that he genuinely just wants to make friends at his school despite being the son of Satan. Even turning Kenny into a duck-billed platypus who gets shot by Jimbo. But he eventually succeeds by trying to kill Pip, who's pretty much just the Butters of the series before Butters was a thing. Hey, look at this animation error with Pip's eyes. I haven't mentioned it much, but there's like an animation error in almost every scene of season 1. But they're learning new technology, so I'll usually give it a pass. Damien is another good one, going under Mr. Hanky. Oh wow. I was not expecting it when going in, but I actually think Tom's rhinoplasty might be the best episode of season 1 so far. I barely remembered it, but almost every single scene in here has one or two hilarious moments. There's the opening with Cartman hysterically laughing at Stan's Valentine's plans. The way they all fight over their new substitute teacher who they've all fallen in love with, or Mr. Garrison's whole subplot where he gets a nose job, only to appear as a literal PNG of David Hasselhoff. Kenny gets killed by a sword to the head. What's even more surprising is that it's a Wendy-centric episode of all things. So far, she's been nothing more than the cutesy, although occasionally annoying, love interest for Stan, so it's funny to see her put in a position of jealousy, trying to let her new teacher know not to fuck with her or else.
That's right. Will you stay?
Well, sure. The person who scored highest on the quiz and gets to have dinner on me is Stan.
Oh, and Wendy, I almost forgot. We just got a call in the office. Your grandma just died.
Tom's rhinoplasty has been the most well-rounded episode so far, where I can say I thoroughly enjoyed the entire thing aside from just one or two standout moments. Glad to see season 1 start to pick up. Wonder if it'll stay that way to the finale. It's another celebrity lampooning episode. This time the focus is probably the most famous example of making fun of a famous person, being actress Barbra Streisand. The boys find this old triangle that Miss Streisand really seems to want from them, and from her first few seconds on screen you can see that they really fucking hate this lady, being this ultra egotistical bitch who wants to take control of the universe, eventually becoming this giant Godzilla-like creature Mecha Streisand, who winds up not actually killing Kenny. Instead just chokes on a tetherball set. Why do Matt and Trey hate her so much? No idea honestly, but it's funny.
It's all just in good fun. Except when it comes to Barbra Streisand. We hate her!
Not as strong as the last one, but still alright. There's a lot of not very interesting back and forth between Cartman and Kyle over who gets the triangle, which didn't interest me. The best thing about the whole thing was how outlandish it gets by the end, with the big fight they have in the town with Barbara, film critic Leonard Maltin, Robert Smith of The Cure, and actor Sidney Poitier. I barely know Barbra Streisand from anything other than Meet the Fockers, never mind these other guys. Really showing my age, I know. But because of that, much like Kathy Lee, I don't have much to say here as a lot of it goes over my head. Going above death. Here we go, the final episode for Season 1, which interestingly is the first part of a special that ends up getting answered in Season 2. But for now, let's focus on the first one. Here they explore how Eric might be psychologically damaged from the fact that he doesn't have a dad, which begs the question, who even is his father? I don't know, Kenny dies from getting hit by a tree and who cares? As we soon find out, his mom has been around the clock more than a few dozen times. And so he has to come up with enough money to do a DNA test on every possible candidate. A lot of this one is pretty repetitive, mostly repeating through the same scenario of who his mom got with for the purpose of setting up who his dad could be in the sequel episode. Don't have much to say here, honestly. I think it works well as a finale, going between a lot of the side characters they've been setting up through the season, which helps it feel like a nice culmination and all, but it leaves me more so wanting to see where it goes, ending on a cliffhanger of who it actually is. So, I guess we gotta wait and see.
The answer is coming on an all-new South Park in just 4 weeks.
What? Son of a bitch!
And there we have it. That's season 1 of South Park. And what a mixed bag that was. I don't know how controversial it is to say, since I'm sure, given how iconic it was, that many of these episodes are nothing short of beloved. For me too. But when going back and trying to look at them objectively after so long, it's clear to me that there were some growing pains with Matt and Trey developing the series. The inconsistent animation, the awkward pacing, and many episodes simply not being all that funny. I can only hope that as we go on, things pick up. I mean, I've seen the show before, so I know it will, but I'm curious if it's a gradual thing, or if there's an immediate jump in quality for the second season. Yep, you read that title right, we did not skip an episode. Season 2 opens up with what's basically a shitpost, opening on teasing who Cartman's father is going to be, only to backtrack and show us an entire 22-minute Terrence and Phillip episode that they mentioned in passing in the previous one, and fans were pissed. Matt and Trey receiving death threats from people who genuinely wanted to know who his father was. Many even cited it as the end of the South Park phenomenon, claiming they had jumped the shark. I don't know how people feel now, but I personally love this episode. Not even because I'm just watching them troll the audience for the premiere of their next big season, but instead because I just find it genuinely really funny. I love how committed they are to acting as if you know the in-universe show's running gags, like Ugly Bob, Celine Dion, and Croft Dinner. There's also Scott. I really like Scott.
You're a dick!
You're a dick.
You're a dick!
You're a dick.
You're a dick!
Saddam Hussein is even the villain here, which we'll soon see as another plot point they bring back in the movie. The pacing is so fast, it's just non-stop jokes that make no sense at all, but that's what I like about it so much. They play this so seriously that I can't help but laugh along. It's pure nonsense. I remember showing this one to all my friends as a kid. It appealed right to my sense of humor. Many might disagree, but I personally see this as a great way to start the season, showing the audience that they better keep on their toes, because this isn't just going to be the same shit as before. Also, I think it's actually a good thing it pissed so many people off. A lot of fans jumping ship after this one only means that Matt and Trey would have less pressure to create something that caters towards the folk who only like the show for its raunchy humor, and not the other hilarious aspects like its commentary. They could have easily made their Pickle Rick, and tried to blow everyone's minds with how cool and epic they could get. But instead, they simply farted in everyone's faces. And I can't wait to see where they go from that. Due to the over 2,000 emails Comedy Central received of hardcore fans upset about being duped, they decided to push this episode ahead of the air date, so we can finally find out who Eric's father is. But before they can reveal it, someone breaks into the lab and steals the results, and so now they have to head out and figure out who did it. Kenny is also brought back, only to later be electrocuted.
This feels like the longest minute of my life. Oh, hey, Kenny.
Honestly, I'd take Terrence and Phillip any day over this. It ain't a bad episode, but it's filled with too many new subplots that I just wasn't all that invested in, such as Mrs. Cartman trying to change abortion laws and America's Most Wanted trying to capitalize on the situation. Maybe it's because the ending is such a cop-out, revealing that Mrs. Cartman is a hermaphrodite and therefore is both Eric's father and mother. People seriously couldn't have been more satisfied with this, right? Again, I hope I make it clear here that none of these episodes have been bad so far. But other than a couple funny moments, I can't help but feel no need to go back to a lot of these. But at least now they've tied up all the loose ends from season 1. Maybe now they can get back to comedy and not soap opera drama.
Who framed Roger Rabbit? Was it Jimbo? Mr. Garrison? Chef?
Yes, Stan.
Why do dogs have cold noses?
Well, I'm not sure.
Oh.
Kyle's little brother Ike is about to have his circumcision, which freaks out the boys as they think he's going to have his fireman cut off, ending up with the reveal that Ike is actually adopted, originating from Canada. Who could have guessed? This is the first time they've attempted something slightly more character-driven and serious, and I think they pulled it off greatly. You really feel for Kyle here when Ike pleads with him, with Kyle wondering what the point is when they're not even related, eventually learning that it doesn't matter as long as he loves them, which is sweet. I also like seeing more of Mr. Mankey here, doing a drug presentation in class by passing out weed, which ends up going missing and causes him to get fired, going on a downward spiral of drug abuse. With how much they demonize him here, I was surprised to see them turn it around and have a pretty drug-positive message, which is a breath of fresh air to see in one of these shows. Ike's wee wee is great, probably the best so far. Oh yeah, Kenny falls down, empty grave plot. The book fair's in town, where it's revealed that Officer Barbrady can't even read. And he better learn quick because there's someone in town who's been having sex with chickens, leaving notes at the sign of each crime giving them clues as to where he's gonna strike next. Oh, okay, it's fine. The twist at the end that it was actually the guy who runs the book truck fucking the chickens so he can encourage Barbrady to learn how to read is funny and all, but that's the highlight. Barbrady sadly just isn't the kind of character whom I think can carry an entire episode by himself in my opinion. The only real joke they make with him is that he's loud and dumb, and while that works in short occasional gags, it just doesn't keep me entertained for a full 22 minutes. The main thing that everyone remembers this one for is the B story, but even then there's almost nothing to it. It's just Cartman acting like a cop. Him saying, "respect my authority," is such an iconic catchphrase that it completely slipped my mind that it came from such a forgettable episode. Kenny gets killed by...
Oh, never mind.
Okay, he actually dies from being shot by...
Oh my god, they've killed...
Oh, god damn it! Okay, thank God. Thankfully, I actually really enjoy Conjoined Fetus Lady, well, the main story at least, which features the boys getting freaked out by their school nurse who has a fetus attached to her head, with the parents in turn trying to praise her for her differences. Meanwhile, the boys are headed all the way to China to compete in an intense dodgeball tournament. That's all that really happens there, you know, they win, I guess. The whole joke is that they keep pissing off Pip in order to enrage him into being a good player. But like the worst South Park episodes, it's just sort of that joke repeated over and over again with not that much variation. Kenny is killed by one of the dodgeball throws. Literally, the only part worth watching this for is the Chinese announcers doing their American impressions.
I'll use my credit card.
It's got a good message otherwise, how the nurse actually doesn't want any extra attention brought to her, or to be treated better than anyone else. She's pretty beast, honestly.
You're all a bunch of freaks. Freaks with big hearts.
Not a bunch to say. Conjoined Fetus Lady is good. Going under Terrence and Phillip. It's another Jimbo episode. This time the boys are tasked with doing an essay on Vietnam, to where they go to Stan's uncle since he was supposedly there.
Mr. Garrison, were you in Vietnam?
Who's next to take a shower? Me! I am. You just took one last time, silly.
I love all the flashbacks they have, describing Vietnam like it was basically a big theme park and subsequently getting an F since they aren't believed in this. And so they try to get back at Jimbo for supposedly lying to him. They try to mess with him by pretending to have found the Mexican staring frog of southern Sri Lanka, who can kill you with a single gaze. There's a lot going on here, with Jesus also being roped into it to try and gain more ratings for his talk show after being destroyed by Jimbos, with all his amazing footage.
Okay, roll the film, Tom. Is it over?
It's not bad, but it's also one of the least memorable episodes of the season so far, going near the bottom of the list. I just don't find this idea worthy of being stretched out so much, especially when Jimbo and Ned aren't all that great of characters in the first place, to me at least. There's not much to them beyond the 2 or 3 catchphrases, I don't know. Ripped in half by an enraged audience. What the fuck, 20 episodes in and we're already at our first clip show? While driving up a snowy mountain and getting stuck hanging on the edge of a cliff, Miss Crabtree has to leave the kids in the bus alone while she searches for help, with the kids being so scared to leave and risk of being eaten alive by a spooky monster, where they just sit there and start recounting stories of previous moments in the series. As far as clip shows go, there's at least something new going on here, with them reanimating a lot of the scenes to feature new twists, with the kids misremembering all the stories, all revolving around ice cream in some way, even cutting back to clips from the very same episode to change how it happened. Now that's what I call a sticky situation. And I like all the bits with the guy being madly in love with the bus driver, no matter how awful and screechy she is constantly and going off on a big adventure of her own.
You look like a lump of dog shit just got hit by a car!
What did I tell you?
She's fantastic.
So in the end, I enjoy this one. But still, you know, it's a clip show with a very thin plot to disguise that. So despite the fact that only around 2 minutes or so consists of reused animation, there's not much else to the rest. All that's really left to say is, Kenny gets eaten by the monster. But the whole episode turns out to be nothing but a dream, so does that really count? But then at that point, do I also count the flashback where the Fonz kills Kenny too? I'm gonna count it up anyway, so up it by 2. This sucks. The boys are all trying to celebrate the advent of summer with celebratory fireworks. But oh no, they've been banned. So now they're gonna try and make the biggest snake imaginable. One year for Christmas I got season 2 on DVD, and this was one of the episodes I watched the most. Maybe it just stood out to me because we get to see the snow melt, and the ground being green the whole time, which is incredibly jarring to not see snow in the show. Kenny also dies twice here, once in a flashback of them as kids, and later from the giant snake. Summer Sucks doesn't have the best story out there. Like, I'm getting really sick of the mayor being involved in so many of these. I never liked her. All her plots just revolve around her wanting attention. I've always found it annoying. But it makes up for it with Eric doing his swimming lessons, Mr. Garrison going crazy after having lost Mr. Hat with a great Dr. Katz reference, where we learn that his puppet was actually his way of trying to cope with his gayness. Now we permanently have to deal with new character Mr. Twig. Oh boy.
Hey, Chef. How's it going?
Howdy, Chef. How was your summer vacation?
A big Hollywood film festival is coming to South Park, which makes South Park at risk of being gentrified. The biggest thing here is the chef's chocolate salty ball song, which ended up reaching #1 in the charts in the UK and Ireland at the time. Wait a minute, I'm from the UK and Ireland. I like all the indie films that Matt and Trey make fun of, and seeing Mr. Hanky again is always nice, where he comes to chase out all the Californians for destroying the sewage system where he lives in a little tiny house. But other than that and the amusing Sorcerer's Apprentice parody, I'm not all that into this one story. The villains are way too one note with their big plan to commercialize South Park, with giant crowds that trample Kenny. And we already had an episode where Kyle tries to convince everyone that Mr. Hanky exists. We didn't really need another this soon. I can't lie though, the movie adaptation sure is a glorious sight to behold.
I'll always love you, Mr. Hanky.
Going above the last, I didn't like the story as much, but I can't lie and say it isn't overall way funnier. Dude, like I said before, I had this season on DVD when I was like 9, but I'm just now realizing how many of these I forgot about. Case in point, chickenpox. Out of fear of them being at greater risk when they're older, the parents send the boys off to Kenny's for a sleepover so they can catch the chickenpox from him. It's fun getting to see a lot inside Kenny's house now, with his dad being jealous of how much more successful Kyle's dad is. Fuck, remember how Kenny had a brother that they just do nothing with ever?
They knew that staying at Kenny's house would make us sick, and they made us do it anyway. And I think I figured out why. Why? Because they're a bunch of assholes.
A much more lower stakes episode here, which is a nice change of pace from all the town-shattering events we've had in the past few. Simply just trying to get revenge on their parents for forcing the sickness on them, by giving them herpes.
I can't believe you gave us herpes, you little rascals!
Well, I guess it serves us right.
And while I appreciate the more simple plot, there isn't a whole lot here worth mentioning. It's just, okay. We've seen better, but we've also seen worse. Under-conjoined fetus lady. Forever that episode name confused the fuck out of me and I still don't get the point of it. The movie that Matt and Tress starred in, Basketball, came out around that time, which got a negative review from him, as well as their previous film Orgasmo, so maybe it was on their mind, which is honestly pretty funny.
While these stars form the constellation Roger Ebert, and these two little stars over here form the constellation The Crusades.
The class is all put under hypnosis from the owner of the planetarium, who aims to make everyone think that it's in fact not Liam and to encourage them all to get jobs there. It's so freaking sweet that it causes Kenny's brain to implode. Roger Ebert should lay off the fatty foods is another decent one. I like Cartman's Cheesy Poof commercial.
We didn't need cheesy poofs, we'd be
Lame.
Wendy wants to try and set up Kyle with her best friend, Bebe, which Stan plays along with in the hopes that he can take them both up to his clubhouse to play Truth or Dare.
You know something, Rudy? You're like school in summertime.
School in summertime?
Yeah, bitch, school in summertime. Open your fucking ears.
I mainly like clubhouses because of the subplot going on with Stan's parents. We haven't really seen much focus on them or their interpersonal lives, so it's a little jarring to see them jump right into fighting a bunch and then getting a divorce. I actually really like how realistically this is portrayed. There's not even any real joke to it. I almost wish they lessened the focus on Stan and Kyle's clubhouse building competition with Eric and Kenny to expand upon this plot more. Although I do like how innocent it all is, with Stan really wanting to be dared to kiss Wendy and Kyle not even really being able to pick up on what's happening. But I do enjoy how it all ties back together in the end with them doing their own Truth or Dare game to rekindle their love. Comes together well. Glad to see the show has become a lot more consistent quality-wise. Although like before, I really wouldn't consider any of these to be all that amazing yet. I wonder what the first truly great episode is going to be when we get there. Oh yeah, just kill him in a mosh pit, I guess.
Take this stick and jam it up your pee hole.
This one has a slightly different format. We start with a new couple of characters, who win a trip to South Park on a game show during their annual Cow Days event. This somewhat shakes up what's for the most part a pretty forgettable episode. They don't even really do much with these new characters at all, they just don't enjoy themselves very much and then get arrested and starve, that's all.
Come on, Cartman. No, he didn't kill him. He's still breathing.
The only thing I liked here was the boys going through the shitty carnival rides and rigged games. Them declaring shenanigans always stuck out to me for some reason. I don't know why I remember that part so vividly, considering I don't really care for this one at all. Once it goes into them needing to train Cartman to ride a bull, so they can get more money, which leads into him thinking he's a Vietnamese prostitute, I lost interest. Strays too far away from where it started. The whole joke is that he says stuff and does stuff that a Vietnamese prostitute would say. Amazing. Another middle-of-the-road one. Wouldn't be so bad, but the pacing in these early ones is so weird. Every time you think it's gonna end, it just keeps going and going. Bottom of the list. Thankfully, Sheffield makes up for this by actually being pretty good, with Chef getting unfairly sued by a big record label trying to silence him after they stole one of his songs, and so they create a big event to try and raise the $2 million he owes. Topped off with guest appearances from Ween, Elton John, Ozzy Osbourne, who bites Kenny's head off, and way more. The small Mr. Garrison arc is even continued here with Mr. Hat returning to kill Mr. Twig, and having him sent off to jail where he comes to terms with his split personality. I don't even remember that being a part of his character. I really wonder if they go back to that at any point.
Here, look at the monkey. Look at the silly monkey.
The Johnny Cochran parts is hilarious. I never understood the Chewbacca defense when I was little, but knowing the context behind it makes it amazing. Not the best or anything, but it's very fun, which always makes it a joy to revisit. Spooky Fish is okay. It's far less iconic than the first Halloween special, but I'd argue it's a little better, mostly for the jokes, like evil Cartman, Stan's titular Spooky Fish who kills everyone, including Kenny, and of course the fact that the entire episode is portrayed through the horrifying spooky vision. I don't even have much to say. I never picked up on Stan's Aunt Flo being a period joke, but that's about it. It's a funny episode. Also, I'm not sure if it's the remaster doing this or if it's the original doing it, but when both Cartmans are on screen, there's this large seam down the middle, although that might just be a reference to the Star Trek episode it's parodying, who knows.
First, I dug up all the bodies, then buried them again upside down.
Why?
I don't know. I was drunk.
We get to see more of the Cartman family in their second Christmas special. I always liked his little cousin Elvin.
Shut up, Elvin!
The festivities are cut short, however, when his Uncle Howard escapes from prison. When his Uncle Howard escapes from prison. I feel like my speech has gotten worse over the years. Fuck it, okay. Just to give my voice a rest for a second, I'm doing this episode in my normal voice. The festivities are cut short, however, when his Uncle Howard escapes from prison with his partner in crime, Charlie Manson. I mean, it does have a pretty good song in the end. I love how they tell a super sweet Grinch story with a literal cult leader with a swastika tattooed on his forehead, especially all the tension around whether or not he's gonna murder Kenny.
Hey, where's Kenny?
Oh, he's around.
He, in fact, gets gunned down by the police. I like how they bring Mr. Hanky into it, too, without taking control of the whole plot. There's a lot going on here, but I think it all works. Definitely one of my favorites from the season so far. Better than the last Christmas special, for sure. Going under Terrence and Phillip. I'm sorry you may disagree with how high I'm putting that one, but I just find the whole thing too hilarious not to put it near the top. Okay, reading that made me realize that when I'm reading a script for a video, I literally cannot not do that voice in some way. Uh-oh. We finally get to see more focus put on one of the kids in class, this time being Tweak, who becomes a pretty major character later in the show, as we'll soon see. His parents even get some attention with the B story, commentating on big companies trying to buy out small businesses. I love all the little commercial-styled metaphorical tirades he goes on about the pros of family-owned coffee shops. Tweak is also great, being completely spastic because of his ADD, and that his parents keep giving him nothing but coffee, trying to convince the boys of the existence of underpants gnomes, whose goal is to steal underpants, and then profit. They crush Kenny.
Vote yes on Prop 10, or else you hate children. You don't hate children, do you?
Matt and Trey are known for their pretty contrarian takes, so it's not surprising that they have a take on big business that pretty much equates to, who cares, they should be allowed to exist. And whether or not you agree with that, it's refreshing to see a piece of media focused on the matter that isn't just big business bad. Gnomes is going under clubhouses. It's the season finale to season 2, although the space between these seasons around this time was only a couple months, so it's not like there's that much differentiating them. But unfortunately, I never really cared for prehistoric Iceman.
We would like to offer our services.
The kids find a frozen caveman in the snow, where they try to study the differences in the way a civilization acted and lived, being from the distant time of 1996. Which, okay, seems long now, but when this episode came out it was only around 2.5 years. Upon rewatching it, I was surprised at how many jokes here I actually really liked. From him going back to his wife only to see that she's remarried, having kids who are 8 and 13, and it's cool to see a different side of Stan and Cal's dynamic with both of them being at odds. You know, fighting over who actually found the caveman. Didn't think I'd like this one so much, but it's actually pretty good. Killed by an escalator.
Oh my god! They killed Kenny! What? I'm not talking to you.
Season 2 was a definite step up from the first. It's not amazing or anything, I'm remembering now why I seldom revisit any of these anymore, but there's quite a few here that I consider very good and a sign of things to come in the series' future. Season 3 was produced when Matt and Trey were working on the first movie, which divided their attention between the two a lot. So let's see if that affected its improvement in any way. It's only taken 32 episodes, but Kenny finally gets his own storyline here, with him falling in love with the girl on the Getting Gay with Kids organization, with the 4 of them being sent off to join the kids' choir in the Costa Rican rainforest. Who the fuck cares about that though? He just dies by... Whoa. Nothing. Huh. Well then, my attention is now on how this is the first appearance of Craig and his iconic flipping everyone off gag. They sure love doing that for... like his next 4 appearances or so?
You're gonna be held back a grade if you don't look. Did you just flip me off?
No.
Yes, you did. You just flipped me the bird.
I like the organizer, who's voiced by Jennifer Aniston. Although, honestly, I wouldn't have noticed unless I was told about it. She has a great rapport with Cartman, though, who keeps disrespecting the Costa Rican culture.
What are you looking at, man? Yeah, why don't you take a picture?
Okay. Click.
This is a strong start to the 3rd season. It's not that much of a jump in quality compared to the last, but again, this was only a couple months after then. It's still really funny, mostly due to Cartman's antics, and it's cool seeing a new setting for once. Hopefully this is a sign of things to come.
Dude, you spend way too much time with that girl. If you know...
I miss how innocent the kids were in these early seasons, not really knowing much about adult stuff other than swearing. With Kyle trying to figure out how to get his dad an erection, so he and his mom will stop fighting, assuming he needs to perform the Stations of the Cross on Cartman. It makes sense in the episode, I promise. Randy also gets the spotlight again, trying to figure out what's causing the residents to spontaneously combust. The reveal that everyone was dying because they were trying not to fart in front of their girlfriends is funny and all, although the result of this just being everyone is now farting constantly is less so. And the Cartman stuff is alright too, but it's just kinda to see him gag again and again. I think that peaked too quickly here, like the episode should have ended within the first 10 minutes. Some funny moments, but generally it's just whatever. Under the last, obviously. Another chef-centered episode, where he falls in love with a woman and is actually going to settle down with her to everyone's utter shock. And so the boys have got to figure out how to expose her for being nothing more than a succubus. The bitch even kills Kenny. Although I don't know, maybe Chef leaving isn't so bad. I mean, Mr. Derp sure is nutty.
You're gonna love Mr. Derp. Oh, Derp.
Unfortunately, I don't have a bunch to say about this one. Not that it's bad, I like all the stuff with Cartman's eye doctor, and I absolutely love Chef's parents, but it's just sorta, again, alright, you know?
What do you want from us, monster? And the monster bent down and said, I need about $3.50.
Going right at the bottom of season 3, but it's got a lot of good moments. South Park is one of those shows where, because all the episodes at least have some redeemable parts, it's hard to call too many of them actually bad. So I feel like people are going to be pissed off no matter what, because something needs to be at the bottom. So I'll make it clear again. Not a bad episode at all, it's just my least favorite so far. Okay, remember last episode where I said at least every South Park has one redeemable quality? Take that back. I didn't think it'd come so soon, but this might actually be the closest thing to a bad episode. The boys find this strange creature in the woods and decide to keep it. Apparently it's a Jackophsaur, and they want to try and breed it with more. It's this obvious Jar Jar Binks parody. I mean, the episode came out weeks after that movie, with Matt doing the most annoying voice he could possibly conjure up. I don't think the best way to parody and make fun of an annoying character is to make an infinitely more annoying character, with the only real joke they tell with them being that they're annoying.
Please take me to Jude Jude! We're the last of our kind! There are only 2 of us left!
This episode was produced during post-production for the South Park movie, which Matt and Trey described as being hell. So I can only imagine this one came out the way it did, bad, as a result of them being stretched so thin. I can see why they've been so against making another one. It seems to really impede their regular schedule. I feel like most South Park fans accept that this is a pretty terrible episode, and so I don't have much else to say. Bottom of the whole entire ranking, unsurprisingly. It's the episode the entire show has been building up to. Tweek and Craig are finally gonna settle the beef and have the fight of the century. It's Tweek versus Craig. Mr. Adler is the standout character here, not wanting any of the kids in his shop class to screw around while he deals with the crippling regret of never getting to say goodbye to his fiancée before she passed away.
Watch me, Richard!
I also love how Kenny chose to do home ec instead of shop because of all the dangerous machinery, which ends up killing him despite his best efforts. Tweek x Craig is solid. I like that the boys are trying so hard to force this fight between the two of them that they end up just beating the shit out of each other and have way more resentments towards themselves than Tweek or Craig ever did, going right above spontaneous combustion. The Sexual Harassment Panda song is a certified hood classic. They play this shit in the clubs all the time.
He's gonna tell you what's right and wrong. Sexual harassment, panda.
The idea of everyone in town deciding to sue everyone for sexual harassment, no matter how minuscule, is funny and all, but the joke wears a tad thin each time they tell it. And the panda stuff is more so remembered for the couple running gags like the guy at the bar not taking kindly to his type around here. But I was sad to see that upon revisiting this one that I thought it was just... Sexual Harassment Panda is going above the succubus. This is the start of the series' first 3-parter, although it doesn't really follow one continuous story and more like each part of the next couple episodes shows us a different character's point of view of a specific night. In this one, we see Cartman's experience in having Shelly babysit him while his mom is out at a party. It's always funny seeing Eric in a situation where he's put in his place by someone worse than him, so it's one of the rare moments where you actually want to see him succeed. And it's not common for us to get an episode with such few characters, which helps it feel pretty self-contained. Aside from how increasingly pissed off Cartman gets with Shelly and the boyfriend she brings in, this feels like a really weird plot for South Park to do, but I often forget how these early episodes would usually tackle lower stakes scenarios a kid would go through instead of just being whatever's in the news that week. So in some ways I appreciate cat orgy, but in other ways, it's just not all that funny. I don't care for the shit with Cartman's cat, and I'm not sympathetic towards Shelly as a character at all, so I don't care by the end when Eric needs to help her by getting back at her boyfriend. Hope the next 2 parts are an improvement. Fortunately, I think 2 guys naked in a hot tub is sweet. Don't clip that. Randy and Sharon are headed to the same party Mrs. Cartman was at, and so leave Stan and the party host's basement with the other kids who had nowhere to go. One of which is Butters in his first speaking role. It's funny to see how his voice still isn't there yet, and his only real character quirk is that he stutters and rambles a lot. Honestly, I think I like this voice more than his current one. But that sort of stuff goes for all the characters. As Matt and Trey got older, their voices started to get pitch shifted higher and higher, but we'll get there when we get there. Meanwhile, Randy and Kyle's dad Gerald get drunk and end up experimenting with each other in a hot tub, becoming more and more paranoid about the tension it's created between them. It's a really good one. I think all these subplots have their share of funny moments, like the kids playing Charlie's Angels. It's actually nice seeing Stan end up having a good time with them. There's the awkwardness between Randy and Gerald, and of course the fucked up Cher song the police play to torture the partygoers.
Nobody can stand this much Cher.
Glad to see this trilogy pick up. Let's see if the last part ends on a high note. In an unlikely pairing we rarely see, Kenny goes with Kyle to the Jew Scouts for his Jubilee. I mainly like the ending with Moses, who wants soap sculptures and macaroni pictures, but the rest of it is just alright.
Great and honorable Moses, what do you desire from us, your children?
I desire Macaroni pictures.
I don't care for the stuff with the Jewish teacher or the squirts trying to capture a bear, wasn't all that entertaining. I'd say it's probably better than the Cartman one, but the Stan one is without a doubt the best. Kenny dies from sacrificing himself to save the day, though, so yeah, that's something. It's the third Halloween special, although unfortunately I think it might be the worst one. Father Maxie is trying to rile everyone up, to run the band Korn out of town while they're visiting for the big Halloween event, with him thinking it's anti-Christian to celebrate such an evil holiday, while the boys try and find a way to scare the 6th graders. The best part is without a doubt Kenny's Halloween costume, which everyone thinks is lame, and I like that they brought back the Chewbacca stuff from season 1 as well.
Hey, Kenny.
Cartman thinking his mum's Antonio Banderas blow-up doll is going to be his Christmas gift, and the whole plotline with Korn being an obvious Scooby-Doo parody is funny and all. But other than that, I find this one pretty boring. It's not bad and there's lots of good jokes, but it's one of the weaker season 3 episodes so far.
The gang and I wrote a song about it, and it goes a little something like this.
For an episode focusing on the Pokemon fad of the late 90s, I was shocked to see just how well Pokemon has aged.
Well, it's not like it's vulgar or violent.
No, but it's incredibly stupid, and that can be worse on a child's mind than any vulgarity or violence.
My life is like a video game.
Every kid in the world is obsessed with the new Pokemon, with the parents trying to figure out what the appeal is. This is for sure one of the most famous South Park episodes out there. You know, no adult is sitting around with his buddies like, hey, remember when we were kids and watched South Park? Wasn't that show hilarious? I sure did like the one with the, what do you call it? Oh, the jack-off-azores, yeah, like no one ever has said that in the history of the human race. I think it's mainly aged so well, because the fact that it's Pokemon is completely interchangeable. It's mostly just a story about fads, and what if the people behind them had some big plot to take over the world with their bright, flashy imagery, with the Japanese trying to indoctrinate the kids into taking down America with their very small penises.
Mr. Horse Penis is especially small.
So small.
My favorite part, though, would have to be the fake toy commercials Matt and Trev filmed. They're fucking hilarious. I think this has got to be the best episode so far.
You can take Alabama Man to the bowling alley where he drinks heavily and chews tobacco.
Wow, he can bowl.
Also, the flashy imagery gives Kenny a seizure to where he's eaten from the inside by rats. I'm running out of way to connect these. Hooked on Monkey Phonics tells a good message in a very screwy way, and I love it for that. After a spelling bee, the two homeschooled kids, Rebecca and Mark... Wait a minute. Well, that's just me! They start to get a glimpse of what it's like being around the other kids, with Mark attending South Park Elementary and getting his shit kicked in, and Kyle, who I guess is bald in this episode, starts to develop a crush on Rebecca, which ends up eventually sending her on a downward spiral.
You tried so hard to keep her from anything sexual, and now look at her. She's a goddamn whore, Papa. Oh, she sure is.
All of this is to highlight how, in a fucked way, it's necessary for kids not to be sheltered their whole lives, or else they won't know how to socialize with others and become an outcast, or not know how to handle themselves when they finally are out in the world. Not the funniest episode out there, but the story more than makes up for it, I think. Phonics Monkey also kills Kenny, but that doesn't stop him from being the best character in the whole show. No contest. It's our first sequel episode, and oh boy, does it sure suck. We return to Marvin, who finds a spaceship that takes him to an alternate galaxy, where the residents agree to let him and his people stay permanently, and so it's a mad dash to the planet, with the boys and Marvin being chased down by Sally Struthers and the CIA, and the Christians. The only funny thing here is the Christian network trying to beg their viewers to send them more money for spaceships and laser guns. The rest is either repeats of jokes done in the first one, like Sally Struthers being fat, although now it's just a Jabba the Hutt parody, with the CIA even freezing Kenny in carbonite. But otherwise, it's just boring. Although it is amusing to be how in one episode of South Park we can have a simple slice-of-life story about Kyle getting a crush on a girl after a spelling bee, and then next week we have them racing through space in a wormhole. They truly have limitless potential here. Sadly, I was never all that into the Red Badge of Gayness either. The whole thing is about the Civil War, and if you've been watching my ranking videos for Family Guy and Simpsons, you may remember this point, but I did not grow up in America, and/or am uncultured, so a majority of the humor here is lost on me. Stan and Kyle have a bet with Cartman, with Eric claiming he can make the South win the Civil War, and so he gets all the adult men in town drunk so they can force the president to change the outcome. It's cool, I guess, how much this simple argument between them escalates, and I like the letter he sends to Kenny's mom informing her that he died in war. But that's about it. Don't really give a shit. On the other side of the spectrum, however, here's an episode that I absolutely love, although I guess it is cheating a bit. The gimmick for this Christmas special, and by gimmick I can only imagine Matt and Trey were burnt out from the South Park movie and needed a break for a week. The entirety of this one consists of the characters singing various Christmas songs, some covers and some originals. It may be biased here, but this is one of my favorites out of the first 3 seasons. I got this one from my cousin on DVD for Christmas the very first year I found out what South Park was, and subsequently showed this episode to everyone I knew. I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. Although, I'll never know the joke behind that bizarre ending. Okay, so I looked it up, and apparently this was a near identical spoof of a promo that could be seen on some bootleg copies of the Star Wars Holiday Special. Which I guess also explains why they keep showing the episode title in the Star Wars font. Alright, I almost liked it better as a mystery, but still. Mr. Garrison's song, Cartman's cover of Holy Night, Christmas Time in Hell is my absolute favorite. This one is wonderful from start to finish. I wish it were longer, honestly. There's an album based on it with even more songs. At the end, it even gives a sweet tribute to Mary Kay Bergman, who voiced many of the female characters on the show, even playing Timmy Turner in the Oh Yeah cartoon shorts from Fairly Odd Parents. She sadly committed suicide around this time, and so it's nice to see them give her a send-off in some way. I'm aware some may see this as cheating, but it's my fucking list. I don't have many things left in this world that bring me joy. Let me have this. Here it is, South Park's big Y2K episode. With it being the turn of the new millennium, everyone has turned to Jesus, expecting God to make an appearance on New Year's. Also, Cartman and Kenny have a colon disease, but misinterpret it as having their periods. Kenny even later dying from this after having a tampon up his ass for so long that he bursts. And so Stan, feeling singled out, starts taking hormone pills to get his. I like this one a lot, probably the best Jesus episode we've had so far. Which I'm aware isn't saying much, but still, it's great. God's design is so strangely genius, being a mix of a bunch of different creatures all in one. And the ending is great, with Stan wasting humanity's one question to God on something so pointless like not getting his period. Going above sexual harassment panda. I love the shitty movie maker intro they have here. I mean, everybody can relate to playing those shitty little recorders in school. Never have I ever witnessed so many kids suddenly needing to use the bathroom all at once. Also, I'm remembering how much I missed when they'd use random stock images of real people and celebrities. It's such a simple joke, but it works so well in the style. Every school in America is headed to Oklahoma to play My Country 'Tis of Thee on the recorder, where the boys are bullied by New York kids. And so they have to find this dangerous note in the recorder called the brown noise, which makes anyone who hears it shit themselves. The B story is where things get fucky, however, where Mr. Garrison finally faces his father for not molesting him as a kid. Yep. If this were in any other show, I'd question the writer's sanity. But no, Worldwide Recorder Concert, well, not amazing, is a good end to the season. Everyone in the world shitting themselves at once is a funny ending. Kenny even shitting himself to death. Season 3 is still quite similar to Season 2 in a lot of ways. It's not that different in tone or the way the stories are told, but I will say that the selection here is for sure better. They've constantly been improving, and that's something at the very least. Now, sometime in the middle of Season 3, the South Park movie came out, bigger, longer, and uncut. And while many people, including Matt and Trey, assumed this would mark the end of the series, the opposite happened as a matter of fact, and skyrocketed it to new heights. It's one of my favorite movies ever. When my uncle told me about it, I begged to get it for my 8th birthday. I got the DVD along with Epic Mickey and Sonic and the Black Knight. I recall wanting to watch it so badly throughout the school day that I told my mom I was feeling sick and couldn't go to my guitar lessons. And so when I got home and started to watch it, she came into the room like, "Oh, you're too sick to watch this. You should go to bed." Like, for fuck's sake, Mom, it was my birthday. Let me have this. From here, South Park blew up. Shirts, plushies. They made an action figure for like every single character, no matter how obscure. But with all this brings up the question though. Could they possibly still have room to top themselves? Or are we going to see them buckle under their own success and become stagnant? I find it hilarious that the big thing the boys won in this episode is a Sega Dreamcast. At the time, I really wanted one too, which made it infinitely more relatable. Only difference is when I wanted one, it was like 2015. They have the genius plan to sneak into other kids' rooms at night and steal their tooth fairy teeth, eventually getting tied up in this big mobster-esque business adventure.
Losing baby teeth is a natural thing, Miss Cartman. How many has he lost?
About 112.
I really like Kyle's existential crisis where he starts to question what's real and what's a lie after finding out that the Tooth Fairy isn't real. The ending has great visuals. There's also a couple minor additions here between seasons. Like, this is the first time we've seen Timmy, who we'll see later becomes a standout character. But this episode itself, you know, it's alright. If the rest of the ones in Season 4 are as good as this one, then we'll already have the best season. Also, don't question why the next few episodes all have 2000 in their name. At the time, Matt and Trey wanted to make fun of how many movies were coming out at the time that had 2000s in their title, to make it seem more cool and high-tech. But decisions like that haven't aged the best, so the parody is probably lost on a lot of folks now. If you've never heard of South Park before, this might be the worst possible episode title to hear out of context.
Hogan, I swear to God, you call me fat one more time, I'm gonna smack you in the head with this rock. Fat ass. Oh!
Cartman gets sent to juvie for committing a hate crime against Tolkien, right before the boys' big sledding race against the girls, which they're especially fucked for after losing another team member, with Kenny being crushed by bricks. This episode is great, I love it. Kenny and Cartman's car chase, the fact that the girls fucking die at the end, and Romper Stomper is a really funny one-off character. The guy just wanted to see Disneyland. During production of the South Park movie, Matt and Tress said they had to take a storytelling course per request of Paramount, I guess to prevent those weird pacing issues from the first season making it into the film. They claim this is where they learned a lot of their story structure rules that they still follow to this day, and you can tell that already with these past couple. Season 3 was already getting there, but you can really tell here. Each scene moves along the plot and is full of great jokes that don't feel too gaggy. Revisiting this has been an interesting way to see the two creators evolve and improve at their craft as the show goes on. Anyway, yeah, so... Oh, see, this is what I was talking about. It's Timmy's first big role. One of the first episodes to star one of the other kids, too, if I'm not mistaken. Timmy joins a band, while all the kids at school are purposefully getting themselves diagnosed with ADD to get out of schoolwork, which makes them super boring from all the Ritalin they've been taking. Side effects include killing Kenny. Apparently Comedy Central were very against having Timmy be in the show at all, but were stunned that audiences around the world fell in love with him. Ironically, the message at the end of the episode, where it's made clear that folks are laughing with Timmy and not at him, is the exact situation that occurred in real life. Amusing episode. Also, I failed to mention it, but both the last episode and this one feature recurring jokes about Phil Collins. Hell, he's the villain of Timmy 2000. This is because Trey Parker lost the Oscar to him that year, where he was nominated for Blame Canada from the South Park movie, which is why he's holding an award the whole time. I love how fucking bitter it is. It gets so extreme by the end. It might be my favorite so far.
Phil Collins warns that a novelty band that makes fun of the handicap should not be allowed to play Lollapalooza blah blah. Phil Collins, by the way, divorced his wife by fax and then married a 27-year-old.
On the other side, I think Quintuplets 2000 sucks ass. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but like, that's not my favorite, not by a long shot. After going to a freaky circus, a group of quintuplets and their grandmother, who soon after dies, wind up staying in Stan's house on the run from the government. This was based on some event that apparently happened within a week of the episode airing, some moments directly referencing photos of the situation. The best thing here is Kenny's little adventure in learning how to sing, which serves almost no plot function, but it's just too charming for me not to enjoy it. Too bad it's cut short. Going at the bottom so far, obviously. Honestly, I probably would have been more favorable towards this one if it were in Season 1 or 2, but the rest of Season 4 has been so good so far that an episode like this is just sort of forgettable. Cartman wants to find some more mature friends, and so unknowingly joins the North American Man-Boy Love Association. Yeah. All the kids are eventually brought into the organization too, not realizing it's filled with man-boy lovers. I really enjoy how meta the Kenny B story is, with his parents having another baby and him trying to stop it, eventually getting hit by a car and dying, where his mom then gives birth again and names the baby Kenny.
God, this must be the 50th time this has happened.
52nd.
Yeah, I've been counting, and it's most definitely not the 52nd. Boy, I sure hope somebody got fired for that blunder. Other than that, though, it's not that amazing. It's solid. I guess it's more funny for the shock value than anything. So after having watched it like a million times over the years, it's not that surprising anymore. Not the show's fault, I'm aware, but hey, what can you do?
Sometimes it's easier to persecute than to understand.
Dude, you have sex with children.
It's weird to me how much continuity there was in the show from the get-go. Events carry over, but more so to kick off different concepts rather than progressing what's set up. Like here we see Mr. Garrison get fired from his teaching job after being caught with Nambla in the previous episode. I appreciate stuff like that. It's interesting for them to finally explore his sexuality too, instead of just using it for jokes. Him coming to terms with the fact that he may in fact be gay, by writing a romance novel but only focusing on the man. I liked all that stuff, but the main story? Not really.
Holistic medicine is gonna kill my friend. My friend is gonna die. He's gonna die and there's nothing I can do about it.
Look out! Kyle is sick, and so his mother gets him some natural medicine. It's one of those episodes where they make how stupid and bad of a concept it is apparent from the get-go, that it becomes infuriating how brain dead the parents are. Although I guess it is accurate to how a lot of adults are now with that shit. I'm sorry to all the 40-year-old women who watch my videos that I may have offended. No, yeah, so it's whatever. It's fine, I guess. I don't care that Cheech and Chong guest star. I don't even know who the fuck they are. This is the most offensive plot yet, but it is prime South Park.
All right, Chef, I'll have my assistants hold up the flag, and you tell me what exactly you find racist about it.
It is so offensive, as a matter of fact, that I think I might just die. This is the part where someone would come in and review, but nobody I asked was willing to talk about this episode, so, it's fine. It's one of the slightly below average ones of season 4, but it's nowhere near bad or anything. It's just very, very offensive. Moving on. Oh wow, what do you know? I'm all better again. Dude, I really wanted action figures of the finger bang versions of the kids. I saw them in a store one day where my dad instead got me these little, almost rubber-like toys of the 4 Mean Boys and Butters, which I cherished. The Kid Robot ones also looked great. I had the Kid Robot Seaton, but I don't know where the fuck that'd be now. Anyways, this is where a lot of the plots from this point on revolve around Cartman trying to find get-rich-quick schemes so he can make $10 million, with him wanting to create a boy band so they can play in the mall and get their name out there. It's a simple concept, but very funny in execution. Kenny dying from the elevator. Wendy's song is great. I was not expecting to recognize Ike singing Oh Danny Boy, which is a very Irish song. And the whole backstory with Randy being in a boy band himself was great. If there's one thing I didn't talk about yet, it's how much the voice acting has improved through the past few seasons. So many of these lines only work because of the dumb way it's delivered.
I said goodbye to my girlfriend, Leia, and I left my family, Leia.
This is a good episode, another highlight from season 4. Another religious-focused episode, 2-parter as well. This time the boys become terrified of hell, and have to make sure all their friends confess their sins to get into heaven. But that leaves just one question. How is Timmy gonna confess?
Well, what about the handicapped kid, Timmy?
Timmy! I love seeing them try and wrap their heads around how a lot of the rules in Christianity don't make a lot of sense, or leave out certain circumstances like with Timmy. This could also be considered a epilogue or continuation to the South Park movie, with Saddam Hussein coming back to hell after his death. I mean, where the hell was he gonna go, Detroit? If you like their dynamic in the movie, then you have to check out this one. It's more of the same and I couldn't be happier. Seaton being stuck between liking his current partner and possibly still having feelings for Saddam's more dominant personality. Being this big love triangle between Seaton, Saddam Hussein, and Chris. I can't believe this is a real show. Fun fact. Did you know Chris is voiced by one of Matt and Trez's best friends? The same guy who appeared in their first film Orgasmo and Basketball. Okay, it may not be fun, but it's a fact. This is just part 1 though, so the story doesn't exactly conclude, leaving us on a cliffhanger for the next episode. But even then, on its own, this one is hilarious. I hope the next follows suit. Probably. The fuck do you mean, probably? Oh! The previous one ended with the kids losing faith in their own priest and creating their own kids' church, with Cartman being the leader. Oh, and I guess Kenny actually isn't dead after all, so if we could just take that off the counter, I'd appreciate it, thanks. I hate to say it, but I'm not a fan of the way they progressed this plot. It feels like these were 2 completely separate ideas that were loosely strung together by the ending transition. That only applies to the kids' stuff. The Seaton story continues naturally, and it works just as well. His talk with God is good and all, but with Eric, I don't like how much his motive shifts so hard out of nowhere.
God is telling me that each and every one of you is to walk up to the stage and give me $1.
In the first, he was hell-bent on repenting for his sins. You know, his goal was to make sure he didn't go to hell out of fear. However, here from the start, his goal from the church is to make money, which was never something he was concerned about before. Like, okay, it's still in character and all, but to suddenly bring that in out of nowhere seems like too much of a change. Especially with him seemingly no longer caring about going to hell. It's just switched to Eric fear-mongering without naturally progressing there.
$10 million! Look, the Tooth Fairy thing didn't work, the boy band thing didn't last, so I tried this route.
See, the continuity is really strong here. It's middle of the road more than anything. Nowhere near as funny as the last, but it's not awful still. Here we go, the first big shift in the series. The boys are moving from 3rd grade to 4th. Whoa. Fitted out with a new intro and everything, featuring more explosions, a high-tech logo, 3D models of the characters, and most importantly, a whole new classroom. Also, it may just be Mandela effect, but after watching all this in order, I was so used to their classroom being green that I couldn't believe that it's still a dark blue to this day. After realizing how much of a bitch the new teacher is, Miss Chokes on Dick, the boys try to get help to time travel back to the 3rd grade.
Well, who didn't see that coming?
I'm really enjoying the continuity we've got going on in the series so far, with the B story involving the new teacher searching for Mr. Garrison for advice on handling the kids, who nobody has heard from in months. They finally conclude his whole arc of coming to terms with his homosexuality, passing the torch on to Miss Chokes on Dick. All around solid one. Hopefully his character can move on from this running gag and usher in something new to do with him. Not the funniest episode, but it's got a great story and even a solid song from Cartman. I'd consider this not only one of the strongest for the season, but also the sign of a major turning point in South Park. Alright, now here's a rare episode that I've only actually seen once before, so I barely remembered it. Trapper Keeper. Cartman's got a new Dawson's Creek Trapper Keeper, which has got all eyes on him, especially this strange new guy in class, Bill Cosby, who seems to really want it. This probably goes in the strangest direction out of any episode so far, turning into this big Terminator parody, with Eric's Trapper Keeper eventually becoming so powerful that it takes over the whole world. I love that none of this convinces him though, just going out and buying another.
1, 2, 3, not it! You lose, Kenny.
Ike's little subplot is also alright, him getting into kindergarten a couple years earlier and being picked on. Mr. Garrison is teaching them now too. At first I was a tad disinterested at how much their class president thing was going on, but it keeps going and going to the point where I actually start to find it funny by the end. Matt and Trez sure aren't subtle about their thoughts on celebrities and politics though. Good episode. There have been stronger, but it's still really entertaining. Although part of that might have to do with the fact that I've barely seen this one, so the jokes still come off new to me. Hey, I said I'm ranking all the episodes, not that it isn't subjective.
If you at least owe him a thank you. Man. Cartman? Alright. Kyle?
This has got to be one of the sweetest episodes of the whole show, and I'm not entirely sure if it's intentional. The 4th grade class all have to make sure they're not outshined by the kindergartners with their Helen Keller play, and so go out to get a trick performing turkey for Timmy to play off. The entire thing is elevated because of Timmy and Gobble's relationship. There are a lot of moments here that aren't even trying to be funny, just showing that he genuinely loves his little turkey no matter how stupid.
Garbage! Garbage!
Not the most laugh-out-loud thing you're gonna see from South Park, but I appreciate them taking a risk with something more character-driven. You genuinely feel awful for him when he thinks that his pet is gonna be taken away from him. Wasn't expecting it, but I very much so enjoyed myself. It's not devoid of funny moments though, like Cartman's vision. And the ending payoff to Butters hyping up the kindergarten's play perfectly wraps it all up. Makes the episode feel just the right amount of pointless. Love it. If there's one thing that just about every South Park fan can agree on, it's that Pip fucking sucks. The character, but like, I'm talking about the episode, this episode anyway. The only slightly amusing part of this entire thing is the live-action narration done by Malcolm McDowell.
Hello, I'm a British person.
But the rest of it is just one big parody of the Charles Dickens novel Great Expectations. And I can appreciate the work that clearly went into it, requiring a fuck ton of new assets to be made for England, the backgrounds being done in an entirely different style. But it's just boring, there's no other way around it. The only jokes I can remember are when a character either screams or says a bad word. It's like the worst of season 1 but without the likable characters. I don't even know why this was chosen as an episode to do all the way into season 4. They hardly even use Pip at all anymore. I literally think at this point in the show's canon he's fucking dead. Apparently this was an idea that Matt and Trey had of doing in the show from the very beginning, and so for this to be the end result, fucking sucks. Worst of the entire season. The show, though? I don't know, probably, yeah. Eric's mother set up an intervention to send Cartman off to fat camp. The big-boned excuse is gonna fly no longer. Kenny's side plot is also very simple but alright, doing whatever gross shit people want in exchange for money, getting his own show in the process. I honestly never cared for this one all too much. There's nothing necessarily wrong with it, and I like a couple moments, such as the supposed Skinny Eric design and Chef's prostitution song, but the rest of it is just sorta whatever. It's either trying too hard to be gross, which doesn't really work well with the simplistic art style, or I recall as a child I felt way too unnecessarily bad for the random kid at the fat camp who genuinely wants to lose weight, but can't help himself when tempted.
Mr. Candy Bar doesn't judge you, Chad. Mr. Candy Bar likes you just the way you are.
I'm aware I'm just weird like that, though. I sympathize with random cartoon characters for no reason way too often. Get to the next episode already, fucking stupid.
Cool and awesome editor who puts out amazing work in such a short amount of time because of my, Ellis Marks, really bad scheduling issues. Thank you so much, Mr. Editor. I love you and appreciate and cherish all the work you do for my channel. Yeah, that's what you meant to say. Right, Mark?
Oh wow, here's another that I barely remember anything about. In this one, Kyle gets so fed up with his parents lying to him that he claims they molested him to the police. This works so well to the point where every kid gets their parent arrested, so now they live in a Jimmy Neutron movie-esque society. I enjoy how the perspective shifts here to a new couple exploring the dystopian-like town. Adds to a lot of the jokes to let us see the situation from an outsider's perspective who thinks it's just as crazy as the audience would.
Die.
They killed him.
The bastards.
Honestly, if this episode were more memorable, I could have seen it being the perfect concept for another South Park game, with the town split off into factions, one led by Cartman and the other led by Stan and Kyle. I mean, it's basically the same as the Stick of Truth. Good episode. Again, it's another where I can appreciate all the work put into the visuals. The town design and characters' wardrobe changes look amazing. Can't believe how much of a step up Season 4 has been. Let's see how it ends.
I know this is difficult, but I want you to just look at this child and try to suppress your urges to molest him.
We end on yet another Christmas special starring Mr. Hanky. This time after failing to show up, the boys have to go into the sewers to search for him. I love the introduction to his little family with an alcoholic wife and 3 kids, everyone needing to band together to help spread Christmas cheer throughout the town. It's a very meta episode and it's for sure gotta be one of my favorites of the whole season. They try to get everyone back into the Christmas spirit by making an animated special, where they end up creating the exact same film that Matt and Trey did that later inspired South Park the show.
It's okay, we'll just have his character die in the film.
It's hilarious seeing all the justifications for how shitty and inconsistent it came out. Having Stan voice Cartman to explain why they sound more similar in the short. I can imagine a lot of this was very cathartic for him, to vent how troubled its production was, back when they did stop motion.
Kids, that cartoon was fabulous. How would you like to have your own show and make 100 more of them?
Are you kidding? I think we'd rather stab ourselves in the head, yeah.
Also, that's not to mention the amazing Circle of Pooh song that Mr. Hanky sings his son when he starts to feel worthless. All around, this is a fantastic episode, and way to end what's been such an important season for the show. Season 4 is nothing short of an unequivocal step up from Season 3. The characters are starting to become more consistent, the pacing has seen a significant improvement, and most importantly, it's just way more funny. Let's see if they keep it up. Season 5 begins with the entire town being in a frenzy. Why? Apparently that night on television, they're gonna say the word shit uncensored. Well, I just did it. Apparently this whole idea came from the fact that Comedy Central wouldn't let Matt and Trey put the word shit in the show uncensored, and so to get around it, they decided they were gonna completely saturate the episode, with characters saying it 200 times to be exact. There's even a little fucking counter in the bottom, and therefore by saying it so much, the word loses all its meaning, and Comedy Central just allowed it. Sure, that makes sense. Because of this, it makes looking back on it sorta hard unless you were to know the context of when it came out, that this was so taboo for TV. Again, it's that thing where because the times are constantly changing, and South Park has consistently topped itself in what they can get away with, saying the word shit a bunch seems a little tame by today's standards. That's not to say it's ruined, however. They took what could have been a dated, unfunny idea, and made it still relevant through its commentary on how overusing words can make them lose all their meaning, and therefore make them less funny. Stuff like that helps South Park stand the test of time. Good start to the season.
Yeah, and Kenny didn't die. Whoa. Holy sh... Poop.
Dude, this episode has everything. Timmy, Big Gay Al, and most importantly, new character to the show, Jimmy, who's become so iconic in the series that it's hard to imagine they went a whole 5 seasons without him being a mainstay. This is also part of the short period where Stan's mum Sharon was given lips. Ew. I love Timmy and Jimmy's dynamic, Timmy being annoyed that a new person is getting all the attention, resulting in a big fight during the kids' protest for gays to be allowed in Scouts, and cutting to this giant fucking crowd watching them fight, with a guy asking what's going on only for someone to go, some kind of gay pride rally, always makes me fucking lose it.
All right, boys, break it up.
This is also around the time where they got super meta about the Kenny deaths. You can tell they were running out of ideas and trying to figure out how to keep things interesting. This is an amazing episode, without a doubt one of my favorites. Now, when are we gonna get the Timmy Jimmy Power Hour?
We owe it all to me and these 6 brave little boys. 5 brave little boys.
Okay, I had to go out of my way to look for this one since HBO Max just skips it. Apparently, this aired just fine initially, and only got pulled way later after the show's 200th episode came out, because of their depiction of the Prophet Muhammad. According to Matt and Trey, they were like, why can't we show Muhammad? We did that years ago and nobody cared. And so Comedy Central went back and removed this one too. It's so minor too, he barely plays a part in it, just being one of the super best friends, which consists of all their religious figures being in a superhero group.
I'm not Kyle, I'm Butters. I thought you were Kyle.
No, I'm Stan.
You're Stan? Where's Kenny? Who are you? I'm Kyle.
Guess who I am, you guys?
Really, much more focus is put on David Blaine, who has this magic camp which is very much so not an allegory for Scientology.
Oh my god! They killed Kenny! You bastard!
It's a very good one. I love that David Blaine is such a threat for Jesus that he needs all these other people for help. Going right under the last one.
I want to stay here.
Huh? I thought you wanted to leave.
Oh wait, who am I again?
You're Stan.
Oh yeah. God damn it. Hold on a second.
Here we have quite possibly the most famous South Park episode in the series' history. Scott Tenorman Must Die. Now, as I've said, growing up I never watched the show in order, just whatever was airing that night. So I never saw it as anything special, honestly. But seeing it in the context of where it stood amongst all the previous episodes, I can see how and why it's seen as such a major turning point. This is where Cartman is truly pushed to something beyond a bratty child. From this point on, he's straight up evil. Apparently there was a lot of debate going around in the writers' room with how far they should take this. You know, it could actually be seen as jumping the shark. But surprisingly, I think it works amazingly here. Eric is continuously duped throughout the entire episode. He's such an underdog, with a teenager Scott Tenorman basically stealing his money and making him a laughingstock. Kenny literally dies from laughter.
Oh my god, he killed Kenny!
That you want to see Eric win here. And so because of that, along with it just being a very funny one, I love their Radiohead interview a bunch, that I think taking him to these new heights works. Season 5 is going incredibly strong so far. I just wonder if they're going to further try and top themselves. More Terrence and Phillip. This time the boys find out that the duo have actually split up and are no longer friends, and so to keep a promise to the Earth Day event holders, they've got to figure out a way to get them back together, or else there'll be dire consequences. Like killing Kenny.
Look, Kenny, everything turned out okay.
Oh wait, he doesn't actually die? I guess it doesn't count. I never cared for this episode at all. I like the Behind the Blow documentary, and how meta it is, with the Saturday morning cartoon giving an in-universe reason as to why Terrence and Phillip is sometimes referred to as a cartoon. They even show clips from the movie and talk about the negative reception to the Season 2 premiere. That stuff was all great, but the rest? Not so much. The Earth Day guys are just boring villains we've seen time and time again. They're just one-note bad guys, and it's the first of many times we're going to see their poorly aged stance on global warming. Although I have to wonder, since Terrence and Phillip is often used as an allegory for South Park the show in certain cases, I question if the whole breakup thing might have been paralleling any frustrations between Matt and Trey at the time. They make a lot of comments about how Terrence does all the work and gets all the credit, and needs to learn that he couldn't do it without Phillip. And I don't know, I'm probably just reading into things too much, but it reminded me of how people often say the same thing about Trey and Matt. Oh well, bottom of the list. After trying for so long last season, Cartman has finally achieved his dream of making $1 million. I mean, he gets it because his grandmother dies, but still, this isn't the funniest episode out there, but I absolutely love what's going on between Kyle and Cartman here. He uses his $1 million to buy a theme park, so he can ban everyone from it to avoid all the lines. His little tirade about it has wonderful visuals. While at the same time as this, Kyle starts to get very sick, lamenting that he's begun to question his faith, because if there was a god, why would he let someone like Cartman be rewarded while he's suffering? They tie this in excellently with the story of Job, who had a similar run-in with God about testing his faith. I love Kyle pointing out how cruel that is. I also enjoy how realistically Cartman's plan feels, needing to let more and more people into his park to pay for maintenance or food and security. Again, not the most laugh out loud episode, but I always appreciate the character drama here. Sadly, I don't care for proper condom use very much. Besides the naivety of the kids thinking they can milk dogs and Mr. Mackey, their sex ed teacher not even knowing how to perform the act.
I'm pretty sure I took the penis, and what the hell did I do with that damn thing?
I just don't think the rest of it is anything special. The boys and girls become so confused that they turn on each other as they think they're gonna get STDs. If you don't think the sheer idea of sex and kids saying sexual things funny, then this isn't the episode for you. But as is, it's fine. Okay, so Tarly is pretty much the Jackoposaur one, but done right. It's basically the same idea, centering an entire episode around a purposefully annoying character.
And then I'll go to the lake.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
It's really funny that the boys want no part in this adventure they're sent in, being this big government conspiracy to develop a highly intelligent towel with twists, turns, betrayals, and Kenny falling into lava. Yet all I want here is their Okama game sphere. I mean, can you blame them? It's spherical! Spherical! Oh wait, that's the wrong game sphere. It's even more apparent how much better this concept was done here by the fact that in their attempt to make a character so unlikable, he somehow turned around and became a fan favorite, who's continued to appear throughout the show till this day. His whole gimmick just being that he wants to get high and spouts the same dumb catchphrases, and I love him for it.
And if you don't like Tally, you can buy the I Hate Tally t-shirt. It's 100% cotton.
It's ironic and honestly sort of sad that the character Matt and Trey created to mock how over-merchandised their show has become got so big that he's now one of the most merchandisable characters in the entire franchise. But hey, more money for them, they can't complain.
You're the worst character ever, Tally.
I know.
Here's another which was released at a very particular time, which ages it a lot, but I don't think it makes the episode bad in any way. The whole premise for it was created around the fear that there would be a second attack, being the first episode to air after 9/11. There's nothing all that poignant about it, and it doesn't have the best commentary out there, but it's very funny, and I think that's all it needed to be. It's nice to see that South Park, right after a massive earth-shattering event, would, instead of trying to give their take on it or give some big stance on it, they're simply just saying, hey look, here's Osama bin Laden, he's dumb. He kills Kenny.
Jihad! Jihad!
What's up, Bin Laden?
The first half isn't amazing, but when Bin Laden is introduced, it gets way better, being this giant Looney Tunes parody, which I'm pretty sure at the time was pretty uplifting to see. Thanks, Doug Walker. The concept for this one is just the right amount of dumb. Cartman puts a photo of Kenny with his ass where his face should be on a missing kids section of milk cartons, which attracts a couple who have the same condition who are looking for their missing child. This is also a landmark episode, being the first time we get to see Kyle's hair.
Come on, Kenny.
It's nice to see a bit of humanity in Eric for a change, thinking he's broken a funny fuse since he can't laugh at the people with asses for a fuse, when in reality he just feels bad for him. Although this definitely is nowhere near a top tier episode for me. As a kid I found it hilarious, that was the funniest shit ever. And I do still enjoy the ending where it's revealed their son is Ben Affleck, but I don't know, upon revisiting it, didn't find it anywhere near as funny. It's just the same joke again and again, and it's alright.
Maybe things are finally gonna start getting more sophisticated around here.
Kyle's cousin Kyle is coming to stay with him for a while, which upsets Kyle as Kyle is a shameless Jewish stereotype, needing to find a way to get rid of Kyle. Did you know that Kick Buttowski on Disney XD does this exact same plot? Well, except for all the Jew stuff. But the annoying cousin is even called Kyle. They had to have known about the South Park episode, right?
Concentration is the key to succeeding in my class.
Maybe we'll have to send him to concentration camp. Ah!
Damn it! Cartman!
The Mr. Garrison side plot feels like something right out of the first couple seasons, with him making a transportation machine to rival the airports, with it involving you getting shit shoved up your ass, you jerking off some little hand motion things, and sucking on one too. The airport are wildly incompetent and kill Kenny. This is a very good episode. Cousin Kyle is one of the funniest one-off characters we've seen yet. Now we just need to figure out the mystery behind the dreaded purple-shirted Randy.
1, 2, 3, 4, hit!
It's Token's very first starring episode, and is that a shame because it's one of the weakest. After getting so sick of being made fun of for being rich, he gets a bunch of other rich families to move to town, finding out he doesn't relate to either of them, with Mr. Garrison organizing the other residents into a group that will rile the rich families out of town. The whole joke here is that they keep saying the word rich instead of black, which can be funny, sure, and I like how Kenny is killed off screen like the boys experienced in an episode we never got to see, but among these other great episodes, it's pretty forgettable.
Well, yeah, but at least I got rid of all those damn
Here comes the next big shakeup of the series. Kenny dies. No, like for real this time. He's just in the hospital, slowly dying. I absolutely love this episode. His death is treated so seriously, which perfectly juxtaposes all the other times where he's died and nobody really seems to care. Cartman seemingly trying to find a way to help him, Kyle being upset but still there for his buddy, and Stan completely buckling under his despair and not even wanting to see him. And by the end of the episode, when he finally does build up the courage to be there for his friend...
Hey, Kenny! Did he say anything before he went? He just said, "Where's Stan?"
Did you know that originally, though, Kenny wasn't meant to die? At first, Matt and Trey were planning on killing Kyle off from the show. This was after already planning on having him move away at some point as they felt he was too similar to Stan and wanted an excuse to make Butters a main part of the cast. I'm really glad they decided not to do this in the end. Not only because Kyle would eventually branch off and become way more unique compared to his friend, creating one of the best dynamics in the series with Cartman, but also because killing Kenny off is expandable, if they ever wanted to reverse that decision, which they do. It's as easy as pulling him back in and nobody questioning it, but killing Kyle would have been a permanent decision, and in my opinion would have came off like Life of Brian and Family Guy, just pulling on viewers' heartstrings for the sake of it. Brian, look out. If there's one thing I can say though, it's that South Park somehow finds a way to keep things interesting. Let's see how they handle things without one of the most iconic characters. Title sums it up pretty well. It's an episode all about Butters. He's so innocent, it's perfect. He just wants to go to Bennigan's for his parents' anniversary, but gets roped into his mom and dad's drama, finding out his father experiments at a gay club, which drives his mother into attempting to kill him in a river. The ending where they bring in the people from all these famous cases where it's clear they got away with murder is great too. It's so on the nose.
Some others were looking at me and thinking, "You're a liar! You know something that you're not telling us, you slimy scumbag liar!"
Butters' very own episode won't blow anyone away, but it's a solid end to a season and a sign of things to come for the show.
Coming, Dad!
Everyone knows it's Butters!
That's me!
Season 5 is the best so far, without a doubt. Sure, there are 2 or 3 that I don't look back on very fondly, but a majority of these outclass anything we've seen in the series at this point. And with killing off Kenny and wanting to focus more on some of their secondary characters, it's looking like Season 6 will be their most experimental yet. Now with a title like Jared Has Eats, how could Season 6 possibly be anything short of amazing? This is another one of those South Park episodes. There's at least a few of them in each season. They're episodes I like to call Matt and Trey think that this one particular joke is very, very funny and she'll continue to do nothing but repeat it throughout the entire episode. Needs to be snappier, I'm aware. That's not a negative thing with this one, at least. The entire gag here is that Jared, the old Subway promotional guy, attributes all his success to his aides. You know, his literal aides, like guys who help him with shit. But everyone thinks he's talking about aides. You know, like aides. Every scene with him is telling that same joke under a different scenario. If you don't think that's funny, then you're not gonna like this episode. Thankfully, I think this is really fucking funny.
There he is, beating that dead horse!
The boys' subplot is great too. I love that they keep calling Butters not Kenny, guilting him by saying Kenny would have joined in on their antics, and it parallels the Jared stuff well, with them wanting to emulate his success by getting Butters fat, and trying to make it seem like he lost all his weight by eating City Walk. Okay, and liposuction. All around, great start to the season. Although, the more we go on, the more I feel like we'll start to see this type of formula not bring up such positive results. There's only so many times before we see the boys do something fucked up to Butters only for him to get punished for it before I start to hate our main characters.
Don't you hi, Mom and Dad, us, you little punk!
Oh, Dad, what'd I do?
Didn't mention it last time, but there's a new intro featured here too, mainly to address the lack of Kenny, in which his moment is instead sung by Timmy. I love that they incorporate the original cutout versions of the characters into it too, probably my favorite intro so far. All 4 families are headed to Aspen for the weekend, with the parents constantly being trapped into a long timeshare seminar, and the boys interacting with the locals. It's all one big parody of your average 80s or 90s underdog movies. Stan getting challenged by the expert skier and having to prove himself in a race to win the girl and save the rec center.
You can't let that Tad guy get to you. Screw him, dude. Dude, he's got Heather. You don't even know Heather!
It hits all the right notes perfectly, and the fact that Stan continuously expresses how much he isn't interested in being involved in all this makes it even better. Topped off with an amazing montage song. A song so good that Trey ended up reusing it in their next movie, Team America World Police. That film is amazing, please go watch it. One of the most consistently funny episodes in the entire series. Top of the list.
Hey, Kenny. That's awesome, Kenny. No, gosh darn it, fellas, my name's not Kenny.
To get on a talk show that exploits people with disabilities but gives them a prize at the end to justify it, they attach a pair of balls to Butters' chin and send him off on the talk show circuit. From here, I can see why they got fed up with Butters being part of the main cast, or at the very least regretted killing off Kenny. They bring him up all the time and the formula is consistently about them guilting him about Kenny's death so they can torture him in some way. This probably would have gotten pretty repetitive if they kept it up for a full season, but we'll get there when we get there. The episode itself is still pretty good though, although probably my least favorite of the 3 so far. It's mainly visual gags of outlandish abnormalities, although I think it makes up for it by just being a good commentary on the exploitative nature of these talk shows. Here's another that rarely aired when I was growing up. Fun with Veal. I like how they bring back Stan's more sympathetic side. It's been a running theme in a couple of these that he cares about animals a lot, and here's no different. After realizing that Veal is baby cows, the kids break and enter into the slaughterhouse to steal and protect them.
Barricaded themselves inside a room with 23 live infant cattle.
Hey, look, some other kids are doing the same thing we are.
A majority of this thing takes place in Stan's room, the boys locking themselves in and all the parents trying to get them out. It's not the most funny or entertaining episode out there, but I enjoy the battle of will between the kids and the parents. Yeah, it makes the whole thing work in my opinion. You know, it's nice seeing how deep water they're getting themselves into for the sake of their own beliefs. Bottom of the list, but much like season 5, bottom doesn't mean bad. It just means least good. It's finally here! The long-awaited trailer to the Terrence and Phillip Asses of Fire sequel is airing tonight during the Russell Crowe show, and anybody who's anybody is gonna be watching it. This has gotta be one of the most frustrating episodes of any TV show I've ever seen. Everything goes wrong in this night at every place they try to watch it at. Stan's house, Kyle's, the old folks' home, Cartman's. It's obviously intentionally like that. The entire thing is structured in a very meta way, where the whole thing is going on in real time. The commercials they watch are the ones that we see on the TV IRL, which has made it so rewatching it on streaming has ruined some of the charm, but at least Russell Crowe is here to make up for it. After some research, I realized that the creators of South Park don't really have anything against Russell Crowe, but if you watched this, you'd sure as hell think so, because so much of this thing is his fictional in-universe TV show, where the whole gimmick is that he sings poorly and fights around the world. It's a little frustrating, which is clearly by intention, but I still really enjoy this episode, especially the ending where throughout the entire thing Butters keeps saying they can't watch it at his house, only to realize by the end that it's just because his parents weren't home, and the trailer was so perfectly shitty that it tied everything together wonderfully.
Oh, Jesus! Wait! What? I never gave Shelly her tampons. She's been this whole time without them.
It lasted way shorter than I thought it did, 6 episodes, but the boys are finally done with Butters and are firing him as their 4th friend. Jesus, this part of the show's history felt way longer when I was just watching whenever random episodes came on the TV, damn. But with one end starts a new beginning. It's the rise of Professor Chaos. Butters is sick of being so sweet and innocent, and so creates an alter ego to wreak havoc on the world. His whole introduction scene has some great visuals. The lighting and composition is done very well. On top of it just being a good direction to take the character, makes him a little more interesting than just their resident punching bag. Stan, Kyle, and Eric also have a really funny side plot, where they have this bachelor-esque contest to see who's gonna fill Kenny's place. I love how important they think their group is, and it's fun getting to see some old characters make reappearances again, like Luigi, Damien, and who could forget fan favorite Dog Poo. It's pretty great how, despite being such an episodic show, just how much they're able to keep things interesting with the ways they shake up the status quo. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, I'm almost positive they just kept changing their minds on what they wanted to do with the series, but in retrospect it makes the whole world feel like it's constantly evolving. I love it. One of the best episodes so far, and that's not even the end of it, concluding on a massive cliffhanger that'll shake up the show forever. Will Professor Chaos destroy the Earth? Who will the boys' new permanent friend be? And which of these 6 mainstay characters will be permanently killed off the show?
The answer to those questions will be answered right now. No, Tweak, Miss Chokes on Dick.
Apparently around this time, Matt and Trey were getting very sick of coming up with episode plots that weren't already done in The Simpsons, and so instead they made a plot that revolves around the fact that Professor Chaos can't come up with any evil plans that weren't already done in The Simpsons. Perfect workaround. Dude, it was so jarring hearing Butters say there were only 130 episodes of The Simpsons, given the over 700 we're at now. Jesus Christ.
Simpsons did it! Simpsons did it! Ah! Don't have a cow, man!
Oh, sweet Jesus!
This fits together even more perfectly with the B story, considering it's also a story the Simpsons have done before, which Butters even calls out. They build off the previous episode, explaining how Miss Chokes on Dick died and was written off the show, being because the boys put some seaman in her coffee. Tweak being the 4th member isn't actually as bad as you think it would be, given how random of a choice it initially appears to be. But it does fall into a lot of the same jokes they did with Butters, just guilting him and his unwillingness to join in on their stunts. But, you know, given his stronger personality, it means that he's at the very least able to fight back against them a little more and call them out in their bullshit. Another classic episode. If they keep things up, we might just be looking at the best season of the whole show as of now. Here's an entire episode about the allegations of Catholic priests kids. Fun.
Hello there, children.
Chef, what would a priest want to stick up my butt?
Goodbye.
I love how this diverts into the dumbest possible storyline, with Cartman and Kyle having a bet over whether or not you can eat with your ass and have shit come out your mouth. 2 very tonally different plots going on here. Ironically, I much prefer that dumbass story over the priest stuff. The whole joke is that Father Maxie is the only one not kids and nobody wants to change the laws. That's it. It's a funny joke and all, the fucking aliens and giant spider is not where I was expecting them to go with it, but it's still just the same gag again and again.
Very well. Here we go.
This is probably the weakest episode so far, but again, still not bad. Got a lot of good stuff in here. I guess I just never cared for Father Maxie as a character all too much. The boys form a club that aims to help save films from their own directors, clearly being a commentary on the Star Wars special editions and E.T. replacing guns with walkie-talkies. There's even a whole part that goes back to the pilot, showing us how it's going to be reanimated and given new additions.
For instance, in the scene at the bus stop, we always meant to have Imperial walkers and giant dewback lizards in the background, but simply couldn't afford it.
Very ironic considering I've been watching all these seasons on their 2016 remasters, but oh well. If there's one thing, at least they didn't fucking fix anything with them. All the dumbass animation errors are still present. I don't know who Hat is and why people want him freed so badly, so a lot of that stuff is lost on me, but all the movie shit is great. Having to go to George Lucas's mansion to steal Ill edition of Raiders of the Lost Ark to prevent them from changing it. Everyone starts noticing that Bebe has started going through puberty, which destroys their fragile little minds and utterly confuses them.
That just seems like a really awesome shirt. Yeah, it kinda does.
It's great seeing all the boys in town at odds with each other, trying to get Bebe's attention over the others and becoming like cavemen. In a season as amazing as this, it sort of falls to the west side in favor of the much better ones, but it's still very good. The ending with Wendy is great. There's a lot of reports on the news about child abduction, which has seriously started to stress out Tweak, and that's saying something. Upon realizing that their kids aren't even safe from themselves, all the parents in town decide to abandon their kids and enlist the City Walk guy to keep everyone out of town with a great wall.
standing out here yelling rabble, rabble, rabble isn't going to help anything.
But we don't know what else to do, Mayor!
The idea of the kids fending for themselves was already done in that molesting episode not too long ago, but I think it's actually done better here. I love the City Walk guy's Wile E. Coyote hijinks with the Mongolians, and the whole Ghost of Human Kindness segment is great.
So do you think you can learn to trust people now?
I'll try.
Then why don't you get into the back of my van and I'll drive you home?
Really fun episode about child abduction, and contrary to the title. They fit in so much here and it all works. The show has pretty consistently been hitting us with banger after banger. Wonder how long this'll last before we see our first dip. The boys have won a contest for a candy shopping spree, but there's just one issue. The winning ticket was last seen with Kenny. Being dead for a season and they're still finding ways to bring him into these plots. Honestly though, I really love this one. Not only does it set up some stuff that's going to be carried throughout the rest of the season, with Cartman unknowingly drinking Kenny's ashes thinking it was chocolate milk mix, causing Kenny's soul to possess him. I'm telling you, they must have really regret killing him off at this point, because from here on out, he's practically back.
You know, maybe we're not seeing heaven because one of us is a J-O-O.
What does me being a Jew have to do with anything?
It's a genuinely really sweet story if it weren't wrapped in their usual cynicism. The boys building a ladder to heaven to see Kenny and everyone around the world being touched by it, not knowing that it's for their own selfish gain. It's hilarious. Ladder to Heaven is one of the best so far. I know I'm saying that a lot, but they seriously do just keep topping themselves. It's amazing. Everyone's different reaction to the boys, and then the Japanese trying to race them for it, even ending on a reference to the episode where Saddam was sent up to heaven at the end. I think this is one of the most consistently funny so far. Fuck's sake, did the title really need to be that long? I can only fit so many words on that transition screen. In a big Lord of the Rings parody, which would also later partially inspire the Stick of Truth video game, the kids are tasked with returning a tape to the video store, not being aware that it contains the greatest porno ever made. I was eating pizza while watching this one, so I didn't get to type much. Hey, what did you think?
Daft Pina.
Hey, I'm Daft Pina, and Mark asked me to talk about South Park Season 6, Episode 13, called The Return of the Fellowship of the Ring to the Two Towers. The episode is quintessential to the series, as said by Trey Parker and Matt Stone, citing it's one of their favorite episodes. So much so, it actually ended up on the 2006 compilation DVD, South Park The Hits. The episode has the boys go on epic quest to return Stan's Fellowship of the Ring VHS while fighting off 6th graders. However, Stan's parents Randy and Sharon accidentally switched the tapes to their porno, Backdoor Sluts 9, to which they had to retrieve it back before any of the kids watch it, all while Butters, who had seen the film, follows the boys on their journey. This episode is actually based on Trey's childhood, as a boy from his neighborhood invited every kid to watch a porno their parents had. They really didn't know what was going on and kinda just laughed at it. In fact, Conifer, the town reference in this episode, is actually the hometown of Trey Parker. The episode's MacGuffin will later be seen in South Park Stick of Truth as a junk item, as well as a reference in Family Guy Season 14, Episode 5.
Backdoor Sluts 4. I haven't seen the first 3, I wouldn't know what's going on.
The release of this episode is timely, as only a month after its November 2002 airing, with the sequel, The Two Towers, released in theaters. On the DVD audio commentary Season 6, Trey and Matt would have this to say about the episode.
This is to us like if we could make every South Park episode this good, we'd be really psyched, because this is the quintessential, you know, the boys with their little fantasy and treating everything, you know, like it's Dungeons and Dragons shit.
Yeah. Butt attack. I can shield us from the dragon's fire. Good job, wizard.
Fantastic. I mainly remember this one for being the introduction to Mr. Slave and Lemmy-Winks, but other than that, you know, it's alright. Mr. Garrison decides to purposefully try and get fired for being gay, so that he can sue the school for millions, with nobody wanting to call him out on this and instead sending the boys off to an intolerance camp.
And we won't belittle you for eating lots of cookies and cakes and pies.
Dude, tolerance kicks ass.
That's our Cartman.
It's in other words just kind of the same thing over and over, him progressively doing more and more stereotypically gay things. I mostly just enjoy the other stuff like the Tolerance Museum or Lemmy-Wink's amazing adventure to get out of Mr. Slave. That sure was a highlight.
Here we try to educate you on the dynamics of racism and prejudice in America.
Oh yeah, Mr. Garrison is also back as the new 4th grade teacher. Good way to get everything back to basics. Building right off Ladder to Heaven, Chef has to take Cartman to his parents in Scotland to do an exorcism to remove Kenny's soul from his body.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Cartman?
No, that's Kenny. What the hell are you assholes doing here?
That's Cartman.
Stan and Kyle end up getting sidetracked with John Edwards, who claims they can speak to people beyond the grave. The parody of him they do is spot on, with Stan trying to prove him as the biggest douche in the universe for scamming people in such an emotional state. Speaking of parody, how could I not mention all the Rob Schneider trailers that perfectly encapsulate movie trailers and stories from the early 2000s? Not much else to say other than this is an incredibly funny episode. Going near the top. As a kid, this was one of my absolute favorite episodes in the whole show, and I'm glad to see I enjoyed it just as much. Supposedly, Stan's future self has traveled back in time and is a complete deadbeat. I really enjoy these types of stories. The Future Self and Me song is great, and I love where they go with it, finding out Butters has been living with his future self for like 4 months. They later find out this is nothing more than a trick by their parents to scare them from alcohol and drugs, and so they plan to get their revenge. Stan and Butters team-ups are a rare occurrence. We even get to see his reaction to Professor Chaos.
Now you know my terrible secret!
You're gay?
Love it, top of the list. Finale is another Christmas special. Kyle's cousin Kyle informs Eric how he's gonna be for sure on the naughty list, and so he decides that the only way to get on the nice list is to bring Christmas to the Middle East. Everyone is here. Mr. Hanky, the Underpants Gnomes, Santa, Jesus, they're all gonna help on this epic journey.
Sure gave him one hell of a fight, huh?
We sure did, Jesus.
Look.
Dude, this is pretty f***ed up right here.
But he said the thing! Honestly, I never really cared for this one. It's funny to see how badly their plan backfires with Santa being shot down and kidnapped by terrorists. And there's some cool action with Jesus and all, but that's about it. I don't find it all that funny, and we've seen so much terrorist stuff and they've mentioned it so much the past 2 seasons that I'm a little burnt out on it. I'm a little burnt out on terrorism, there's a quote for you. Still though, this, for some reason, marks the return of Kenny. Just how did they bring him back?
Well, all in all, I have to say this was a pretty special Christmas.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh, hey, Kenny.
Dude, where have you been?
I was completely right in my assumption that this would be the most experimental season yet, and that wasn't a bad thing. I'm glad they didn't stick with Butters the entire time and instead allowed him to branch off into something more unique, and built their episodes either around the other kids like Tweak, or through finding different ways to still feature Kenny. It's weird to think that the one season where Kenny is dead throughout the entire thing gives him the most attention we've ever seen. Best season yet. Season 7 begins eerily familiar.
No, it was just a dream. My mom said so. Visitors are real.
Wait a minute. This has all happened before.
Yeah.
Things immediately begin to divert though, when the boys realize that they're living through a repeat, and upon finding the exact same satellite up Cartman's ass, they go up to space and find out that Earth is nothing more than a 24/7 reality show watched by aliens all across the universe. Worst of all, they've just been cancelled, and I've got to convince the producers to pick them up for another season or else the world will be blown up.
Yeah, a show should never go past 100 episodes or else it starts to get stale with ridiculously stupid plot lines and settings.
In spite of this joke, this one is amazing. Not only shows how funny the writers can be after 7 seasons, but also how creative they can still remain. The visuals here are great, from the alien designs to the city they inhabit. One of the greatest episodes in all of South Park. Jimmy and Timmy are suddenly best friends, and they want to start up a club specifically for people who were given an impairment from birth rather than later in their life, such as Christopher Reeves, who's been using stem cell research to become an all-powerful god. Things take a turn when they end up joining a group called the Crips, and have to figure out a way to bring them and their rivals, the Bloods, together. I love how innocent they are throughout all this, not knowing the severity of the situation they're in, trying to help them bond through a lock-in at the rec center, and the fact that the boys want no part in this controversial adventure is the cherry on top.
I'm so glad we stayed out of that one.
Me too.
I'd still say Cancelled is much more memorable, but this one is definitely worth checking out too. It's hilarious. The kids decide they're going to get revenge on their art teacher for giving them detention by throwing toilet paper all over her house, which leads to Kyle becoming riddled with guilt and Eric having to try and keep him silent. I always have a soft spot for these episodes of the boys just being boys and blowing minor shit out of proportion, which we seem to be getting less and less as we go on, so this is a nice change of pace.
Ow! What the hell are you doing, Cartman? I'm kidding you.
It has some of the best interactions between Cartman and Kyle here, eventually trying to take him out and in the end winds up snitching on his friends to get a better deal like an asshole. Not sure if many would agree, but this is probably one of my favorite episodes so far. Definitely in the top 20 at least. It's got the Hannibal Lecter getting his breakdown of Officer Barbrady, all Kyle's nightmares, and overall it's just a very charming how seriously such a low-stakes situation is treated. It's the big 100 episode special. It sucks.
Tom Stoutzel, HBC News. Can you tell me why you kids marched out of school today?
War?
Because of the war in Iraq around the time this aired, we have their big commentary on the division between people who are for and against war. Everything with the kids and their report and the Founding Fathers is great. I like Cartman trying to trigger a flashback to get out of doing the work, and Kyle and Stan not giving a shit.
Oh, gee, I wonder what it used to be like in the year 1776.
But all the stuff with the parents doesn't interest me. I get the joke and it turning into some big thing about country and rock music representing both sides, but I just don't think it's all that funny. Especially the ending just evolving into a song that solves everything. It's one of their worst songs for sure. Both parts of it work separately, but the awkward way it switches between them ruins it. Bottom of the list, never liked it aside from a couple solid jokes.
For the war, against the war, who cares? 100 episodes.
Cartman draws a girl on his hand and calls her Jennifer Lopez, which everybody starts to like more than the real Miss Lopez, because she's a huge bitch. His impression is great.
Miss Lopez, would you like to give Kyle a kiss?
Oh, sí, my kisses taste like tacos.
I liked it to leave it up to the last possible second to show whether or not his hand has a mind of its own, wondering whether or not he'd be willing to put himself at the risk of death for the sake of a joke. Honestly, that impression really is the highlight though. Beyond that and the dumb concept of no one outside of Kyle and Stan questioning the fact that it's just Eric's hand, it's just alright. Probably will end up around the middle of the list though. The ending really does tie everything together though, I have to admit.
Alright, I guess it's possible. I got you kinda.
Here we have another classic. Damn, they sure were on their shit this season. This time they've started a detective agency, and slowly start to work their way up to being on the real police force. They take this role so seriously, it's hilarious, warping every scenario to be as fucked up as possible, like assuming that a pie that was eaten as a result of the lady's husband plotting her murder and requesting a semen sample from Butters.
Ow! Ow! It's not working.
It's another one of those episodes where things continue to escalate to an outlandish degree, having to put a stop to a meth lab and a big crime syndicate with nothing more than their finger guns. As far as those ones go, it's probably one of the funniest. They play all the generic cop cards right, with the police chief getting more and more pissed at them for unintentionally causing millions of dollars worth of property damage, but is still happy with them getting results. Wonder how long until this winning streak ends. It ended. Here it is, the mandatory episode in every single adult comedy. The one where the parents go to a Native American casino and lose all their money. Love to see it. Seriously though, I don't care for this one at all. Aside from a few jokes such as them winning all the money they need and immediately betting it again, I just don't like the plot. Falling into one of those giant capitalist organization wants to tear down the town stories.
You just don't understand the fine points of gambling. You're never supposed to stop when you're on a winning streak.
A winning streak? You played one game!
Stan, okay?
By the time it gets into them having a standoff and paralleling historical events with the Native Americans giving South Park blankets that make them sick, I just stopped caring. It's not all that funny or interesting to me. Although, that is not to mention the best character in the series. Who could forget Alex Glick, who won a contest to be a guest voice in the show. Sorry you were in such a forgettable episode.
Dude, who the hell are you?
Alex Glick? I got to come on and do the guest voice thingy?
What?
On the complete opposite side of the Big Gay Al episode, it seems that everyone in South Park, including the adults, are gay. I love all the new designs they have, especially Cartman's hair. It's too accurate.
Yeah, I think it's great that gays are finally being so accepted.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
It's like Big Gay Al mixed with Chimpokemon, Kyle being the only one left out and having to get to the bottom of what's going on, where it's revealed that the folks turning South Park gay is crab people, of course. I mostly like it for seeing all the adults act so flamboyantly. It's really not the funniest episode out there, but still very good. Will probably end up just being above the middle of the list. Also, I don't think I've mentioned it before, but Mr. Head is gone now, and Mr. Sleeve from the Tolerance episode is his permanent replacement for the next while. Get used to it. Thankfully though, Christian Rockhard is amazing. Eric makes a bet with Stan, Kyle, and Kenny to see who can make a platinum album first, with Eric wanting to do so by exploiting Christians from a rock album all about Jesus. Kyle and gang end up getting sidetracked though, by learning all about music parody and how much it hurts the billionaire musicians by forcing them to live a horrible life of only semi-luxury. Also, here's the introduction of our new police officer, who's going to end up phasing out I left a space after out Officer Barbrady. Not a huge loss in my opinion.
Sir?
Shut up!
All Cartman's songs for his album are perfect, simply taking existing music and replacing words like baby with Jesus. These episodes of Cartman trying to best his friends always wind up being some of the strongest. Christian Rockhard for sure earns a spot near the top of the list.
Whenever I see Jesus up on that cross, I can't help but think that it looks kinda hot.
South Park has been hit with an epidemic of elderly drivers. Yeah, this is one of their episodes about an issue that really doesn't seem like that huge of a deal, but as long as it's funny, it's all that matters. Unfortunately, I don't think it succeeds very much at that either. Old people are old, forgetful, and like zombies. That's really the only joke, and they tell it on repeat throughout the entire thing. I've never seen Red Dawn, and so the ending parody is lost on me.
I'll drive. That's our grandpa.
Dude, I hate my family.
Every now and then they get a good joke in, but I can't help but see it as fairly weak, especially compared to a lot of the other episodes in what's otherwise an incredibly strong season. Maybe that's why it seems so much worse in comparison. Also, I'm realizing with all the near-death experiences that get put in here, I'm shocked they never ceased the opportunity to kill Kenny. They haven't done that in ages, and honestly, it's hard to make him feel like a background character. At least he's still here though, we'll see well later on how much they forget about him. It's quite sad, honestly. Still though, this one is sort of whatever. It's Kyle's birthday, and he's allowed to invite 3 friends to Casa Bonita: Stan, Kenny, and Butters. And so Cartman has to find out a way to get rid of Butters so he can go instead. Did you know that Casa Bonita is actually a real place in Colorado, where because of COVID it ended up being shut down, only for Matt and Trey, the Chads, to swoop in and buy it, now becoming the new owners. Cool. In my mind, I always associate this one with Scott Tenorman and how awful Eric can get. But at least there he was the underdog. He's just an unredeemable prick here, and it's great. They've pushed his selfishness to the ultimate degree, convincing Butters it's the apocalypse and hiding him in a bomb shelter. It's also one of the rare times where he's caught and is punished for the acts he commits. Jeez, Casa Bonita sure must be the greatest place on Earth to warrant all this. I guess I'll have to fly over and check it out when it opens again. There's a future video. Coincidentally, the same day I watched for this episode, I had just gotten back from watching the Book of Mormon, Matt, Trey, and Robert Lopez's musical about Mormons. They've been very clear over the years this is a subject they deeply care about. I can see why, too. They evidently get a lot of comedic mileage out of Mormonism, because this is one of their greatest episodes ever. All the kids in South Park hate the new kid, Gary. Why? He's just too darn nice. So nice that Stan gets roped into meeting his family and learns about their religion.
What happened? I'm going over to his house for dinner tonight. What?
It's hilarious that their way of mocking their religion is by simply stating a condensed version of what actually happened and letting it speak for itself, although they do chime in occasionally.
Really? That sounds kind of...
Dum 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 dum.
It's true.
Despite all this, how much they clearly make fun of Mormons, the ending is really nice, showing how whether or not it's fake doesn't matter, because as long as it promotes being a good person, then it's all he cares about. Not the funniest episode, but it's quite possibly the most charming, going near the top. It's time for South Park to give their take on smoking.
Yeah, because if you don't smoke, you can grow up to be just like us!
Again, whether or not you agree, I always thought it was refreshing to see a take on the subject that isn't just smoking bad, and instead is more akin to let people do whatever the fuck they want. Their whole method of doing this revolves around making fun of anti-smoking advocate Rob Reiner, their argument being, you have no reason to talk about health because you're rich and fat. Which may seem pretty juvenile, but then I have to ask if you're aware what show you're watching. I kind of fall off once they start trying to kill Cartman, but it picks up again with the ending. Kyle calling out how formulaic this all is, which I'm curious if this is their way of saying that things are about to change. I think this is the end of the I learned something today endings, and honestly, I'm happy for it. See what I mean? They're always keeping you on your toes.
Well, I guess we learned our lesson.
No, we didn't, dude. No, we didn't.
Reasons is one of my favorite episodes in all of South Park. I anticipate it being at the very least in the top 10 by the end of this. Wendy breaks up with Stan, which is fair honestly, we haven't seen her in ages, which sends him on a depressive spiral of not seeing the point in life anymore. All his friends trying to cheer him up by taking him to Raisins, where Butters falls in love with a girl not realizing it's her job to take an interest in him. Really, I don't want to talk about it too much because I'd highly recommend you check it out yourself. All I'll say is that it probably has the best character drama out of any episode so far. Stan eventually joining the goth kids and wallowing in his sorrow instead of learning to process and cope with his heartbreak. And the way it connects with Butters' whole storyline by the end, just perfect.
Well, thanks for offering to let me in your clique, guys. But to be honest, I'd rather be a crying little pussy than a faggy goth kid. We'll see you, Stan.
There's so much I could say about this episode that I thought I'd let my friend Lee come in and talk about it, as it's one of her favorites too. Take it away.
Raisins is by far my favorite episode. I find this episode so relatable since I've also dealt with heartbreak and have been bedridden, and I've had friends help me so much through it, and it feels hard. The episode starts off with Stan getting broken up with while being with his friends. With this, Stan immediately feels heartbreak. Kyle and his friends come to check on him and do their best to make him feel better by taking him to Raisins. Stan ends up leaving and Butters falls head over heels in love with one of the Raisins girls, Lexus. Stan, unable to process the heartbreak, joins the goth kids to cope with the pain. Kyle tries to convince Stan that he is loved by friends and family and that he needs actual support. Butters ends up being heartbroken after he finds out that Lexus was never interested in him. Butters handles the breakup by feeling the sadness and knowing that it's okay to hurt. It finally convinces Stan to move on. I think this episode was really well paced and made its point spot on.
Season finale is yet another Christmas episode. This time the boys are headed off to Canada for the holidays to retrieve Ike, who's been taken back home by his real parents. I like all the little journeys that the three boys go on here. Again, Kenny's pretty much just a prop at this point.
I said go!
Oh wow, they did something with him. But Kyle is trying to get Ike back. Eric swears he's gonna kick his ass if they don't get back in time for Christmas, and Stan is pissed off that they missed out on an epic Christmas adventure, not realizing that he just had one. I was also happy to see Scott again, and I'm not gonna question Saddam Hussein being the villain, considering he's been, dead the past 4 seasons, oh well. Not the best, but it stands out a bunch due to us finally getting to see Canada for once, and it's as magical as I could have ever imagined. Filled with kooky characters and a big Wizard of Oz parody. Pretty good compared to the other Christmas specials.
We're having it out! Let's go! Come on! Come on!
I know I keep saying this, but it's true. Season 7 is the best yet. This is without a doubt the era which I'd consider the golden age of South Park. Although a lot of folks have different views on when that ends, so I guess we'll see when we see. But almost all these episodes are some of the best the series has to offer. Is Season 8 gonna keep this up and blah 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 blah? When it was Christmas time, I always got the South Park annuals, and I vividly remember one having this entire episode condensed into a comic book. Before I saw it on the TV, and it blew my mind when I finally catched it one day. I would just sit with the comic book in my hand and look at the TV like, what? This is the same fucking thing! Much like the Pokemon one, they're doing a big anime parody here. Except here they're spoofing action shows, with the boys all buying weapons at the fair, and imagining themselves inside their own ultra cool anime. Despite them still going with the rough cutout animation, it's commendable how much they commit to the style here. Although, admittedly, the backgrounds look pretty shitty and rasterized. This is for sure one of their strongest premieres yet. The absurdity of the situation is brilliant, trying to figure out how to take care of Butters without letting anyone know they were playing with weapons, torturing the poor kid. And the song during the epic fight they have with Craig and friends is perfect. I also love the ending where everyone is much more upset about Eric's public nudity rather than the boys playing with weapons. If this is a sign of what's to come, it looks like South Park may just top themselves yet again. Have any of you seen the movie The Ringer starring Johnny Knoxville? So take that movie, but replace Jeffy with Cartman and remove any of his good nature.
Sweetie, what is your condition?
How should I know? I'm retarded.
I don't care for the Jimmy stuff as much. Him taking steroids to beat everyone in the Special Olympics follows a fairly predictable arc, and the only real joke is that it's all taking place in the Special Olympics. The Cartman stuff more than makes up for it, though. Again, they keep pushing the limit for how horrible he can get, and it's great. Although I could imagine a lot of folks not being able to get past the premise. Apparently there was some controversy upon its premiere. Not with the fucked up concept, but instead because of people pointing out its similarities to that movie, since it only came out 1 year later, and was probably in production around the same time this episode came out. To where Matt and Trey just straight up said they didn't even think the idea was good enough for a 22-minute cartoon, never mind a movie. Damn. Putting it under the anime one, but it's still really good. In every episode of Season 8 so far, Cartman has brought up Mel Gibson's new movie The Passion as a way to mock Kyle for being Jewish, and today marks the final straw. He's finally gonna go and check it out, to which his entire view on Judaism becomes warped, and he starts to feel immense guilt over it. I'm surprised they managed to fit in something for all the boys here, Eric starting up his own cult to wipe the world of all the Jews, and Stan and Kenny seeing the film as nothing more than torture porn, traveling all the way to Mel Gibson to get their money back.
This is about being able to hold bad filmmakers responsible. This is just like when we got our money back for basketball.
Good Times with Weapons is more creative, but I find this one much funnier. Stan and Eric arguing over the phone, not realizing who's on the other end, Kyle's nightmare, and of course Mel Gibson just being completely insane. Love this one. It's going at the bottom of the list so far, but it's still, again, really, really good.
I feel so much better about being Jewish now that I see that Mel Gibson is just a big wacko douche.
In a much lower stakes endeavor, the boys all get served by a group of dancers, meaning Stan has got to get a dance crew together to fuck them right back in the ass. There's not a whole bunch to say here, but that's not a bad thing. I actually think this is the second best as of now. It's just really, really funny. Randy teaching his son how to dance, the fucking duck, and Butter's whole backstory, where his tap dancing killed a bunch of people and you think he's gonna end up redeeming himself, but no, the whole traumatizing event just happens all over again. I always liked this one as a kid for some reason, so maybe my bias plays a part in this. So it may end up going lower during the final ranking, but still another great one. Dude, fucking Osmo's in this season too? They sure were on their A game, weren't they?
I'm not sure. Actually, Eric is still supposed to be grounded for trying to exterminate the Jews 2 weeks ago.
Seriously, what the fuck? I did not remember the continuity being so strong in this show. Also, this doesn't really have much to do with the episode specifically, but every season or so, the ending of the intro has changed to reflect the new characters involved. But over where the goth kids are standing, who is this one at the forefront? I don't think they've ever been in an episode before. The fourth member has always been the little preschooler one. Looks like a DeviantArt OC. Anyways, Osmo sees Eric disguising himself as a robot and heading to Buttersize, pretending to be his personal robot so that he can hear all his secrets and use it against him. But he's gonna learn that being a robot isn't so easy. Getting sent off to Hollywood and becoming the target of the government who sees his amazing movie-making ideas.
Adam Sandler is like in love with some girl, but then it turns out that the girl is actually a golden retriever or something.
No! Perfect!
It's amazing how quickly this plan backfires. Learning that Butters has an embarrassing video of him, and so he knows he can't drop the act in fear of him releasing the tape and needing to find it. As far as Cartman episodes go, I much prefer Osmo over Scott Tenorman, which is already brilliant. Yet another at the top of the list. A brand new family has moved to South Park. Michael Jefferson.
I think you're awesome too, Cartman.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Honestly, given how popular it was to do around the year this episode came out, I was shocked to see them not keep making that child molestation joke, instead being more focused on his kid and the fact that he wasn't exactly ready to have a child. Feel really bad for Blanket, although part of that might have to do with his theme they play it every time he's on screen. I first watched this episode when I was really young, and hadn't seen the movie before, so I didn't know that this was supposed to be Kenny disguising himself as him by the end. I had no clue who this was.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Alright, dude, get in his bed.
Alright, but you guys owe me for this.
Dude, whatever, at least you finally get to do something.
He can fly, he can fly.
Ah, stop!
This episode is great, especially all the stuff with the police being stricken with guilt that they would try to arrest a wealthy white man assuming he was black. Might be lost on some folks now considering Michael Jackson has been dead for 15 years, Jesus Christ. But I still think it holds up well, avoiding all the recent stuff around that time and instead being a story about a kid who's neglected by his dad. It just so happens that the dad is Michael Jackson. Love this one. Damn, we were going so well. Goobacks? Not a fan. Okay, so remember in Season 3 we had the terrible Jack Officer episode? Well, this pretty much is the same idea, although it goes in a different direction at the very least. It's all one big commentary on jobs becoming so scarce with immigrants from the future coming back to take them all for cheap. Very subtle.
They take your job! They take your job! They take your job!
I can't really pinpoint exactly why I don't care for this one so much, I just never find the idea all that funny. Stan's parents getting upset at him for being a time cyst? Yeah, that's the best you can come up with. It's definitely an improvement from the Jack Officer episode, being that it isn't completely terrible, but it's still at the bottom of the list. Thankfully, douche and turd more than makes up for the lackluster previous episode, with there being a big election for the next school mascot, a giant douche and a turd sandwich, with Stan being pressured and therefore ostracized for not wanting to vote.
Chastasius, let him go. He won't survive a fortnight in the wilderness.
This motherfucker just said Fortnite? See, obviously this is a big commentary on the election going on at the time. It aired like right before it. But it works here because even when Kid Me had none of the context, it still held on its own as the plot is self-contained, to something only going on in South Park and not real life. It's just an episode about voting, which isn't going to be lost at all over time. And even aside from that stuff, it's just much funnier with Puff Daddy's Vote or Die song and Kyle desperately wanting Stan to vote, only to get pissy when he doesn't vote for his guy and his whole banishment in general. The stuff with PETA isn't as interesting, partially due to the fact that by this point making fun of PETA isn't all that biting, but it doesn't take away from anything, it's still a very good one. Another gentrification episode. This time a brand new wall, 2 L's, Mart opens up in South Park, running every other small store in town out of business with all their outstanding deals.
Very well, Kenny. Let us batter! No, Kenny, knock it off!
It turning out to be some omnipotent force is a neat idea and all, but I just don't really find the concept all too funny. Seems like such a nothing thing to try and make a big point about. I only really like the ending with everyone holding hands and singing Kumbaya, and Cartman's obvious betrayal, but that's about it. Probably gonna end up second to bottom, right above Goobex. It's been 5 years, but Trent Boyette is finally being let out of juvenile hall, who the boys blamed for burning down their preschool and severely injuring their teacher. They do an excellent job here at building the tension. The scene of Butters being locked outside with him genuinely freaked me out as a kid. He has such a threatening presence. I also love that he laments about not getting to go on all the adventures that we've seen throughout the show.
Don't tell me that. I heard about the things you've done. But there were no magical Christmas adventures with talking poo for me. I didn't get to fight a huge mechanized Barbra Streisand like you did.
It goes off in so many directions and they're all hilarious. Trying to get a picture of Stan's mom's boobs for protection from the 6th graders, and their preschool teacher's battery running out in the street with everyone thinking she's just a stuck-up bitch ignoring them. Dude, Season 8 has been home run after home run aside from 1 or 2 here and there.
Dude, when he gets out, he's gonna be really mad.
Whatever, that's like 5 years from now.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, woohoo, we did it!
Some of the students in 4th grade have started their own super school news station, but it's being killed in the ratings by Craig's show, animals close up with a wide-angle lens. And so now it's their mission to grab the attention of the viewers to avoid being cancelled, where they resort to lying and taking cough medicine for ideas. Their trip has some great visuals, and it even lends itself excellently to the ending, where they realize that Craig's show is only so popular because every kid is high on cough medicine. It's another where I'm happy to see a much more simple plot about the kids at school. Not only has Season 8 had so many amazing episodes so far, but they've also had a great variety of subjects, wonderfully balancing regular school stuff with their political commentary and topical subjects, which is even more surprising considering this was around the time when their movie Team America was wrapping up post-production, where they claimed they had officially run out of ideas. Quest for ratings will probably end up around the middle of the list, but just about everything on this list is worth checking out. Alright, this episode is all about Perez Hilton and how awful of a role model she is to women. So, should probably find a woman who can give their take on it for me. Don't know any women. Oh, wait a second! Lee, could you come back, please?
Stupid Spoiled Whore Playset is one insane episode with good lessons. It features Paris Hilton being a horrible influence to younger girls, Wendy resisting the peer pressure for a bit, and Butters trying to get his parents not to sell him. Having good influencers for younger girls is extremely important, especially how the younger crowd gets influenced so easily. I think Matt and Trey did a really good job with getting their point across.
Thank you, women.
The magic of flight!
After recovering from an injury, Cartman claims that he's become psychic, and gets involved in a police case searching for a killer who's been keeping his victims' left hands as trophies. Much like the preschool one from earlier, the killer here really scarred me when I was younger. Remember, I was like 8 when I first saw this, and so Cartman being held captive in his basement, minutes away from being killed, really freaked me out. One of the weaker episodes of the season, like I don't care for the squabble he has with the other psychics, but it's still very funny. I love the police chief being so close to catching the guy but mixes up his left and right hand, having an entire montage to figure out his mistake and thinking that a bunch of copycat killers are on the loose, not even considering Eric might have the wrong guy. Also, I completely forgot, but Miss Crabtree, the bus driver, who they admit hasn't been in any recent episode, was killed off here too for no reason. They've been quite trigger happy with that, haven't they?
She was considered an ancillary character, one the fans wouldn't miss much. Jesus Christ.
Cause of death?
Same MO, sir.
Good episode. Let's see if we end strong. Yet another Christmas special, and it's spectacular how each of them managed to be so widely different. We see a classic narrated special, with these walking, talking woodland critters trying to celebrate Christmas, with Stan getting roped into helping them. Things unfold here in the best way possible, starting so innocent and sweet, but gradually revealing they're demonic and are planning on the birth of the Antichrist. Stan realizing that he's been eating them in this the whole time.
I'll go back to the forest and speak with those critters again.
No.
Many of the best jokes here come from how much this shit escalates, so I don't want to spoil too much, but you should definitely check it out at some point. What a better time than now, the 23rd of December. Unless you're watching this over the course of multiple days, in which, I don't know, I mean, a cool guy would have done it all in one sitting, but oh well.
And they all lived happily ever after. Except for Kyle, who died of AIDS 2 weeks later.
Season 8, best season yet. You get it. Almost all of these are worth checking out. Moving on. Hi everyone, I'm recording this season while I'm sick, can you tell? It's the new stage of Miss Garrison's life, where she gets a sex change to become a woman because apparently that's something she's always wanted to do. And don't you worry, if you thought we'd miss getting to see live-action footage of a sex change, then do I have news for you. That surely didn't traumatize a 9-year-old Mark. The entire theme of this episode is around that, with Kyle wanting to change his body to be tall and black so he can get in the basketball team, and his dad eventually wanting to become a dolphin because again, that's apparently something he's always wanted to do.
Look, Ike, your daddy's a dolphin!
I never enjoyed this one all that much, mostly because of all the gross out shit like, again, you know, live action footage of a sex change being shown, and Kyle's kneecaps bursting at the end. It's also aged really poorly, but let's not get into that. Matt and Trey are pretty vocal about the fact that the premieres for their seasons are usually some of the weakest, due to them finding that they work better when put under a tight schedule, whereas with the first ones, they give themselves a good couple extra weeks to work on it, and this episode reflects that pretty well. Hope this isn't where the show's winning streak ends. Let's see where it goes. Cartman's hippie insults have been increasing a lot the past 4 to 5 seasons, so it only makes sense to finally focus an entire storyline about it. Here he's become a hippie exterminator, trying to get them all out of South Park with them coming for spring break, while at the same time Stan, Kyle, and Kenny have been turning into them.
Kill you? Oh no, I have much bigger plans for you, Kyle.
Honestly, for what seemed like such a slam dunk idea, this really is quite the forgettable episode. They just start a big music festival, everyone thinks it's the end of the world, and so Eric comes in to stop them. I mainly just like the ending, and by that I mean the ending, like the last few seconds, with Eric playing with his reward in the parking lot. That's literally it, the rest of it is boring. The hippies are know-it-alls, but don't attempt to incite any meaningful change. What biting satire. Mr. Garrison's fancy new vagina sure has its issues, but hey, I at least remember it more than this one. Bottom of the list. Bringing back the get-rich-quick schemes, this time they decide to become agents to Tolkien's new singing career, looking to expand their clientele to other singers after he fucks him over, such as this old lady named Wing. Takes a while to get into it, and the stuff with the Chinese mafia is not the direction I was expecting it to go, but it's all still entertaining, and I liked it well enough.
Alright, Kenny, let's go! Kenny? Kenny!
I will say though, none of these so far have been anywhere near on the quality of Season 78. They're not anywhere near as funny and these stories aren't that interesting, aside from a few standout moments. That's not to say they're bad. I'd still say the past 2 were miles better than anything from Season 1 to 4. So who knows, maybe it'll pick up. Wing is going at the top. Also for fun, I decided to type in that link at the end of the episode and realized that Wing is a real singer who sells CDs and has a website that hasn't been updated since 2012. Learn something new every day. Trey Parker is known for being quite the epic gamer, and so most console releases usually see a South Park episode revolving around it, with this one being for the new PSP. I'm glad to see Kenny getting to do something after being brought back and practically forgotten about since Season 6, being the only one in the friend group to get a PSP, and being so distracted by awesome and cool it is, that he... From here, though, Kenny is sent to heaven, having to become the leader of an army of angels against the forces of hell, who will soon be invading, all while Cartman tries to convince the doctors to take him off life support so he can get his PSP for himself. This was all one big commentary on the Terry Schiavo incident going on around that time, with her dying not long after the episode aired, although that did not put people off of it. They literally won an Emmy for this. I love this episode, it was always one of my favorites, taking this real-world event and using it to tell their own self-contained story, while also throwing in some amazing jokes and really cool visuals of heaven and hell, and the ending always gets me.
If I should ever be in a vegetative state and kept alive on life support, for the love of God, don't ever show me in that condition on national television.
Never have I seen a more relatable episode of a TV show. All the boys are forced to do baseball by their parents but hate it because it's so fucking boring, and have to figure out how to lose on purpose with all the other teams doing the same. Although, instead of baseball, I had to play Gaelic football. This also marks a major change in Randy's character. Over the course of the past 2 or so seasons, he's been having more and more focus put on him, going from Stan's kinda boring but stern dad to, well, an idiot. With him here being obsessed with getting in drunken fights with the other team's dads. Honestly, if I ignore how much they push him as the series goes on to a point where he's basically become the main character, I mean, just look at the HBO Max poster, the kids aren't even on it. But at this point in the show, I think it was a good change. Makes him feel more like a character and not just a prop. And he is going to get some of the best moments in the entire series, as we'll soon see. He's pretty great in The Losing Edge, being the boys' savior in the end by fighting so much that they get disqualified. Going right under the last. Another solid one. Neat to see Cousin Kyle being brought in by the end for another cameo. After betraying the others in the worst way possible, eating all the skin off the KFC chicken, the boys decide they're gonna ignore Eric's existence forever. Yeah, honestly, I'd do the same. This goes off in the weirdest direction and I love it, with everyone else in school deciding the same thing, which leads Cartman into thinking he's dead, roaming the earth until he rights all his wrongs, with Butters naturally of course being brought into it.
Oh, Jesus!
So now you feel better? Ghosts don't exist and there's nothing to be afraid of. Except for Super 8s.
Butters and Cartman have slowly become one of the best dynamics on the show. They work so well together in any situation, with this episode being no different. Paired with a lot of fun references to his past misdeeds, and Make It Right is also one of their best songs yet. The death of Eric Cartman is going right under Best Friends Forever, but it's very close. Jimmy has a problem where he keeps getting random erections out of nowhere. Worst of all, the talent show is this Friday.
Eric, why don't you come up here?
Hey, that's bullcrap. How come Jimmy doesn't have to do it?
Well, because Jimmy's pitching a tent right now.
It's such a dumb fucking concept to base your entire episode around. There's not even a B story, this is the sole storyline. And I can imagine for a lot of people this could be quite the cringy or uncomfortable one to sit through, like with his nightmare where he grows a giant dick on stage. It spirals in such a fucked way too, with him thinking that to solve this issue he's gotta find a lady he can stick his penis in.
What's going on? Well, Bertha, I was wondering if I could stick my penis in your vagina.
This one is really funny to me, I love it. Seeing Jimmy desperately try and fix this with sexist advice from Cartman is great. But he does it in the end, and all is right with the world.
I just read in the paper that China's protesting Japan. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Yeah, I guess in China you don't get to...
It's another global warming episode, except unlike the Earth Day one, much more emphasis is put on it here. Stan and Cartman accidentally break open a beaver dam, flooding the nearby town, which has everyone in a frenzy of who's to blame, although nobody seems to want to offer a solution or help out. They quickly divert into straight up blaming the flood on global warming, and so it suddenly puts all its focus on that, which I didn't care for so much. As a kid, this one confused the fuck out of me. I had no idea what global warming was, and therefore all the jokes about it flew over my head. Apparently this was a big commentary on the response to Hurricane Katrina, but that was completely lost on me. Matt and Trev have been pretty open to having regretted how publicly they dismissed global warming, so it leaves me feeling strange on how to feel about these ones. You know, in terms of story, they were never my favorite, but still has its moments. The best part is of course the ending with Kyle's Jew Gold and the Spartacus parody, but the rest of it is just whatever. Pretty middle of the road, honestly.
I broke the dam!
No, I broke the dam.
And I broke the dam.
I broke the dam.
I broke the dam.
Margarine gets back to basics, with another one of my favorites. Farai goes back to focusing on the boys' naivety, believing that the girls have a device that tells the future, and needing to steal it for themselves, when in reality it's just one of those dumb little paper things everyone did in primary school.
The girls do not have a device that shows them the future, Cartman. That's retarded.
You, sir, mocked Cartman before, yet you two sit here demanding answers. Now damn you, let him speak!
Much like the other best episodes of the show, it takes such a basic idea and turns it up to the extreme, having Butters fake his own suicide so that he can go to a slumber party disguised as a girl to retrieve the device, calling him Margarine. I love that the formula has become so predictable that they don't even need to have the scene of them convincing Butters to do it at this point, they just cut right to it. I genuinely feel awful for him when all the girls insult him, and happy when he starts to have a nice time. Although I guess to balance out the universe again, it only makes sense for them to end it with him locked up in the basement. Either way, Margarine is great. Despite its slow start, Season 9 has shown us they can still make episodes as good as the last few. Glad to see it.
Can't I just have some SpaghettiOs?
The students are separated into pairs and tasked with taking care of an egg together. It's coincidental that Eric and Heidi are paired up, considering like 10 years from now they get together for a couple seasons. 2 plot points from before are continued here, which I really enjoy. Again, when so many of these episodes are focusing on such world-shattering events, it's nice to every now and then get one that's solely focused on the characters and what's going on in their personal lives. Miss Garrison tries to get back with Mr. Slave, who walked out on her for not being a woman.
Al and I are getting married.
Married?
Yes.
You can't get married, you're fat!
I'm not a fan of how they reverted back to Miss Garrison being homophobic. You know, he solved that a while back, but that's more so an issue with the episode that started the sex change and not this one in particular. She's got a good song at the start too, so I'll take it. While Stan is upset, as Wendy is paired up with Kyle, which makes him jealous and insecure. Love that they're continuing that stuff. Again, I'm one of those weirdos who watches South Park for the character dynamics and not necessarily the satire. I really enjoy how both of these stories feed into each other, with Miss Garrison making Stan and Kyle a gay couple taking care of the egg, to try and prove that gay people can't take care of a child so gay marriage can be banned. It's not the funniest South Park episode you're gonna see, although Miss Garrison really steals the show. She's so fucking furious that I can't help but laugh. But I really love all the stuff going on with the characters here. One of the best of the season.
Stan, do you really think my hat is stupid?
As a matter of fact, I think it is the nicest hat I've ever known.
This week's target of Eric's hate is ginger kids, with him claiming they're gross and have no souls. This episode was so influential and widespread that a bunch of people started saying this in real life. And I'm sorry to any ginger kid out there watching this, your life must have been hell.
Gingers have souls!
Also, my character may have orange hair, but let me get one thing straight. In real life, my hair is brown. Brown. This is another one of the best Cartman episodes, truly showing his hypocrisy, where after Kyle sneaks into his room one night and gives him orange hair and freckles, he flips his switch from saying ginger kids should be wiped out to claiming they should rule the world and kill all the non-gingers. The world is so necessarily awful towards the ginger kids that I can't help but laugh, especially with how creepily the animators portray them.
You need to understand there is no cure. Your son will be ginger his whole life. You might want to just put him down.
Ginger Kids is going near the top of season 9. It's a definite classic, especially the ending where Kyle tells him the truth and he just wants to call everything off.
What did that kid in the green hat tell you? Oh, him? Oh, no, that was about something else. Totally unrelated.
Here's another that I've barely seen. Because of the controversy surrounding it, they rarely aired it when I was growing up. Stan gets involved with Scientology after they convince him that he's depressed, to where he's believed to be the reincarnation of their leader, and also upsetting Tom Cruise, causing him to lock himself in Stan's closet. That's what it's mostly remembered for. Honestly, it's got a lot of funny moments, but it's nowhere near the best South Park has to offer in my opinion. It's definitely not going to end up anywhere near my top picks. It's just pretty standard. Not bad, but nothing amazing, I don't know. I like that when they're describing what Scientologists believe, they have to add a note at the bottom of the screen reiterating this is what they genuinely think, because it's so outlandish that I thought people would assume they made it up. Apparently Paramount were releasing a new Mission Impossible movie or a trailer or something around this time, Paramount being owned by Viacom, who also owns Comedy Central, and so I'm pretty sure because of that the episode was suppressed in some way, although the ties have been loosened on it since. Sadly though, probably the biggest result of this one was causing Isaac Hayes, the voice of Chef, to leave the show as he was a Scientologist, claiming that the episode was not satire and instead bigotry, in which Matt and Tresh stated how he happily collected checks while they were insulting other religions, but he suddenly has a problem when it's its own. Sad for sure, but we'll be able to discuss it further in season 10. You'll see. Mid-tier episode. Everyone getting so pissed off because of it is honestly more funny than anything in the actual thing itself. Also, another minor thing I love is how to avoid being sued, all the names in the credits were replaced with John and Gene Smith. Amazing. After all that controversy, we're back to some simply naive kid stuff, which is nice, with some employees at an aquarium tricking Kyle into thinking that they're whales from the moon, which convinces him to band everyone together to send him back home. Things escalate so much, hiring Mexicans to help them take him off in a rocket ship that'll fly him to space. It's not the most intense episode out there, but it's got a lot of good moments.
Ma'am, do you recognize any of these boys?
Not much else to say, just a very simple but funny episode. Gonna be in the higher tiers of season 9.
We can know that Wilsiak is up there, dancing with the other iPods in his castle.
Oh, thank God we're not ending on a Christmas special. Don't get me wrong, I like those ones, but there's only so many unique stories you can come up with revolving around it before you feel like you're just doing it for the sake of it. Nice change of pace every now and then doesn't hurt anyone. Instead, the whole episode is about Randy's drinking, him needing to learn about the art of discipline, which the episode cleverly builds itself around from the start, with the boys' karate lesson at the start featuring them learning all about it. It's always nice when an episode feels well-rounded with a solid through line that pays off.
She's beautiful.
Even by the end, when it drifts off into him feeling like he needs to go to talk to this Miri statue, which has been bleeding on its ass, it's all still built around this idea and looking for something to blame his alcoholism on. All right end of the season. Once again, it's not a laugh-a-minute ride or anything, but it's got a good little Randy story, which is nice. Season 9 starts really shitty. I think it's some of the worst first few episodes we've had, but after those initial few, it picks up greatly, featuring some of my absolute favorites. Boy, I was worried for a second. Looks like they've still got a good bit of steam left in them, although I think we need to have a moment of silence in preparation for what's about to come. This episode is just fucking sad, man. First of all, it starts with a previously on South Park, showing us that Chef has left to join a super adventure club, which confused the fuck out of me as a kid, because I searched and searched for this episode, only to find out it never existed. But Chef is finally back! Not for long though. The boys start to notice something is different about Chef. Not only is he speaking in already recorded lines that were repurposed, since Isaac had left at this point, but they also find out that the Super Adventure Club have turned him into a man-boy lover.
You must be feeling very happy that you found a club to belong to with new friends, but that you can also live here in South Park with all your old friends whom you care for deeply. Right?
That's right. Randy!
The Super Adventure Club is a very obvious stand-in for Scientologists. Everyone making many speeches about how Chef leaving them wasn't his own doing, instead because of how he was indoctrinated by a club. It's hard to look at this episode without seeing all the real-world events around it. On its own, it's got a ton of funny moments, but it's clear the entire thing is based around you viewing it with the context in mind. But looking at it by itself, well, again, it's just sad. Not only is Chef brought back, who's been appearing less and less in the show, except now he wants to fuck kids, but by the end he's quite literally mauled to death by animals, them showing the entire thing in gruesome detail. It's quite disrespectful, but I guess it just shows how hurt Matt and Trey were by his departure. What's even more sad is how in recent times Isaac Hayes' son has come out claiming that none of the statements his father made about the show after leaving, or even the decision to leave at all, was made by him, with him having a stroke, and all his decisions from then being made by his associates and stuff, who just so happen to have been Scientologists. Again, sad. At the end, there's a tease of him returning as Darth Chef, but they never revisit this for obvious reasons. I'm just hoping from here they move past this and get back to being, funny. Although this was a necessary evil.
We shouldn't be mad at Chef for leaving us. We should be mad at that fruity little club for scrambling his brains.
Kyle's dad has just gotten a brand new hybrid car, and become so smug that he feels like he's too good for South Park, moving to San Francisco with everyone else who smells their own farts.
Stop talking with your eyes closed. That's what smug people do.
Well, I really don't see how that has anything to do with
There, like that! Stop that!
Despite such a Kyle-centric episode, Cartman and Stan are the standout characters, with Eric throwing a going-away party and not inviting Kyle to celebrate being rid of him, and Stan having to convince South Park to switch to hybrids to bring his friend back, with a song that mostly just consists of the lyric, "Come on, people."
Good for people, driving people now. Get a hybrid, be good people now.
He's right.
I sorta tune out by the end. I feel like they overuse that destroying the town shit too often, which lessens its impact every time they do it. Like, there's only so many times the town can be on the verge of ending before the literal destruction of everything doesn't seem that intimidating. But it's still a pretty good episode. I like it well enough. Probably going under Return of Chef, though.
Drive-in hybrids, but not act like we're better than everyone else because of it? I'm not ready.
I don't think I can do it either.
Cartoon Wars had a fuck ton of influence over me as a kid. It made me hate Family Guy, and refused to watch it for years, until I began to hate watch it, which then turned into me genuinely enjoying it. This episode features two separate threads, which both coincide with the topic of censorship, being that Family Guy is about to air an episode of their show which features the Prophet Muhammad uncensored, to which everyone in South Park begins freaking out and trying to figure out a way to make it clear they don't agree with Family Guy, so they won't get bombed. While Cartman wants to use this as an excuse to go to Hollywood and have Fox pull the episode from airing, saying it's all about respect, but instead he has the ulterior motive to get Family Guy cancelled, because if they appease one group then they'll have to appease them all.
You think that's bad? Remember when I auditioned to be David Hasselhoff's car? Hey there, Knight Rider.
After those bad guys, Kit.
Their parody of Family Guy is perfect. It is so fucking accurate. And I love how not cool Matt and Trey get when they're asked about the show, saying that they genuinely hate it and think the writers are lazy. I also love that Seth MacFarlane's whole response to this is him saying he's gonna be the bigger person and not talk about it, but then he just throws out comments every now and then shitting on South Park.
The boys at South Park are absolutely correct. Those cutaways and flashbacks have nothing to do with the story. They're just there to be funny. And that is a shallow indulgence that South Park is quite above. And for that, I salute them.
Cartoon Wars Part 1 is great. There's so many classic moments. I'll always love them taking random footage of a Muslim fellow talking and making it seem like he's talking about Family Guy. Cartoon Wars Part 2 is more of the same, honestly. They have that amusing part where it's revealed that Family Guy is written by manatees pushing random idea balls into a chute to make their cutaways, but I can't help but feel like it loses steam by the end. Every joke that worked in the last is handled here well too, but the new stuff I didn't find as strong, such as them introducing Bart Simpson after the Simpsons writers reached out to South Park, saying they were doing God's work for shitting on Family Guy. I don't know, it just seemed a little too try-hard for my tastes, talking about how much more of a badass kid Cartman is.
I'm a pretty bad kid.
Really? What's the worst thing you've ever done?
I stole the head off a statue once.
That's like this one time when I didn't like a kid, so I ground his parents up into chili and fed it to him.
Like I said, it's still very good, and the conclusion is wonderfully stupid, but it's for sure the weaker of the two parts. Hi there, a friend wanted to do this one, so...
Hey everyone, great to be here. Wow, what a loud audience. Let's get this done with. So, the last episode with Major Towley presence had the running gag that he was a stupid character that didn't have a lot of comedic potential. So now, 5 whole seasons later, they're attempting to go back on that and give him an entire episode to himself. This time he's writing an autobiography. And God bless them, I know they're trying, but they should have taken their own advice. This episode is real bad. Towley is just not funny. In my opinion, South Park has always been at its best when it's going for gut punch humor, hitting you in ways you didn't expect when you least expect it. But the only joke with him is that he smokes weed to make him smarter, but then he doesn't actually get smarter. That, over and over again, isn't unexpected, it's long, drawn out, and boring. And it just kinda sticks to that for a solid 6 minutes until he's talking about his book with Oprah. And then it just pans down to her vagina, and the episode is about that now. And now it's taking everyone hostage. I mean, I guess the concept is okay for this show's standards, but the episode still stars this guy, and he does not carry anything except terrible one-liners. So it's still boring, it's just off its Ritalin too. But if you're gonna go off the rails and do some crazy shit, at least make it fun. This felt more like they hit Towley, Book Deal, and Oprah on a dartboard and threw it together, which, now that I think about it, is an actual possibility. And it still made mad money. These people are geniuses. Anyway, this episode made me want to go stinky in my diaper, but I was real brave about it, so I didn't. It goes to the bottom of the list if I had any say in it. And one day I will. Bye everyone, see you in your dreams.
I completely agree with what was said there. Thank you. It's quite possibly South Park's most poorly aged episode ever, but boy does that not hinder my enjoyment of it in the slightest. Former Vice President Al Gore is desperately trying to convince everyone of the existence of Man-Bear Pig, who's gonna destroy the whole world. This is of course one big commentary on Al Gore's global warming film, An Inconvenient Truth, with Matt and Trey equating global warming to something he just made up for attention because he's a massive loser like Man-Bear Pig.
What does your dad look like? Does he have large hooves where his feet should be?
No.
Damn, for a minute there I thought we found him.
Of course this hasn't aged well, even they'll admit in the future as we'll eventually see, but because they don't straight up call it global warming like the one from earlier, if you're able to look past the real life context, the episode on its own is really funny. Like all the shit with them trapped in the cave and Al Gore's whole character being this over-animated idiot with a lisp, always makes it worth revisiting. Man-Bear Pig is another fun one, bad message or not. Nobody ever talks about this one when discussing some of South Park's greatest episodes, most likely because it doesn't stand out that much in terms of having a gimmick. Like, of course everyone remembers Man-Bear Pig and Chef dying, but what does this one have that's memorable? The Dog Whisperer? Yeah, I don't think so. But despite all this, I actually think this is the best one of the season so far, or at least the best under the Family Guy ones. Finally being fed up with his tomfoolery, the school orders British nanny TV hosts to come and teach Cartman how to behave. He is awful to them, it's hilarious.
What kind of monster would...
Yes, let the anger come. Strike me down while you can. But it won't make your dried up ovaries any more fertile.
After this, the Dog Whisperer is brought in to help, and it actually works and things appear to be looking up. Until the end where we find out that Cartman is the way he is because of his mother. As soon as the Dog Whisperer leaves, she reverts right back to the original dynamic because she wants to treat him more like a friend than her son, because of her lack of a husband or real friends. Not only is this a really interesting topic for them to explore in a somewhat serious manner, but it's also got some of the best moments of the season, such as how fucking furious Eric gets at Caesar Milan, and all the British nanny intro themes. Love Not Warcraft is one of the most creative episodes of the entire series, showing the boys trying to take down this high-leveled player in World of Warcraft by sacrificing their own lives to get super skilled at the game. What helps this not come off as try-hard and lame is that Blizzard themselves came in to help with the animation of the in-game stuff. They literally used their own machinima to do it. This episode is endlessly hilarious, and without a doubt one of the strongest of the season, but something I'd like to touch on here is the production. Because even though it was incredibly well received, with it landing on many folks' top 10 episodes of the entire series, did you know that before it came out, Trey Parker was deeply embarrassed by it, thinking it was the worst thing he ever made? Apparently he even called Comedy Central telling them they weren't going to air it, saying he felt it was so awful that it would ruin South Park's legacy. It's really interesting considering the result. I think it heavily touches on how no matter what point in your career you may be at, you're always going to have that sense of imposter syndrome, that you've only been faking it till you made it, and that what you're making is really shit. When in reality, it's not that deep, bro. Important to remember, I guess. Amazing episode, check it out if you haven't.
I don't have a World of Warcraft account, do you? No, I have a life.
I guess 5 years was finally considered long enough, because we now have our episode all about 9/11. I never knew what 9/11 was as a kid, so a majority of this left me utterly confused at the time. The main thing I enjoyed was Cartman's whole song and how he pins the whole thing on Kyle.
When I zoomed in, I saw what first appeared to be a blur. But when I computer enhanced it,
It gets so overcomplicated by the end, which perfectly represents the discussion around the subject, with people all over having different ideas of who's responsible, all tied in with the mystery of somebody taking a shit in the school urinal. Thank God the Hardly Boys were there to solve it. Honestly, given a lot of Season 9, I was beginning to think South Park's quality was starting to dip, but a majority of Season 10 has been showing us that they're still in their egg game.
Who was responsible for 9/11?
what do you mean? A bunch of pissed off Muslims.
Yeah, what are you, retarded?
Eric is given the role of school hall monitor, which he takes extremely seriously. Meanwhile, Ike is revealed to have a crush on his teacher, but things look up for him, at least, when it's shown that she too likes him, with them getting in a relationship together.
We were meant to be, I know it. How else could sex be that incredible?
Ike didn't know.
I love how everyone is so ready to be pissed at the prospect of it being a male teacher, but question why Kyle even bothered reporting it upon finding out it's a woman. It's a really fucked up idea, but this is without a doubt one of my favorites of the whole season. It is so fucking funny. They treat this relationship so seriously with Ike just fucking looking like that.
Oh, but she's ugly, right?
Well, no, not really. It's the kindergarten teacher, Miss Stevenson.
The blonde?
Yeah.
Nice.
This is the episode where my parents finally stepped in as a child and told me I couldn't watch South Park anymore. You know, which I did anyway. But there's a scene here where Ike is pissed at Kyle and tells him that he's dead to him, to which I went off and asked my grandmother what being dead to someone meant. Miss Teacher Bangs a Boy is another amazing one. Family Guy is more grand and scoped, but just about every single joke in this one gets a laugh out of me. If they keep this up, Season 10 just might be my favorite. Been a while since he's had a starring role, but Satan is finally getting his own Halloween special. This time it's his Super Sweet 16, and it's gonna be the coolest, most exclusive party ever with a giant Ferrari cake. Presenting Satan as this big spoiled brat like on those MTV shows works super well, and I love the Three Stooges parody with Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy, and Ted Bundy. It works surprisingly well, but it scared the hell out of me when I was younger. I also really enjoyed the Butter subplot, where he summons Biggie Smalls the rapper the same way you would with Bloody Mary or something, having to find a way to get him back to Satan's party, which by the way has a lot of visually fun costume designs.
Trying to have a party like those spoiled rich teenage girls on MTV? I've become like one of them.
Also, this is minor and not really related, but upon checking out the IGN reviews, I saw that the episode originally got a bit of flack for not featuring any social commentary like the past couple. And it's that sort of mindset that a South Park episode can't just be simple nonsense and fun for the sake of fun. I hate that mindset. Shit like that really seeps into the later seasons of the show, and I can't stand it. Still though, this one's great. Yet another two-parter, and Cartman is quite possibly the biggest dilemma we've ever seen. It's still another 3 weeks until the Wii comes out. No, my god. So, on one side we have Cartman freezing himself in the mountains for over 500 years, and on the other side we see Mrs. Garrison tackle evolution and atheism, eventually falling in love with Richard Dawkins. We have two wildly different plots here, but they somehow connect very nicely, with the future being split into three factions, who are all at war with each other, with Eric not giving a shit and just wanting to find his Wii. A majority of Go God Go is spent simply setting up that concept, ending shortly after he arrives in the future and showing us that Miss Garrison and Dawkins succeeded in getting rid of religion. So on its own, despite a couple funny moments, it's clear that it's meant to be consumed with the next one. So let's see where it goes. But as is, it's a promising start. Also, it definitely paid off as Nintendo literally sent some of the staff Wiis after the episode came out. You know, Matt and Trev, if you wanted to share the love, I'd like free South Park merch. We jump forward in time a little bit, and Eric is pretty much acclimated to the future, even having a wacky robot Cat-10 companion.
Bark, bark. Hello, Eric. I have missed you.
Suck my balls, K-10. I'm not in the mood.
For being produced in such short amounts of time, I gotta say, the design for the future, all three factions having their own unique styles and such, looks wonderful. They really outdid themselves here. It builds off the last greatly, with Eric trying to figure out a way to reverse getting sent into the future, even calling his past self where he doesn't believe him, and then not learning from that experience at all by the end.
You just need to be patient and wait the 2 months. Do you hear me? Suck my buzz, cow.
I love the ending, where it's shown that even if the world became unified with a single religion, they would still find shit to argue and start wars about, like what they'd simply call themselves. And then what ends up saving the day is telling Richard Dawkins that Miss Garrison had a sex change. It's not the most spectacular two-parter they've had, even compared to the Family Guy one from this very season, but still very fun and creative, so I always get a kick out of rewatching it. For the season finale, we have an episode that I could never tell if it was hilarious or horrible. To pay off a bike ticket, Stan is tasked with coaching the Pee Wee hockey team, where his 80s sports movie is interrupted with the knowledge that one of the kids on the team is in hospital with cancer, his fate relying on whether or not Stan can bring the team to victory.
No hope. No hope.
Spoilers, he dies. And it's not really all that funny and quite sad. I don't know, I've always been mixed on this one. Like, I don't want to be a stickler, I get the humor in it, contrasting such a by-the-books parody with this serious subject matter, and the ending is a funny idea, having it seem like the rival team are experiencing the satisfying ending of a movie we never got to see, but I feel bad for them. I don't want to hear the kids talk about being beat by their parents or getting their shit kicked in by an adult team by the end. I like Randy's PTSD from the hockey event Stan did when he was 4, but that's really it. The rest isn't my thing. Definitely the weakest of the season and not a great way to go out. Despite a few episodes I'm not a fan of, Season 10 is much better than 9 overall, and definitely one of my favorites. I think 9 has higher highs, but also lower lows, which in turn leaves me feeling like 10 is way more consistently good throughout. With the removal of Chef, however, it really highlights how this isn't the same show as it was when we started the video. It is extremely different in terms of tone, what stories they tell, what characters they use, and honestly, I think that's a good thing. Again, it's all happened so gradually, so instead of feeling like things have jarringly shifted, it's more like you're watching it grow into something greater, and I look forward to seeing if this is continued with Season 11.
5 seconds, Mr. Marsh.
All right, I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Sure are starting the season strong, aren't we? Yep, you heard that right. Here's an entire episode of South Park where they said the N-word, hard R, over a dozen times in the span of 22 minutes. And somehow, it was praised. See, I think many people merely hear that description and write it off as nothing more but poorly handled shock humor. But when you sit down and watch it, you realize why it received such positive reception. The whole idea is that because he said such a hateful word, Randy is the one ridiculed and ostracized, feeling the same sort of hate that comes with the meaning of said word. Him not seeing the irony in it at the end by trying to prevent anyone from being able to make fun of him for it. It's super fucked up but really funny and clever, with their point being that if white people had a word towards them like the N-word, they would have it banned in an instant. The B story lends itself into this too. Having a little person come to South Park only to suffer endless ridicule from Cartman, not realizing that there's literally nothing he can do to stop him.
Hello, Fatso. Hey, what the hell is that? You think that's fucking funny? Now you know how it feels.
Despite the subject matter, this is one of South Park's best. Another classic. It's one of those episodes you just have to watch to understand. Butters is sleeping over at Cartman's house where he plans the ultimate prank. Putting Butters' wiener in his mouth and taking a picture. Huh. So while Cartman loses his picture and assumes Kyle stole it for the show and tell, Butters gets caught by his dad and is sent off to a pre-the-getaway camp. Although, as we saw back in Season 4, he's not one to talk.
Butters, what are you doing?
I'm getting a surprise!
Eric getting himself into these dumbass predicaments are always ripe for comedic potential, and this one is no different. Honestly, it might be controversial, but I way prefer Cartman sucks to Scott Tenorman must die. Not only does Butters' subplot have a really sweet conclusion, where he helps his friend in accepting who he is, but also because the ending where Cartman causes his own downfall is the perfect culmination. Last episode is better for sure, but I still love this one too. There's a lice epidemic in the school, and so the kids have got to try and figure out who has it to beat the shit out of them. Meanwhile, we see what's going on inside of Clyde's hair, where the lice are about to be destroyed, going through their own little end-of-the-world disaster movie parody. Dude, I forgot how ambitious the visuals were here. With a lot of it being done in CGI, it looks very good. And I love the voice acting and how over-exaggerated it is.
I was just thinking about our baby. I want to name her Hope.
Hope?
Hope for a chance at tomorrow.
Paired up against these other two, it's fairly forgettable. I barely remembered it. But upon looking back, it was actually really good. I enjoyed it a lot. The ending is great, where throughout the entire thing, the kids are at odds with each other, only for it to be revealed that they all had lice. Still, going at the bottom of the list so far. A Muslim kid joins the class, which has Eric convinced that he's a terrorist, and so he tries to figure out what his plan is in a big parody of the show 24. They even do the constant shaky cam.
I'm almost there now. Where are you?
We're on the town's main street, right by an ice cream shop.
Oh, dude, I'm right next to you.
It turns out there just so happened to be a bombing plan that day too, at the rally Hillary Clinton is hosting in South Park, which she's having there for some reason. I feel like the whole 24 angle saves the entire thing, otherwise it probably would have been a pretty boring one. By them trying to replicate that show, it's allowed the pacing to become super fast, the whole thing happening in real time, and so it allows them to take what could have been a bad episode and turned it into something, well, not amazing, but alright at the very least. For sure going at the bottom of the list, but still, it's okay. We've got here the rarely done Easter special, with Stan wondering how celebrating Jesus' resurrection got translated into painting colored eggs in the Easter Bunny. This leads into a Da Vinci Code-esque mystery, where he's let known the true meaning behind Easter.
With laser technology, we can look beneath the paint, at the way Da Vinci originally painted it.
I never really enjoyed the first half, it's a little too nonsensical for my liking, and that's saying something. You know, revealing that Stan's family have been part of this hair club for men for generations and trying to make a big mystery out of Easter just feels like throwing random shit together and hoping it works. But by the second half, it completely turns around, and makes the whole thing pretty good. Even bringing Jesus in to help out by the end. I like that they acknowledge that he had previously died in the show already in the Red Sled Down episode. Not my favorite, but I came out of it with a much better impression than I once did, going above the Snook. Miss Garrison is pissed off about being rejected by another man, taking it out on the boys during class, and so starts to experiment with women for a change. And yes, they show it all uncensored.
I'm gay.
Again?
Pretty mediocre, honestly. The boys with their escapades and trying to get Mexican guys to do their homework is a funny concept, but besides that, that general idea isn't really much of a story. And the stuff with the lesbians fighting the Persians out of nowhere, over their bar, isn't all that interesting, it goes right by. I understand it's a parody of the movie 300, but like the past 4 episodes have been big references to other shit, and I can't help but feel like the story doesn't warrant it here. Worst of the season and one of the weakest out of the whole show. Not out of the parodies yet, with this one being a big zombie apocalypse movie, except featuring an epidemic of homeless people after Kyle sympathizes for one of them and gives them $20.
Spare some change. Leave me alone, I don't have any change. All right, God bless you, sir.
Oh, now I feel bad. Here! Ah!
If you don't find the idea of characters overreacting towards homeless people entertaining, then you're not gonna get a lot out of this one. The only real moments I enjoyed was when Gerald tries to make a break for it only to be turned into one, the whole ending song where they try to move him to another city, and of course Cartman jumping them on a skateboard. But other than those select parts, the rest of it is super forgettable. One of the weaker episodes in the season. Speaking of, this sure is a mixed one, isn't it? Some of these are amazing and others I barely have anything to say about.
Guys! That's 3 homeless!
To me, this is like another take on the N-word episode, although with a much less offensive subject matter. With Cartman realizing that if he fakes Tourette's syndrome, he can get away with saying whatever he wants.
Are you telling me that if you have this Tourette's syndrome, you can say whatever you want?
It's a neurological disorder. He can't help it.
Yeah.
I've got a golden ticket.
This episode ended up getting a lot of praise from the Tourette's Syndrome Association, who felt it was pretty well researched, and they take this idea that could have easily just been used for Cartman swearing for 22 minutes, and turned it into something that actually shows how awful having Tourette's syndrome is. Cartman having repercussions by the end by not being able to control anything he says. Even got a solid interpretation of Chris Hansen where they play into how fucking pushy he is, it's great. One of the best of the season, I love it.
I'm Chris Hansen.
In the most highbrow episode of the entire series, Randy aims to beat Bono in taking the biggest shit ever.
Oh god, oh, here it comes!
This is probably a pretty divisive one. All depends on whether or not you find the idea of basing a whole episode around shit funny. Which I do. It's hilarious how seriously all the guys take this situation. They all just get it while no one else understands. Bono is also Irish, which gave me the slightest bit of dopamine anytime he speaks. I'm quite easy to please, I'm aware. Here we have another one of the rare three-parters, and what was originally meant to be a second South Park movie slated for theaters. Although in the end they felt it wasn't big enough to warrant that and decided a trilogy of episodes was enough. The whole thing is framed around the boys being taken to this magical place called Imagination Land, where every character ever conceived by man lives in peace, separated by a wall from all the evil characters. But before they can take in the sights, there's a terrorist attack, who aim to break down the wall and bomb our imagination.
Hop aboard, kids! I have something to show you!
Are you gonna rape us?
Also, there's something about Kyle losing a bet to sucking Cartman's balls. Get ready for an hour of that riveting conflict. This is an immensely creative episode. It's fun getting to see all the licensed characters recreated in the South Park style, like Mario with a fucking sideways lowercase m on his head. Being part 1, of course, most of this is just setting up the plot we're gonna see unfold over the next 2 episodes, like Butters getting left behind and taken hostage by the terrorists. But on its own, it's still got plenty of hilarious moments like the Saving Private Ryan bit, Mel Gibson of all people being the one to help the government figure out what's going on, and just how far Eric goes with this ball-sucking business, taking Kyle to court. I'm curious how well they're going to be able to stretch this out for another 45 minutes. Let's hope it doesn't grow stale. Things start to heavily increase in scope with part 2, building up all the plots as much as possible for the thrilling conclusion. But despite clearly just being the connecting one, I think it's miles better than the first.
Time to pay up, Kyle. But then...
That part fucking scared me as a kid. I don't know what it is, I'm usually fine with body horror, but that was apparently too much for me. What I most definitely can understand being scared of though as a 10-year-old was when the Christmas critters return and help murder some of the imaginary characters. There's a lot of great callbacks here, like Man Bear Pig coming out of the portal and pulling Stan in, and as I mentioned before, I'm not usually that big a fan of them always bringing the government into these, but it's one of the rare times I think it works. Adding to how serious of a matter this all is while revolving around these silly fucking characters, and the stuff with Kyle almost dying is genuinely sad. Imagination Land Part 2 is another good one. If Part 3 is anywhere near as good as they're hyping it up to be, with Butters having to save the day and all, this is looking to be the best out of all of them. Time is running out. The evil characters have all banded together to destroy the good, and the government is right on the verge of nuking all of our imagination. And who's gonna stop them? Well, I already said it's Butters. That's not to say it's bad or anything, and as an overall package, it's a pretty good trilogy. But on its own, I'm split between really enjoying all the Imagination Land stuff, although I'm not a fan of how Butters manages to realize his ability. He can't do it and then just suddenly can. There's no real explanation for it. Feels like there was some missed character stuff there, but my main issue is finding all the nuking shit boring. Like, it's nice seeing Al Gore again, but it's just not that funny. It's simply Kyle trying to stall the government from nuking them. Still though, despite all this, what a spectacular trilogy. It oozes creativity and shows that 11 seasons later, they're still able to come up with some unique ideas.
Oh, look at you go, Kyle! Oh, you dirty girl! You love those balls!
Stan and Kyle chip in to buy their very own Guitar Hero set, and wind up getting thrust into a world of fame and stardom.
Oh, I love this song.
It's like the best of South Park where they take such a basic concept and push it to the most extreme. Stan eventually abandoning Kyle for his own selfish gain and forgetting it used to be about the music, man. Going on a downward spiral and getting addicted to heroin. Hero.
Touch me! Come on! Touch me! What's wrong? Follow me!
It hits all those beats perfectly. Not only is it a good parody, but on its own it's a good little story between the two of them learning how they can't let anything get in between of their friendship. I always love the composition in the shot where Stan realizes what needs to be done. It's fucking hilarious. I can't say that. It's been getting really hard to know if people are going to be mad at me for reading these titles, so I'm not even going to risk it. Either way, another highlight of the season. We end on the list, which is by far one of the best episodes in South Park history. It's not the funniest or the most creative, but I think it tells one of the best stories we've seen. After the boys steal a list from the girls, ranking all the ones in their class from most to least ugly, Kyle becomes distraught after seeing that he's dead last, destroying his entire self-esteem. It's just really sad, seeing how much this affects him. And the stuff with Stan and Wendy reconnecting to try and figure out what tampering went on with the other girls to put him so low on the list is also very entertaining. I love the speech Abe Lincoln gives him, telling him how the older he gets, the less this will affect him, and the more he'll be grateful that he didn't pertain in being so vain, even completing his little hero's journey by the end, with him having the real list burned, not wanting to know where he truly lay. If there's one episode out of the whole season I'd highly recommend you watch, it would have to be The List. I adore it. Season 11 is much like 9 in my opinion, where there's a mix of some of the best the show has to offer, but also some of the worst. Seems like they're taking greater risks with different story formats or longer episodes like the Imagination Land trilogy, so if anything I appreciate that it's still anything but stagnant, but I just wish they were a little more consistent quality-wise. Season 12 premieres with a pretty standard Cartman and Kyle rivalry episode, where the hospital accidentally infects Eric with HIV.
How you doing, Eric? You know, I think you're a real special little guy. And even though you have AIDS, I ain't gonna act any different towards you.
And so to try and get revenge on Kyle for making fun of him, he goes and gives it to him too. I definitely recall enjoying this one much more as a kid than I did when rewatching, probably as due to watching it in order. I'm realizing that it doesn't do much that isn't already done way better in a bunch of episodes that came before. Still though, it's not bad at all. Really, the entire thing is saved by Cartman and Kyle's dynamic being so funny. I love everyone confusing them for a gay couple, and Eric underplaying the severity and giving his friend such a serious illness, but the Magic Johnson ending sort of comes out of nowhere, leaving it to be quite unremarkable in terms of story. Really, it's only worth salvaging for their amazing interactions.
I think you owe Kyle an apology.
I'm sorry for giving you AIDS, Kyle.
That's better. And now, Kyle, maybe you should also admit you were wrong for tattling.
I never really understood the widespread hate around Britney's new look. It's not like my favorite episode or anything, but it's clear that the extreme direction it takes, of Britney shooting herself in the head, was to show their criticism of that paparazzi culture where everyone is obsessed with shitting on celebrities for every little thing, even after she tries to kill herself.
So she's become desperate. Most troubling for her is the fact that her disguise has total camel toe.
Again, I'm not arguing that the episode is that good or whatever, but I definitely wouldn't call it mean-spirited towards Britney, as hard as that is to believe considering she's headless for half the thing. But, Britney's new look is decent. The ending is way too over-explained and not very funny for it to be worth revisiting. Also, I've never mentioned this before, but I pick up on it every time, but the news anchor here is called Robert Pooner, which is a name that has randomly appeared throughout the entire series. If you ever watched the show at any point, keep an eye out for it.
though only 15 years old, is already on her way to being a major superstar. Looks like next harvest will be even better.
Okay, that aged too well. All the kids realize they can get high off cat pee, which sends Kenny on the trip of his life, being sent to this world filled with giant tits in a parody of the movie Heavy Metal. And they really went all out on it. They went so far as to rotoscoping a literal star for the lady featured throughout. Definitely makes this episode stand out among all the others.
Yeah, that's it, little buddy. Just let it out.
But that's not all there is to it. The stuff with the cats becoming illegal is also great. Cartman keeping a bunch of them in his attic and not noticing the parallels to Anne Frank. It's probably also the best episode of Kyle's dad, him starting the big campaign to outlaw them but ends up getting addicted to the stuff himself, ending in a battle between him and Kenny for the hot lady. Major Boobage is super creative, but it's way more than just style over substance. Best of the season and one of the greatest in the whole series. I love it. After sick of not being respected at all, every Canadian decides to go on strike, demanding more money. And so to prevent his brother Ike from striking himself to death, the boys have got to figure out a way to make some internet money.
It's not a big deal. We can just watch American comedy.
You think that's bad? Remember the time I sang La Cucaracha for Paul McCartney?
Honestly, all the YouTube parodies can be super dated, but it's for the most part timeless stuff like Chocolate Rain or the Numa Numa guy, stuff which most people still remember. Butter's parody video is also really funny, although it did cause the creators to get sued by the original guy, which is fucking dumb. Like, if anything, he'd get more views from this, you know, tension and money off it being in such a massive show, but whatever.
You'll regret this day, friend! I'm not your friend, buddy!
This is a great episode, despite the dated subject matter. The ending where their YouTube video gets them paid in theoretical dollars is hilarious. So you guys like Manscaped? Seems like they got sick of this Miss Garrison arc, with her going out on a grand adventure to find an on-the-run penis, which has been genetically engineered on top of a rat.
And little fluffy ears. Fluffy ears, okay. Think you got it, Mitch? I think so, sir. Is this pretty close?
Eric also has a decent side plot, where because he helped everyone in the class cheat on an exam, he's tasked with teaching an inner-city school to get their grades up. It is mostly just the same two jokes over and over again. Cartman saying, "How do I reach these kids?" and trying to help them cheat like a white person. Alright episode. There's a few good moments, but overall it's pretty unremarkable. I mostly just remember it for reverting Miss Garrison back to Mr. Garrison. Probably gonna end up near the bottom of the list.
The Mouse!
Everyone's worst nightmare has just come true. The internet is offline. Everywhere! For the most part, I feel like they did a good job at avoiding the easy boomer humor they could have filled this one with. How people these days can't cope without the computer. Although that's probably because the residents of South Park overreact to every situation, so this seems pretty normal by their standards.
Dad? Randy!
Oh, that was a ghost!
Aside from that though, I never really cared for this one. I always thought it was pretty boring just repeating the same joke over and over again, without much progression once the Marshes arrive in California. The highlight is for sure the ending though, where Kyle just unceremoniously unplugs and plugs back in the internet, which fixes everything. But really, it's not that funny, definitely not worth watching the episode just to see. Neat idea, but feels phoned in, not a fan. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention it, there's a new intro now. I'm not that into the rock rendition of the theme. Doesn't fit the show all too well, I much more prefer the simple hillbilly sound of the initial few, but I enjoy the visuals a bunch. Yeah. Okay, here's one that I always forget about, mostly because it doesn't feel like a South Park plot at all. It's so simple, but it's a nice change of pace. The kids are on a field trip to a mock pioneer village from 1864, which ends up getting infiltrated by guys who have just robbed a Burger King, and is not keeping them all hostage, while Cartman forces Butters to sneak off with him to the place next door. Super fun time.
Who else needs a partner?
It's great that this issue becomes infinitely more frustrating due to all the museum employees not being allowed to break character no matter what. But the Butters and Eric stuff is pointless despite its funny moments. They think the police is on the scene of the crime for them running away and they have to try and sneak back in, which they do. Again, it doesn't add a whole lot, they're fairly disparate ideas. I can see why I never remembered this one, it's just whatever. Cartman has finally decided that it's time to put a stop to the Chinese immense growth, believing that they have some big plan to take over the world.
I'm not doing this. Kyle, you're supposed to tell Cartman he's being racist or something? Yeah, he's an idiot, but I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore, okay?
The other kids are too distraught to join in on another racist Cartman adventure. How could they when they know their friend has just been, you know, RFPED'd? The friend they're talking about, of course, is Indiana Jones. This is without a doubt one of their most offensive episodes ever. On one side, you've got Eric and Butters looking and talking like stereotypical Chinese people, and on the other side, we have prolonged scenes of Indiana Jones being sexually assaulted by George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, despite them having died in their last episode, but let's not talk about that. Acknowledging how fucked up it is, it's still very good. One of the stronger episodes of the season, simply for how outlandish this whole premise is, although I can see some not being able to look past the more serious subject matter.
Fire warning shot, Butters! God damn it, Butters! What did I say about shooting guys in the dick?
Oh, I did it
again? Say the line, Bart!
Breast Cancer Show Ever is hands down one of the greatest episodes in all of South Park. It is amazing. Yeah! It's another one where Cartman puts himself in a situation and has to reap the consequences. This time he mocks Wendy's breast cancer speech and accepts a challenge to fight her, but starts to get cold feet upon realizing that if he loses, everyone will think he's a pussy, and so the whole thing is him desperately trying to find a way out of the fight, without apologizing in front of everyone or admitting he doesn't want to do it.
Eric, did you just take a crap on my desk?
What's up? What's up? I crapped on your desk, Doug. What's up with that?
It's so fucking funny seeing how scared he gets over this, attempting every strategy he can, from begging her to crying to his mum, and the fight happening at the end was surely worth it, with her kicking the shit out of him but it being okay, because the other boys couldn't possibly think any lower of him. It's another I'd highly recommend watching, one of my favorites for the season.
Yay! Sick of hearing this music everywhere I go.
I think Kenny likes it.
Here's a whole two-part special about Peruvian flute bands. Yeah, that's an issue worth commenting on. I'm pretty conflicted on this one. See, there's two sides to it. One which I enjoy a lot, and another which I think is utterly fucking boring. All the stuff with the boys is great. A bunch of episodes focus on their infighting, so I always like when they are presented as a group, devising a plan to let Craig in so they can take his birthday money to start their own band. I always liked it that stated here their group is widely hated at school because they're always getting themselves in these problems and never learning from them.
Do you guys know why nobody else at school likes hanging out with you? Because you're always doing stuff like this. That's why no one likes hanging out with you guys.
All that stuff is really funny, and Randy filming everything on his camcorder Blair Witch style is great, but the story itself puts me to fucking sleep. So much of it is just filled with the government, which is already overdone to hell in this show, with them banning pan flute bands and putting them in a camp to kill them. It just feels like anytime they want to do a multi-part episode, they just take a normal story and add the government to it. The best part of Pandemic is Craig. He's the most redeemable part. Well, apart from the beasts that the Peruvian flute bands were protecting us from being realistic giant guinea pigs. But let's just see where they go with this. Now this is where shit gets real. Except, not really. Of course, none of my issues with the general story could really be fixed here. It's more of the same. Although I like Craig being the key to all this, him being the chosen one and saving the day. And the guinea pigs are a fun idea, there being different variants like pirates and dinosaurs. But again, the story itself is just not interesting. Like, why guinea pigs? Funny or not, it doesn't make a whole bunch of sense and feels more so like they're throwing ideas out there and hoping it'll fit by the end. Which, by the way, is super abrupt and anticlimactic. Pandemic is by far the weakest multi-parter as of now. It's not terrible, it does have some good visuals, and again, it really makes me love Craig, especially when he puts his foot down and decides not to get sidetracked anymore, with the boys wanting to branch off and go off on another adventure, but it's the worst plot we've seen out of any of them.
And I also learned to never listen when people come asking you for money.
Here's an episode where by the first time I had seen it, it had already become incredibly dated, being a reaction to the 2008 election where Obama became president. Where Obama and McCain were secretly trying to get one or the other elected, where they could steal a diamond in a big-ass heist. Fucking Ike is even involved. And on the other end, the entire town is in a frenzy, one half celebrating in the streets, and the other half believing this marks the end.
Ike? Boom, baby.
It does a fine job at showing how both sides overreact to these things, whether or not they win or lose. And while I can appreciate the fact that their big episode about the election mostly focuses on a nonsensical heist instead of trying to give some sort of commentary on it, it doesn't change that it's all about a very specific situation from 14 years ago that I also don't care about. Fairly middle of the road for this season. Not bad, but not great. It's alright. It's mostly just impressive how quickly they managed to turn this around, airing the night after the election. Nice work. They predicted who would win spot on. Can't wait to see that same thing backfire in the future. Dude, I fucking love this one. As someone who was forced to watch all the High School Musical movies with my sisters, this is probably the most perfect parody ever. Okay, well, not forced. I may have enjoyed them a lot as a kid, but I'm not proud of that part of my life. I love that they tell their own story with this too. It isn't just a straight up copy. Instead, they use their Zac Efron stand-in to tell the reverse story of High School Musical. Or instead of wanting his son to play basketball, he wants his kid to sing and dance. He was the funniest fucking character to me when I was younger.
Oh my god! Don't worry, bitch, I didn't forget about you. There's a slap for you! Slap, slap, slap!
I can imagine folks who didn't grow up with this whole phenomenon might not care about this one too much. But I personally think it's hilarious. One of the best of the season. Love coming back to it every now and then. It also introduces Scott Malkinson. He's got diabetes.
What's so bad about hanging out with me?
Shut up, Scott Malkinson.
Another fad episode, this one being a response to the Twilight craze. Butter's joining the newly formed Vamp kids at school, while the Goth kids get increasingly pissed off at how they keep being compared to him. Glad to see him get more frequent roles after Reasons. They're very fun characters. The first half is unremarkable, but after Butters becomes a Vamp kid, it starts to pick up, with him heavily embracing his new way of life, which terrifies his parents.
Alright, I don't know what's gotten into you, mister, but you're gonna...
Not gonna blow you away or anything, but still a solid end to the season. The ending is funny where the Goths have to burn down the heart of the Vamps, which is just a hot topic in the mall.
Fuck all of you.
Season 12 has the same consistency issues as 11, although I'd argue to a greater degree. There are a good few episodes in here I absolutely adore, but many of them I also completely forgot about before revisiting them for this video. The show is anything but bad yet, don't get me wrong, but I worry that more and more of these seasons are gonna feature a majority of episodes that are just, alright, rather than the banger after banger we were seeing back around season 7 or 8. Let's hope I'm wrong. The unthinkable has happened. Kenny's got a girlfriend. And as it turns out, she completely hoards out anytime she sees the Jonas Brothers, and so he's got to take her to a concert to get some action. Making fun of the Jonas Brothers seems so lame and obvious in concept, but it actually manages to work super well, as it's used more for lampooning Disney as a company, with them capitalizing and in a way sexualizing these artists, while still somehow keeping a family-friendly image, with Kenny not getting his wish as he's roped into wearing a purity ring with his girlfriend. His reaction to this is perfect, just fucking breaking down into tears. The Mickey Mouse parody is also hilarious. I love his dumbass outfit and how evil he is, wanting to sell sex to kids and kicking the shit out of anyone who opposes him. This is an amazing start to the season. The Purity Ring song is great, and it's been fun seeing South Park bleeding into parodies of stuff that I grew up with.
What say you and me go to TGI Fridays? Woohoo!
As we commit this young child to the earth, let us all...
It's another fan favorite episode, one that inspired a future trilogy, and was even the basis for the second South Park RPG. Here we see Cartman don his superhero alter ego, the Coon, clearly being a parody of the Dark Knight, with his gravelly voice and mysterious presence.
Just get out of here before we...
I'm right here now.
I love the conflict here, him desperately trying to build up a cool presence throughout the town, but getting shafted when a new kid starts doing the same thing, albeit much more successfully, with Eric desperately trying to figure out who it is.
I will show my face.
Apparently Matt and Trey didn't even know who it would be in the end. There was a deleted scene showing that Kyle was covering up for him, but until next season it's left a mystery. The Coon is very good. The Ring is for sure better, but I appreciate a lot of the moments here, like the airport Hilton guy calling back to the Ginger Kids in Edith's episode, him naturally having a feud with Professor Chaos, and the art here is some of the best we've seen. The shot composition and lighting is super stylized throughout. especially during the nighttime scenes. Season 13 is off to a wonderful start.
Then we'll reinvest the earnings into foreign currency accounts with compounding interest, and it's gone.
It's the recession episode. It even ended up getting them an Emmy Award. Despite that fact, I never thought Margaritaville was all that entertaining, at least not as much as the last two. The stuff with Randy is pretty good, everyone reverting back to Jesus times and Kyle paralleling Jesus and the other kids being his disciples, Cartman even being the Judas and portraying him. But the Stan plotline isn't as interesting, mostly just showing him on a wild goose chase trying to return his dad's mixer. It's mainly where they dump all their info and how people go about spending, and I don't care as much for it. Overall, it's a fine one. Again, the stuff with Randy and Kyle is great, treating the economy like it's a living thing that can be upset at us. But we've seen better. Bottom of the list. The worst thing imaginable has just happened. The Terrence and Phillip show has just been replaced with the Queef sisters.
What?
It's hilarious how much offense all the boys and even men in town take to this subject. Probably the most South Park way they could have ever covered gender equality. The Terrence and Phillip stuff isn't as good, sadly, with them falling in love with the sisters and going out with them. But I don't know, I feel like this idea just isn't funny enough to be extended for a full episode. Like, the farting in the Terrence and Phillip episode from season 2 isn't why it's funny to me. It's everything else around it. But with this one, the only real joke they tell throughout is that all the guys find queefing disgusting and juvenile, while all the girls don't see the big deal. It's good for the first 5 or 10 minutes, but gets old by the end. Yet another at the bottom of the list. Damn, they were ahead of the curve with this Kanye West shit. Jimmy and, Eric's there too, come up with what might possibly be the funniest joke ever conceived by man, with everyone getting it except for the rapper. The joke in question being, do you like fish sticks? Do you like putting fish sticks in your mouth? What are you, a gay fish?
Now let's see. Something about fish sticks interacting with me makes me gay fish.
For what's such a dumb idea and concept, it's shocking how well it all comes together in the end, with Jimmy trying to figure out a way to let Cartman know he had nothing to do with the joke, with Eric taking the wrong conclusion from his conversation with Kyle, showing that in his heart of hearts he genuinely believes that he wrote the joke himself. The stuff with Kanye is mostly the same joke over and over again, with him not getting it, which may have led to it getting rather repetitive, but it's completely saved in the end when he finally embraces being a gay fish. Trev Parker kills the rap number. Fish Sticks is probably going to end up under the coon, but don't be mistaken, it's brilliant.
There! Wow, Eric, incredible! Too bad I'm a dick, and I'm gonna take all the credit. Suck it, bitch.
I always forget about this one too, although I'm sad to say I didn't get much out of it. Feels like it never truly starts, just adding idea after idea, while waiting for some kind of logical place to conclude it. Randy steals this thing that allows Stan's Pinewood Derby car to break warp speed to where Earth is now visited by aliens, but it's a bad alien who holds them hostage, forcing them to build another, but then the police show up and look for him, but they lie, and so Stan just kills the guy, and so now the world gets to spend all the space cash he had stowed away in his ship, but then the police come back and reveal the whole thing was just part of an intergalactic test to see if Earth could warrant being in the Space Federation. Yeah, despite the fact that the aliens never broke the act even when off the Earth, and yeah, this is one of the worst episodes of the past few seasons. There's almost nothing redeemable about it. Just meandering around for 22 minutes trying to find something interesting, but it never comes. Season 13 started strong, but it's become such a mixed bag. Hope it picks up as we approach the second half. Cartman and whatever other kids want to join him are headed to Somalia to become pirates just like the real ones.
Everyone at school is a fucking idiot. And if one more person talked to me about that Susan Boyle performance of Les Miserables, I was going to puke my balls out through my mouth.
It's amazing that this somehow doesn't blow up in his face, getting there and realizing that the pirates are nowhere near as fantastical as they were expecting. But his response to this is to try and turn them into what he believes to be the real ones, with flags and a giant ship and singing sea shanties. It's decent. I like the moment at the end with the Somalian talking about how not fun it is being a pirate, which makes the kids realize how good they got it at home, but I feel like that message was pretty obvious. The rest of it is just whatever. Ending's very abrupt. We've had way better so far.
Even the fish here are radioactive.
Ike has started seeing dead celebrities like Billy Mears, with Kyle and gang having to figure out a way to help him. It's clear his voice actor has started getting older. I love how serious he signs here.
I'm a therapist. Whatever has been troubling you, it's okay.
No, it's a secret.
This episode is great. They could have easily made it about the media's obsession with reporting on dead celebrities and such, but I'm glad they didn't. Seems like it would have retread on the Britney Spears one too much. Instead, they just fill this thing chock full of random plot points that come up like the Ghost Hunters parody, Michael Jackson possessing Ike's body, and so they've got to put him in a beauty pageant to allow him to move on, and their interpretation of purgatory being on a flight that's constantly being delayed is hilarious. There's a lot going on here, so it's amazing that it doesn't fall apart by the end. Gonna be going near the top of season 13. Always enjoyed this one.
I'm sorry I didn't win, Mommy.
Yeah. I see a lot of people saying this was one of their favorites in the whole show, and I have to disagree. It's a very good episode, but nowhere near in my top 20 or anything. I can see why people would say that, though. The whole gimmick is that Butters is starting his own kissing company in the school, which grows and grows until he starts to unknowingly become a pimp. Already, that situation sounds amazing for a character like Butters to be in. He steals the show, starting to finally get a bit of a backbone. It's new seeing him with a bit of an attitude, and it works well.
Butters, do you have a problem?
All these bitches are kissing fellers, and they haven't figured out that they can be making some serious fucking money.
I don't care for the stuff with the police chief as much, trying to bust people for hiring prostitutes, but only announcing that he's a cop after performing the act. The final one is great where he straight up gets married to a pimp and waits until their anniversary to reveal the truth, but the rest of it is pretty formulaic. Certainly one of the best of the season, but of the whole show, not in my opinion. All the boys are fascinated by the WWE, and so start up their own wrestling federation that becomes a major hit throughout the town.
This is our shot at making it into the WWE, to be real wrestlers. Oh my God.
This is such a silly idea, but it's really charming. Seeing the kids having fun and getting so into these old stories and plot lines that made up for the characters, with everyone else in the audience also getting super invested thinking it's real. I feel awful for the school's wrestling teacher, though, who has his entire life ruined from their show, losing his job. They even took his dog. Comparing WWE to stage plays isn't any kind of unique or biting commentary, but it doesn't hurt it at all, simply because, again, it's just a fun little change of pace. Hope we see more like this in the future. Going near the top of the list. Yet another Stan environmentalist episode. This time he joins Whale Wars after seeing the Japanese constantly kill whales and dolphins, but gets increasingly more fed up with their pussy tactics.
But hey, at least you still got your t-shirt. And you always have your neat picture.
Honestly, I always find this one to be pretty boring. They spend like the first 10 minutes establishing how nobody gives a shit about stupid-ass whales, and I'm sitting here like, yeah, it results in a fairly uninteresting episode, I can see why. It gets a little stronger near the end when Cartman and Kenny insert themselves into the situation to get on Stan's popular TV show, but by then it's a little too late. The twist with it all being because Hiroshima was blamed on whales and dolphins is also a funny idea, but again, that's all near the end. The majority of it is just whatever, near the bottom of the list. A bunch of bikers are invading South Park, which everyone starts referring to as the F word. Like, not that F word, but, you know, the bad F word, you know? Telling them to get out of town, which makes the homosexual members of the town upset as they think it's directed towards them, and so they've got to try and get the word legally changed in definition to refer to douchey bikers. I sadly didn't find this one nearly as funny as I did as a kid. It's very similar to that N-word one from a while back, although much less poignant. I think their whole point is that since the word has changed its meaning so much over the years, that it can yet again be changed to instead refer to inconsiderate douchebags. I don't know, it's like a fine idea, I guess. But specifically using it in context of Harley riders seems too targeted. Like, I get it, but I don't think Harley riders are that universal of an issue to focus this serious topic on. I really don't know what to think. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it in the comments below. I'm trying to think of a way both these ideas can be incorporated into the episode while making their point a little stronger, but I just can't. As is, though, it's just whatever, pretty mid-tier. After a pretty lackluster past few episodes, I thankfully think Dances with Smurfs is pretty good. The first couple minutes is so fucking awkward, I love it. The morning announcement kid being held at gunpoint and shot in the head. From here, Eric is given the role of morning announcer, to which he takes his job super seriously, using his position to criticize the school and insult Wendy over the airwaves.
Our school president, wants to kill Smurfs.
This is a political commentary on some figurehead from around the time, but I have no idea who that is. Which is why I'm happy that despite me not being aware of the deeper meaning going on, it still remains incredibly funny with how far it all goes. Him writing books and fabricating movies all for the purpose of making a fool out of her. Saying that she caused the death of all Smurfs is not where I was expecting them to take it, but it all works well, going near the top.
Our asshole president is a fat, smelly douchebag milkshake. I'm doing the best I can!
The gang is headed to the water park, where Cartman is disgusted at the ratio of normal people to minorities. Yes, that is literally how he describes it. His minority song should not be as catchy as it is.
Try to go and tell the police, but even the authorities are minorities.
All while this is happening, Kyle is disgusted at how everybody pees in the pool, the whole water park eventually being overrun with pee. Sure, it's nothing more than a mix of racism and toilet humor, but really, what's more South Park than that? This is an okay end of the season. Nowhere near my favorite or anything, but I don't mind rewatching it every now and then.
Oh my god, they killed Kenny!
I had this season on DVD as a kid, but barely remembered these ones. Much like the last couple, it's been a real mixed bag. With a great start that sort of teeters off by the halfway point, but then comes back in the second half with some more okay ones. I really wonder when we're going to get the next truly amazing season, but as is, season 13 is alright. Season 14 begins with Kyle, Kenny, and Butters being deemed sex addicts, and being sent off before their disease develops any worse. It does. It's also got a large focus on scientists trying to figure out why rich, successful men like Tiger Woods go out and have sex with a bunch of different women.
Why would a man who's famous and makes tons of money use that to try and have sex with lots of different women?
It's a pretty good commentary on the media coverage of all these sex scandals, trying to figure out why they do this when in reality it's just because, you know, they have a sex drive and their success more easily allows them to do it. The issue being that they should just control themselves. This joke runs a little dry near the end, kind of falls apart by the third act. They make their point a little too on the nose at the beginning, so it leaves you feeling like it's just dragging that out for the next 15 minutes, but still, it's a fine start to the season. The boys are so mad that Catcher in the Rye is nowhere near as edgy as they were told it would be, that they aim to write a book that's way more vulgar, calling it The Tale of Scrody McBoogerballs. It's really nice seeing them all get together and do such a wholesome activity, and it's amazing how much they try to think ahead with this only for it to blow up in their face, thinking that folks would be pissed at them for writing it and so convince Butters that he wrote it, only for him to get all the praise once people start to think it's brilliant, deriving meaning that was never really there.
The poop sat there on Rebecca's boobs, looking like a wiener. Chapter 2.
All the vomiting here might be too much for someone, but it's still an extremely good episode. Going above sexual healing, fun seeing this different dynamic for once with Butters being on the offense, and a good commentary on people seeing too much meaning in something that's just meant to be vulgar and offensive. Wait, you don't think... This is the first episode of South Park I'd ever seen. Well, except for vague memories of seeing a clip from the movie on TV when I was really, really young, but either way. This one sees the local KFC be shut down and turned into a weed store. Randy trying to figure out a way to get cancer so he can get a doctor's note for some, which grows his balls to an absurd degree.
Oh, hey, Stan, could you grab me a beer? Stan?
Cartman also goes on a rampage, realizing all the KFCs in the state have been shut down, going into business with the Colonel himself to distribute it on the black market. It's definitely not as good as the previous, but it's still very strong. Cartman ruining the business by eating all the supplies in Randy's plotline is just pure silliness. Fuck. Not as laugh out loud hilarious as I thought it was as a kid, but I still like it a lot. Here's their episode all about the popularity of Facebook. You'd think that would date it, but I actually really love this one. The Stan stuff is pretty good. Him not wanting to get sucked into Facebook with everyone bothering him about it, only to get literally sucked into it, which is just like Tron. Although I much prefer the stuff going on with Kip Jordy, this third grader who has 0 friends on Facebook. With Kyle being stuck between keeping him as a friend but lose all his others as a result, or remove him as a friend again. He removes him and it's genuinely really sad.
Hey dude, how's it going?
Hey. This is my friend Kyle. He's looking for some new friends.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, he's taking out his penis.
There's a lot of great stuff here. I specifically remember my ICT teacher in high school bringing up the clip of Eric and Kyle on chat roulette. Some may not like the boomer humor it falls a tad into, with all the talk of social media driving us further apart, but I personally enjoyed a bunch.
You should know, fat ass.
Hey, I'm not fat, you sneaky Jew. Oh, God, you guys really? This again? I have a dad, butthole. My mom is my dad. You guys, stop. All you're doing is rehashing a bunch of old stuff.
It's their 200th episode special, and they really pulled out all the stops in terms of being a homage to the series' history. Here we see Tom Cruise band all the celebrities they've made fun of together, in an attempt to sue South Park for mocking them. They bring so many disparate references together and they somehow make a cohesive story out of it, with the only way for him not to sue is for South Park to give him Muhammad, Stan even recounting how he saw him back in the Super Best Friends episode and nobody got bombed. Again, it's shocking all this fits together, them wanting Muhammad so they can use his power and therefore never get made fun of again. They bring back everything, Mr. Het, Cartman's Jennifer Lopez hand, all the Super Best Friends, Mecha Streisand who's all CGI now, even the ginger kids getting roped in as twist villains who also want the power. Some may see it as mindless references, but it's all in favor of the story, and at the same time, it's the fucking 200th episode, they're allowed to be a little self-indulgent. Not to mention it's still extremely funny, desperately trying to figure out how they can show Muhammad without getting bombed, resulting in having him inside a bear costume. If the second part follows suit then, this is looking to be the strongest two-parter yet, especially with them again revisiting the Cartman's father plot point from season 1, claiming that the answer given to him was a lie. Oh boy. It's their 201st episode special, opening on a message from Trey talking about his disappointment in the fact that Comedy Central bleeped out some stuff in this one that originally wasn't. Like every time the word Muhammad is said, it's very distracting, I gotta say. They get right back into shit. The town is starting to be bombed after showing Muhammad, meanwhile the celebrities are using Mecha Streisand to attack everything. The motherfuckers killed Pip. Dude, we even get to see Dr. Mephisto again, he hasn't been around in ages. I'm aware this is less of a review and more of a, oh my god, it's this thing. I'm also only doing the highlights, there are a fuck ton more I could mention. But I don't know, I think it's fun to point out, considering how we've been taking a look through all the episodes in order. It's like a payoff in a way. But just who is Cartman's father? Well, it turns out that it actually was a member of the Denver Broncos like they brought up in that initial episode. But he had since settled down in South Park and had a son named Scott Tedderman, who's the head of all the gingers. Dude, it's a big fucking coincidence, but I don't care. It's too funny and great of a callback.
My dad was a ginger!
Wait, what?
Episode 200 and 201 are fantastic. If it were your first time watching South Park, you probably wouldn't care, but as I've been watching it in order, it feels like a perfect culmination, balancing everything South Park is known for, mocking celebrities, religion, and all the dumbass nonsense in between.
You see, I learned something today.
That's right. Don't you see, gingers?
Yeah.
Really, the biggest crime here is that these two episodes are so hard to come across, which sucks because again, they're really, really good. An important part of South Park history.
We know a place where everything is just happiness and joy.
Oh, please, can you show me where?
Despite the title, this episode is mainly about Tylee, being framed as a documentary about his addiction and eventual intervention. Meanwhile, he's gotten a job at a summer camp which Jimmy is going to. Honestly, it's pretty fucked up to have them all be parodies of Looney Tunes characters, not gonna lie. It's neat seeing them do something more with Nathan, who made a small appearance in the steroid episode. Here he's been given a sidekick called Mimsy, in his attempts to get rid of Jimmy once and for all, getting him into Wile E. Coyote-esque mix-ups.
I swam in the water, so now I'm gonna blow the whistle.
This one is mostly saved from the unique formatting. Again, they have the documentary shit going on throughout. I love how they keep interrupting it to have these descriptions come on screen with the exact same guitar riff every time. This is probably the funniest Tylee episode we've gotten so far, which I'm aware isn't saying much, but oh well. Cartman suddenly wants to become a NASCAR driver, and so needs to get as poor and stupid as possible in order to get his shot.
Can we just get back to the subject of racing, please?
Bring it on, Danica. You dumb bitch. Think I can't steer left better than you?
I never knew much about NASCAR, so I don't really get much out of this one, although I recognize the reference to Danica Patrick, the hit character from Sega All-Star Racing Transformed. Poor and Stupid is going at the bottom of the list. There's not many positives about this one. The idea of Cartman thinking the whole thing is basically a Poor and Stupid contest is funny and all, but not for an entire 22 minutes. Some Jersey folks have moved to South Park, which brings out the New Jersey and Kyle's mom, which he had been hiding for years. The Jersey Shore parody is pretty funny. You know, it constantly switches to these interview segments in the middle of the episode.
I'm just really hoping that people here don't judge me for it, or somehow, hold it against me.
Sheila, who are you talking to?
Kyle's personal dilemma of not wanting anyone to know he's got some Jersey in him is alright, but for the most part, this episode is just fine. I never find it amusing or anything. I've never watched Jersey Shore so many, the parodies like Snooki doesn't really get a whole lot out of me. I will say though, I like the ending with them getting help from Osama bin Laden.
Only folks with differences. Tango's down, Tango's down. We got him!
It's a Jersey thing is fine, going near the middle of the list. Thankfully, Inception makes up for the last. I think this one is wonderful. Stan and Mr. Mackey have got to take some sort of experimental therapy to realize why they've become hoarders, with Mr. Mackey's trauma being so repressed that it sucks Stan into his. With them having to figure out a way to get them all out like Inception, I think I've never seen it.
They don't. It'll be the end of Europe as we know it.
Why?
Because...
Seeing a young Mr. Mackey is very interesting, and it's still entertaining despite me not having seen the movie it's referencing. I love how increasingly convoluted the whole situation gets. I also have a vivid memory of watching this episode with my granny as a kid, and she laughed when they bring Freddy Krueger in at the end. I think that's the only time I ever saw her laugh at South Park. I don't know, maybe that's why I like this one so much, it's pretty nostalgic. Inception is a unique episode for the show. Wouldn't mind them focusing more on the other side characters in the future if they're as solid as this one. It's another Coon episode. This time not only is it a full trilogy, but all the other boys have got their own superhero forms as well. It's a whole group of Coon and friends. Their heroic deeds are constantly cut short, however, as Captain Hindsight keeps entering the scene to show off his amazing powers of hindsight. This is all while a BP oil spill unleashes fucking Cthulhu and creatures from another dimension. Although, it's okay, at least they're sorry.
I want to say, we're sorry. I'm deeply sorry.
It's pretty okay, although for sure nowhere near as good as the original Coon episode. There's a couple funny moments, but it's usually pretty separate from the plot. For a first part, it's really repetitive, just going between different news broadcasts, clips from BP saying sorry, and the Coon and friends arguing. I hope the future parts improve upon it with a more straightforward plot. The Coon and friends have kicked the Coon out of their group, and have got to figure out a way to stop Cthulhu. The comic book segments are wonderful. I wish the whole thing embraced that style more, instead of just looking like a regular episode for the most part. Even the first Coon one from the other season had way more varied composition and darker lighting.
Pull the trigger, you pussy!
Dude, Kenny, chill out.
This one continues the story from before, with Cartman trying to team up with Cthulhu, although much more focus is put on Mysterion, which I prefer. Them delving not into just his past, but Kenny as a character. They finally try to give an in-universe explanation as to why he comes back after dying all the time, revealing that it's a curse of his, because his parents went to a cult meeting years ago, which causes a new Kenny to be birthed every time he dies, wiping everyone's memory of his death. Part of me is stuck between thinking this is super lame, trying to add some deeper meaning behind what was supposed to be just a dumb running gag, while also thinking this is a super cool way of trying to tie it into the main show. Like, it would make sense for him to consider this a superpower. I don't know, I could go either way with this one. Again, let me know what you think in the comments. I'm interested to see what others think of this. Still though, not amazing, but much better than the last.
Die. Dude, Kenny, what'd you run away for? We gotta fight these guys!
In this epic conclusion, Kenny desperately tries to convince his friends that he constantly dies.
Try and fucking remember!
Oh my god! Holy shit, dude! Dude!
Damn, they're fucking making up for how little they do this now. This one has a much more focused story, which I'm grateful for. It's Cartman versus the other Coon and friends, all while Kenny's trying to figure out why he's been cursed by this cult. And even if I may be torn about them making entire episodes about this running gag, I can't lie and say I don't enjoy the mental torment Kenny goes through, wanting to settle this thing once and for all.
Ow! That
fucking hurts!
Die!
The ending is good. Him not getting his answer and the whole thing secretly having been revolved around Mintberry Crunch, him using his Mintberry Crunch powers to save the world. Overall, the Coon trilogy is probably one of their weakest so far. If you skip the first one, which is the worst by a mile, and simply treat them as a pair, then it's a pretty alright story focused on Kenny figuring out the secrets from his past. Whether or not you think that should have been explored, though, is a whole other topic.
Yeah. I'm tired, guys. Think I'm gonna go to bed.
Die!
We should have never gone to that stupid cult meeting.
Randy's current obsession is with food channels, which upsets Sharon as he spends all his time now trying to emulate what he sees being cooked. The joke is that he treats it like it's porn, but it's kinda it for the most part. The Sharon subplot offers a similar thing where she gets a chic weight. It looks like she's jacking off, that's it. I will say, I enjoyed the resolution where he becomes the new school chef and has to face off against Cartman dressed as Gordon Ramsay, but overall it's a weak end to the season, one of the least funny Randy episodes. Season 14 is a definite improvement from the last in my opinion. The highs are higher, but the lows are nowhere near as low. Okay, except for Poor and Stupid, that one is an outlier. I appreciate them doing some different ideas in here though, like the Coon trilogy, even if it isn't stellar. But with episodes like 200 and 201, how could the season possibly be bad? I like a majority of these. This season kicks off with Human Centipede. Interestingly, there's a documentary called 6 Days to Air where they show the process for making this episode and how many issues came with producing one so quickly. You can even see them in the writer's room talking about concepts that would later become future episodes. The gimmick is pretty funny, being that Kyle is the only one to not read the iTunes terms and conditions, unknowingly agreeing to let Apple Human Centipede him to 2 other users. I love that the main thing holding the project back is that no matter what, Kyle never learns to read what he's signing. The stuff with Cartman trying to get an iPad back before everyone realizes he's a liar is also good, even if it does come back to the same joke over and over of him saying his mom is fucking him by not buying one.
How about a little courtesy lick next time you decide to fuck me?
This is a solid start to the season, although part of that might be due to the documentary making me appreciate how much work goes into a single episode. Jimmy pisses off the Germans by awarding them the least funny people in the world, and so they create FunnyBot, who has prepared the most hilarious plan ever: destroying the Earth. Wait, didn't Fairly Odd Parents do this?
You know when a man be cheating, he never know what to say. But a woman? Them things think quick!
Ironically, the episode called FunnyBot isn't all that funny. Jimmy's dilemma of them taking the humanity out of comedy isn't all that intriguing, and it repeats the same shit too often to feel like things are naturally progressing in an interesting way. Fixes things with the Germans and suddenly Adam Sandler and the other comedians are pissed. Feels like it keeps changing what the conflict is, and FunnyBot isn't funny enough of a character to carry it. Bottom of the list and one of the worst of the show. Although I'd say it's pretty impressive how we're 15 seasons in, and so far the worst episodes have just been not very funny. Whereas with Simpsons and Family Guy, there were plenty of episodes by now that were flat out terrible. During the Canadian royal wedding, the Princess of Canada has been taken away by an unknown force, and so Ike has got to set out on a quest to find her.
The princess being hoisted away. The little mushroom people of Nova Scotia screaming with horror.
It's a very strange episode, but I don't think that's bad. I feel like I'm one of the rare few people out there who enjoys the Canada stuff in South Park. I always get a kick out of seeing Scott at the very least, even if he is just a dick who's a giant now for some reason. But they bring back a lot of old stuff, like Ugly Bob from Season 2 returns as well, which is cool. And the short and sweet side plot with Mr. Mackey is funny too, with him screaming at the kids. Doesn't overstay its welcome at least. With him trying to put on a school play about tooth decay. I guess I just wish the ending didn't feel so forced in how they connect it, with the thing that took the princess being tooth decay. Alright. Still though, this is an alright episode. I know people aren't a fan, but I don't see the hate personally. Cartman thinks that the school has just posted about the boys' dick sizes in the hallway, and so they take the measurements themselves to post the accurate results. Well, it turns out it was just their height changes. The whole episode is actually about anger management, but I love how every single thing connects back to a wiener size, with it turning out everyone who's got anger problems are only mad because of their dick.
Does everyone here have an issue with their penis size?
No.
Nope. Not me.
Nah, my shit be packing, man.
This is a very funny one, but there isn't a whole lot to say about it. They run with this one joke for a majority of the thing, but that one joke is great, so who cares? Near the top of the list. Kyle volunteers to help buy babies addicted to crack, only to realize Cartman has been doing this for weeks, with the ulterior motive to upload videos of them playing with a ball of crack to the internet for money. It's funny to take it in the direction of treating it like a basketball team, highlighting the low salaries they get for pretty much doing all the work, with Kyle desperately trying to wrap his head around it in a way that makes it sound positive. I love that Stan never offers any input on this, just blankly standing around not getting involved. The stuff with Slash is whatever, the kid's learning that he's completely fictitious like Santa Claus, but I don't think it's nearly as strong. Crack Baby Athletic Association is okay. Not the best, but I enjoy it. Going around the middle of the list. A new Japanese sushi restaurant has just opened up next to City Walk, which has angered the owner as he's sick of people thinking that Chinese and Japanese people are the same. I'm much more interested in the Butters side story though, where he's believed to have multiple personalities, when in reality he's just been adopting different personas while playing. The twist at the end that Butters' therapist is actually the City Walk guy, who himself has multiple personalities, is a weird place to take it, but I'm positive it'll never come back again, so we can just forget about that part. There's a lot of good moments in here, like all the horror movie stuff. I enjoy Butters' Paranormal Activity parody, but it's ultimately pretty forgettable. This has been a fairly weak lineup so far. I'm surprised, hoping it picks up again before the end of the season. It's been about 5 seasons since we last had one, I think, but here's the next big shift in the series, even if it does only last for an episode. But I think it highlights a difference in the writing style from this point on.
One of them is an ad for Kevin James' new movie, The Zookeeper, and the other is a turd in a microwave. Which one is the ad for The Zookeeper?
Stan realizes that he's getting older and not enjoying the same stuff as much as he used to, which eventually leads to him getting pretty depressed and alienating himself from all his friends. Meanwhile, Randy and Sharon are butting heads yet again, although here it seems to be for real, them getting a divorce. Again. It's definitely not in reference to anything else.
First, you're obsessed with baseball fights. Then you need to play Warcraft. Then you gotta be a celebrity chef. Every week, it's kind of the same story in a different way, but it just keeps getting more and more ridiculous.
Matt and Trey were pretty open how this episode was them reflecting on the show, and while not sick of it or anything, we're at the very least at a crossroads for whether or not they wanted to do more with it, which we're going to see in the coming seasons as they get way more experimental to some mixed results. You're Getting Old is up there with Reasons as one of the most depressing South Park episodes thematically. Things don't reset by the end. Stan is just sad. And you feel that shit in the last couple minutes. Landslide was a perfect choice in song. As a kid, I got super upset with this one. That's not to say it isn't short of jokes, though. All the movie trailers are fucking perfect. Let's see if they continue this with the next one or try to find a quick fix. Yeah, they find a quick fix, but it's not as bad as you think. Some time has passed and Stan is all but given up, just going through the motions and wishing everything could just go back to normal.
God, shut up! Everyone just shut the fuck up!
It's not as strong of an episode. I don't think the Cartman stuff is all that great, but I guess it's just there to contrast how there's a normal episode going on in the background without Stan there. Him getting wrapped up in this situation where he's being convinced that he just sees the world for the way it is, but eventually fights back against this, that he should accept change. Well, until his parents just get back together and things go back to normal. Apparently some ideas were thrown around of them continuing the divorce arc next season or have it focus on Stan trying to get his parents back together, but they wanted to keep Randy in the picture and so just kept things simple and reset it. Honestly though, I don't think that's a bad thing. I like that it happens right when Stan accepts things changing. You know, we still had that personal growth, even if things still do reset. And I think keeping it contained to these 2 episodes helps it remain special in a way. It's always nice to revisit these and see what identity crisis the show is facing around this time. As is though, these 2 are some of the best of the entire series and some of my absolute favorites. During a game of Texans versus Mexicans, Butters gets lost and winds up in Mexico, finding himself having to get across the real US border while Eric tries to make sure he stays out because the game is still on. That sucks. It's got some funny commentary with Americans thinking they're the best country in the world and that people would naturally want to live there, whereas it turns out all the Mexicans want to go home because America sucks, which now makes border control want the Mexicans to come back in to fill their egos and have cheap labor once again. Work Mexican Work is also one of the more underrated South Park songs. This is a solid little episode. Not one of my favorites or anything, but it's good, you know? An anonymous person has been leaking private info about the students in South Park, with the kids trying to figure out who's behind it all. A familiar hero even returns to help them out. The Monos. Literally, the whole idea here came from them thinking that Lemmiwinks sounded like WikiLeaks, and it works surprisingly well. WikiLeaks being his evil brother. Cartman also has a good B-story where he's tasked with figuring out a way to make a kid who shit himself in class not KYS, to where his ideas all just involve making other kids shit themselves to balance it out. This is another great episode, one of the highest of the season. Broadway Brodine is an episode I always forget exists, but upon rewatching it, it's actually really sweet. More than it needs to be for what's essentially a Shelley romance story. Randy realizes there's subliminal messages being put in all musicals that make women want to give blowjobs, and so goes out to write his own, so South Park can have its own resident Broadway show. We're also introduced to a new character, this vegan kid who's been protected his whole life, and starts to see his world open up more and more upon meeting Stan's sister. Again, it's way sweeter than it has any right to be. You can tell this is when they were wrapping up Book of Mormon. Their partner on that project, Robert Lopez, was helping them out on this episode. Nowhere near the best, but still pretty alright. I like Randy having to figure out the art of making it subliminal, whereas he just makes all his musicals about blowjobs. But that Shelley storyline really makes it special, even if it's not the focal point. Too bad the kid literally dies at the end. In the entire country, South Park ranks the lowest in fitness, all because Cartman brings down their average so much, which makes him the target of harassment as someone has been destroying all his stuffed animals.
Yeah, why don't you go home and cry to your stuffed animals again?
The stuff with Butters and Jimmy trying to get the 1% excluded from the results isn't all that interesting, but the Cartman psychological stuff makes up for it a bunch.
You forget one crucial thing, Polly Pissy Pants. That nobody would possibly blame Token for all this, because in today's day and age you can't blame a black person for anything.
Turns out he's been the one behind the entire situation, having convinced himself that everyone is against him and blowing things widely out of proportion. This is Cartman at his craziest and most demented, and it creates a super entertaining episode, but that B story brings it down a little bit. Still though, near the top of the list. Another Thanksgiving special. This time it's about the misinformation being spread by the History Channel, which turns out to be true, as aliens were found out to originally be at the first Thanksgiving.
The first Thanksgiving might also have been haunted.
There is certainly no evidence that the first Thanksgiving dinner was not haunted.
Halfway through, though, it turns into a big Thor parody where a pilgrim comes down from space and they need to use Natalie Portman to save the day. Again, like I said way earlier, I never cared much for Thanksgiving specials considering it's not a holiday I celebrate, but it's still okay. There's some good moments like the running gag with Kyle's period, but it's nowhere near my favorite. Kenny, along with his brother and sister that he apparently has, are all sent off to foster care, with a family of practicing agnostics.
Ma'am! Ma'am!
My name is not Meme.
Cartman freaking out upon realizing he's the poorest kid in school is pretty good, even if it does fall into the same yo mama jokes throughout the whole thing. Although I like the rivalry he has with the social worker who tells even more easy jokes. But the Kenny stuff more than makes up for it and is where it shines, with it revealing that he uses his Mysterion persona to console his sister and give her advice when she's feeling sad. It's not all that funny, but again, the Mysterion aspect is very sweet and helps make it one of the better episodes of the season.
What the
Season 15 is yet another mixed bag. The first half of the season kind of fucking sucks, but once you get the amazing You're Getting Old and Asperger two-parter, it starts to pick up. The second half is nowhere near the best we've seen from South Park, but there's a lot of good episodes in here that I'd recommend checking out. That's not good. That was my monitor. Holy shit. Reverse Call Girl is basically a better version of the queefing episode from a while back.
But she's not gonna die, is she?
Why'd you leave the toilet seat up, son?
It's got that same boys versus girls debate, but the whole thing doesn't revolve around that, which helps it not just feel like the same joke repeated over and over. With Clyde's mother dying after he yet again failed to put the seat down, and the government getting hyper-protective, monitoring everyone's bathroom time, it's basically become like a TSA in the airports. This is probably the best premiere since season 13, I like this one a lot. The stuff with Clyde trying to sue the creator of the toilet isn't anything special, but it at the very least leads into a funny conclusion. If this keeps up, I'm hoping to say this is the best season in a while.
I'm a grown man!
Yes, you're a big boy, aren't you, sir?
Yeah, I'm a big boy.
Stan starts to realize that his grandfather, who's in at home now, is being scammed by those late-night shopping networks to blow away all his retirement money. It's already a funny episode, but I think the deeper storyline going on with his granddad makes it one of the best we've had in ages, which is shocking since I never see folks talk about this one. See, throughout the whole series, it's been a running gag that Stan's grandpa calls him Billy, nothing more than a quick and easy joke. But here they actually delve into that and show it's much more serious than initially presented.
She's just a baby after all.
She's not a baby, Grandpa. She's 13.
It's really sad. He tells a story of an old dog he used to have when he was younger who died.
Thought I'd always have the memory of her slobbering happy face. I can't remember what she looked like, Billy.
This episode could have no jokes, but I would still love it for that plot, even ending on a sweet note with Stan and him. But it is elevated further through the humor, like Stan just continuously telling the shopping network guy to kill himself, one of my favorites in a long time.
Put it against your temple and pull the trigger.
We're finally at that point. It's the meme episode. Somehow though, despite how easily they could have fumbled this one and came off lame and out of touch, they succeed by having the thing revolve around how quickly memes become out of date, with the four boys being seen as lame for liking a behind-the-times joke, and getting in a fight over whether or not they should try and get with the times. The whole thing devolving into cat memes is a little too obvious of a direction to take it, with humans being weary about cats evolving through memes, but it doesn't ruin it or anything. Faith Hilling is nowhere near as good as the last couple, but it's still alright, which is a triumph given the subject matter that almost every other show is fumbled with. Again, mainly because of its focus being on how things are constantly changing, which has allowed it to remain somewhat timeless. Somewhat. It's Cartman's Passover Holiday Special, starring the Chupacabra, which Cartman has been using to scare all the kids so he can do the big South Park Easter egg hunt without anyone else in the way. This is definitely the worst so far, but it's not without its own merits. I like how stupid they present the Sasquatch hunters, and Eric getting spooked by his own lie is a pretty good direction to take it in, with him being used as bait to draw it out and having to learn the true meaning of Passover.
Admit you're lying, and I'll let you go. Oh, of course, I was lying, Cal.
Chupacabra is okay, although I hope we didn't peak too early with the first two. Let's see what the rest of the season brings. There's a bullying problem at South Park Elementary. More specifically, Butters is being bullied by his grandmother. And so Stan decides to take a stand against it with a massive anti-bullying campaign. I love everything about this episode. It is one of my absolute favorites in the whole series. From the music video with the one long tracking shot, Stan's complete ego trip and caring more about being praised for stopping something than actually caring about the victim's wishes, and the way everything just revolves around people picking on others to get what they want. The ending is fucking stellar too, with Butters' way of standing up to his grandmother, simply saying that he's gonna outlive her and watch over her in hospital as she slowly dies, which is fucking brutal.
I'll come just to show you that I'm still alive and I'm still happy. And you'll die. Being nothing but you.
This is the best episode of Season 16. I'd be shocked if anything topped it. Even then, in the entire show, this is definitely up there. It's another I'd highly recommend checking out. This is one that'll always stand out to me. It's the first time I saw commercials for a new episode and watched it during its premiere. It's another where on its own it's fine, but its unique presentation allows it to stand out a bunch, with the whole thing recounting a time when the boys went ziplining only to realize that it's actually the most boring thing in the world. I mostly enjoyed how relatable it all is, how much these group activities fucking suck, so seeing them treat it like they're in some horror movie is great. By the end it sorta loses its direction with them escaping through horseback riding and then hiring a boat, but again the presentation saves it where everything becomes live action for no reason whatsoever.
Kenny McCormick has died of boredom.
Die! Oh my god. I should have never gone ziplining is alright. Not bad at all.
Thank you, Mr. Howdy ho, boys.
A new girl has moved to town, and Cartman is making it his mission to set her up with Tolkien. I wonder why. It's another that's very, you know, racist, but it all comes from Eric, so I don't know what you'd expect at this point.
Oh no.
This is yet another highlight of the season. Cartman finds out that she has a crush on Kyle, and so he has to convince everyone that Kyle and him are gay and to back off his man. It's unusually sweet seeing Cartman, at least in his mind, doing something without any selfish intentions for once, and his Cupid Me is a funny addition we're going to see pop up more and more in the future. Cartman finds love is going near the top of the list. Not as strong as some others, but it's still good. Let's see how the second half of the season fares. Commenting on the precautions taken with football now to prevent injuries, Randy unintentionally winds up creating the safest game ever that takes the world by storm. Sarcastiball. There's also a B story where everyone wants to get as good at the game as Butters, and so drink his special white creamy goo. Yeah, it's exactly what you think. The entire thing is just those two jokes, so I can see it being hit or miss with a lot of people. See, there's everyone being sarcastic, and cum. And I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't find it that funny or anything, but it for sure has its moments. Sarcastiball will end up near the middle of the list. Not a whole lot to say.
This is cum.
After being called fat again, Cartman finally has a breakthrough. That if he becomes even fatter, he can get a mobility scooter and not have to walk around anymore. I like that there's something a little deeper going on here, however. Like sure, a bunch of it is just making fun of fat people and whatnot, but it's all in service of a story about how the bar for decency has been lowered so much over the years. Like how these unhealthy lifestyles are almost glorified in a way, like with Honey Boo Boo, which was super big around this time. It goes further, however, where by the end they have this meta moment where Matt and Tress speak through the characters and question if they're responsible for contributing to the bar being lowered so much over the years.
And then I started thinking, maybe it was us. I don't know, but maybe somehow we lowered the bar a long time ago.
It's not an amazing episode or anything. Well, in my opinion, it won an Emmy, the fuck do I know. But it's still pretty good. Going pretty high on the ranking.
Mr. Cameron, we can't believe it.
We're done here. Set course for the set of Avatar 2.
Dude, this episode came out like a decade ago, and that movie is just now fucking coming out. A misunderstanding causes all the men in South Park to believe that their UPS man is fucking all their wives, all while Cartman tries to make sure his house is as secure as possible to thieves like Kyle. This episode is fucking boring. It's another where it's just different variations on those jokes, and I sadly don't think either of them is all that interesting. It gets a little better by the end, where everyone gets these security systems installed into their bodies that go off anytime they get insecure, but that's about it.
Hey, what cute twins.
Thanks.
They're so adorable that I'm gonna bash their heads in.
I really have nothing more to say about this one. It's one of the weaker of the season. Butters has been going through some attitude problems, starting to hit everyone in school. Well, except for Kenny, he likes him. So Butters and Kenny have to go to Hawaii, where all his family come from, to go through some spiritual or emotional journey or some shit. The whole joke is how all the people there consider themselves native Hawaiians, despite just being glorified tourists. And I don't personally find that a very funny joke past the initial couple mentions. Going native is probably my least favorite of the season so far. This is on par with poor and stupid for me. It offers nothing. The only positive is the change of scenery, but that's it. Randy has just gone all in on a new business venture by buying up a Blockbuster Video. Of course, this being when everyone was jumping to streaming movies.
Look, honey, it's Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, and Bruce Valanche.
I'm not Bruce Valanche!
It's a Halloween special too, which helps it stand apart, even if most people are just dressed up as Gangnam Style. The stuff with Randy slowly going crazy while in denial by Blockbuster being on a date is funny, although it gives me flash forwards to the way he's going to be characterized later on in the series, but that's not this one's fault. A Nightmare on Feast Time doesn't have much in terms of story, it's kinda just a by-the-book Shining parody, but it's not bad at all, even if it is one of their weaker Halloween specials. Everyone is getting their What Would Jesus Do wristbands removed, after it turns out that Jesus was under illegal substances while he was performing his acts. Being some commentary on a cyclist from around the time, I'm glad they used Jesus as a stand-in here and didn't have the actual cyclist, because that would have dated it really badly. It goes off in a more self-contained direction from here, which works well, with Stan being praised around the world for not wanting to remove his, becoming a symbol for standing your ground. I like Stan and Jesus' interactions, where even after being caught they still deny anything and claim they're just being witch hunted, but it's also a good message about people building a person up just to knock them down, and these phony ways of advocating for a cause not really doing anything. They even replicate the Dr. Seuss style well by the end. A cause for applause is pretty good. Another solid episode. Definitely good to have more of those. Jesus, I can't believe we're already at the second Obama winning the election episode.
Because every time I show up and explain something, I earn a freckle.
Thankfully, though, this one is much more focused on the boys, Cartman having stolen thousands of election ballots, also he can get a role in the new Disney Star Wars movies as Luke Skywalker's son, mixing two things I know next to nothing about, American politics and Star Wars. It's neat seeing Mickey be brought back as a villain, but other than that there's not much I enjoy here, not the best end of the season. Season 16 was alright. I forgot to mention that, for all the seasons with 14 episodes, they were done in 2 parts, the first 7 being done during a few couple months, then there's a break, then they do the next 7. Which always makes it so there's like a slight change between the halfway point of the season, and here it's evident. The first half being really good, and the second half just being whatever, you know? With season 17, we're going to be seeing a big change come out of the series. We're about to enter the next era of South Park. Let's see if it's for the better. This is the first season of South Park that I actively kept up with as a kid. I recorded all these on my Sky cable box and would watch them all the fucking time. So there might be some bias here, but who knows?
Any files on Eric Cartman?
Yeah, we tracked him for a little bit, but Central Computer designated his status as fat and unimportant.
Let Go, Let Gov is actually kind of shit. Okay, never mind that bias thing. It sees Eric thinking that the government is monitoring everything he does, and so gets a job at the NSA to find out what's going on. There's also a thing of Butters beginning to treat the government like it's a religion, with them looking over him all the time, but similarly, it's just not all that engaging and ultimately amounts to nothing. This is one of their worst premieres yet. I'm hoping this isn't a sign of things to come. If there's one thing I can say, it's that I love the new intro, where the whole environment is 3D. It looks amazing. When I first saw this, I remember hoping that the entire series would be animated like that. The kids are all worried that their parents are going to kill each other after being influenced by murder shows on TV, and so block the channel with a password that no parent would ever be able to answer. How do you tame a horse in Minecraft? I love that it's basically an inverse of the usual parents being up in arms episode, with the kids instead gathering in town hall and rambling. And it's probably just because it caters to something I like, but I enjoy seeing them all try and learn how to play Minecraft, even if Matt and Trey do consistently use the wrong definition of griefer.
Your castle f***ing sucks! Go to hell, you griefer!
If you ignore all the Minecraft stuff, which is just funny to see South Park characters play and talk about, informative murder porn is just okay. So far, we're off to a decent start. Kermit has begun to fear that Tolkien's kind is going to start to try and take over the world. I really enjoy the World War Z parody they fill it with, especially everyone in his fantasy sequence just using his voice. It's all about the George Zimmerman trials from around that time, but even then I had no clue what it was. Usually I feel like that never hinders an episode given their ability to keep these topics self-contained within their own universe, but here they just straight up use the event and act like you already know what's going on, which I think hurts it for anyone who didn't know about the details of this. World War Zimmerman has a couple of Family Guy funny moments, but for the most part it's rather unremarkable. I could see getting more out of it if I actually knew much about George Zimmerman though.
He was on my ground. You all saw that, right?
Similarly to the Butters episode from Season 5, this one is all about the goth kids, paired up with a new theme and everything, having it redone with them in place of Stan, Kyle, Eric, and Kenny. After she's sent to camp, Henrietta is turned from goth to emo, and so the other three have got to figure out what this camp did to her and how to turn her back. I think the biggest issue here is that this whole emo versus goth thing was already sort of done in the Vamp Kids episode from a while back. It's all they ever really do with these characters. On its own, it's a good episode. Them summoning Edgar Allan Poe to help only for him to be a whiny douchebag is hilarious, along with the shitty-ass twist that the entire conflict was a punked thing on the employee helping turn people emo, but we've seen so much better in the show. Season 17. What the fuck happened? Ever since he got his new medication, Ike has started acting very strange.
Hey, Ike.
Get out of my room, Kyle! I'm playing trucks!
This design freaked me the fuck out as a kid. I like this story though in concept, even if I'm not a fan of the direction it leads into. It starts with Kyle simply trying to relate to his brother as puberty's been drifting them apart, but it quickly becomes about him helping one of the Yo Gabba Gabba characters appeal to adults, which is clearly them commenting on the Miley Cyrus shit from around the time, which, I don't know, it's not bad, but I wish they focused on the brotherly bond more. The Mr. Mackey side plot is fairly separate for the most part, but as somebody whose high school tried to be linked up with technology 24/7, I can very much relate to his frustrations with everything shutting down all the time. Teaming Strange, awful title, is pretty alright, although season 17 has yet to give us a truly amazing episode. Cartman pulls a prank on Kyle by putting ginger hair and freckles on a cow, which unknowingly leads to a chain of events that results to peace in the Middle East, as a red cow is apparently a symbol for the end of times. Cartman's such a fucking asshole here, it's wonderful, saying to Kyle that he's gonna come forward about the cow being a lie unless he does everything he says. Ginger Car feels like it's trying to cover too big a topic in a short 22 minutes. Not only is there the Middle East stuff, but Cartman gets less focus on the second half, as all his farts make Kyle smug and into thinking he's some kind of messiah. Suddenly it's about him.
There are greater things at work than what you understand. If you want to suck farts, Kyle, that's fine. Go ahead. But you can't suck farts and be a dick about it.
Still though, Ginger Car is one of the better ones in a season that could definitely do with more strong episodes. This marks what I believe to be the final trilogy for the series, so I pray we end on a bang. It's a Game of Thrones parody, with Black Friday approaching, which is looking to be a fucking bloodbath, with all the kids attempting to band together to get the new game console of their choice, with them eventually splitting into factions, those who want Xbox Ones and those who want PS4s. They do a brilliant job at building up to how terrible Black Friday is going to be when it comes, which helps it feel like they're not dragging this out. The episode is mostly just spent establishing the factions' rivalry, with even the head of Sony trying to up the stakes, setting up future betrayals, and Randy's ulterior motives in helping out at the mall. This is already an amazing start. If they keep this up, then this could be the best trilogy in the whole show. Princess Kenny is turned to the side of the PlayStation, and so Cartman has got to get the CEO of Microsoft and George R.R. Martin to eat him. I like that the Game of Thrones creator is presented as this lunatic who's obsessed with wieners, paralleling the show by hyping up how amazing the pizzas he ordered are going to be when they get there, but just goes back to talking about dicks.
Wiener, 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 next to another.
There's an impressive sense of scale here, which helps make everything feel super grand and epic. All the marching hordes of kids, and I love that it's basically just a 3-part trilogy of characters playing the social ladder, trying to think 5 steps ahead and make sure they get out on top. Also, the intro has been changed to reflect the Game of Thrones outfits for the characters, which was nice. So yeah, next episode. The episode starts out with a pretty good Princess Kenny anime parody. It's amazing seeing it after the Good Times with Weapons episode. They've improved a bunch.
Huh?
Okay, so the splatter, but like get right back up again. So this is no, like the Kenny Death wiki lists it as a death. So like, fuck it, put it on the list. This is a pretty good culmination. I wish that Randy was given something more to do throughout each part instead of having so much focus in the first and then appearing at the end of this one, but the stuff with the kids' war is too good for that to matter. I thought this was the greatest thing ever when I first saw it after its premiere. Again, I recorded it on my cable box and would watch it like once a week. Helps that I was highly anticipating the new Stick of Truth game coming out soon, so this held me over perfectly. Although, since they presented the Xbox as being the dark side, it's strange how easily they ended up winning in the end. I don't know, I've never seen Game of Thrones, maybe it happens there too. Imagination Land is more creative and the Coon has more stylized visuals, but the Black Friday trilogy tells the most engaging story, mainly from how focused it remains throughout, and makes this a highlight of the whole show. I'm glad Season 17 could at least have something stand out about it.
Screw video games, dude. Who fucking needs them? Yeah! Fuck them!
The South Park video game, coming to stores soon.
Wendy starts to get pissed off after all the girls in the class start using Photoshop to make themselves look better, with everyone starting to hate her for being jelly.
Please welcome Aquaman. That's right.
Uh-oh.
They bash their message over your head pretty hard, constantly showing how dumb it is for people to treat the stuff they see online as fact, but they use it for good jokes, so I don't mind. And while I wasn't initially a fan of Kanye West having his own B-story, as it's nothing but the same joke of him trying to prove that Kim Kardashian isn't a hobbit, but I think they tied in well with Wendy's arc at the end, where she realizes that she's not going to put a stop to things, no matter what, even understanding that maybe the issue isn't as big a deal as she was treating it as, then maybe if it makes people feel better about their image, then where's the harm in it? The Hobbit isn't the best of the season. I'm not a fan of how it just ends without feeling like it naturally led to there, but it's still very good. I like it a lot. Season 17 is by far one of the weakest seasons of South Park as of yet. We've gone from 14 episodes a season to 10, so by the time this one feels like it's picking up in the last couple, it's over. The tone is quite different too. A couple seasons ago, Bill Hader, yes that one, became a regular member of their writing staff, so maybe that's it? Or maybe Matt and Trey are simply getting older. You know, their humor's changing. Who knows? What I do know is, Season 18's next. This season begins with the boys needing to find a name for their Kickstarter startup, using the name Washington Redskins, as there was apparently something around the time where they lost the rights to use it, or something like that. I'm pretty sure this is also based on that one potato salad Kickstarter where they got a bunch of money basically for doing nothing.
Is the new company logo that I think you'll all agree is very exciting.
I feel like for our first episode, there's way too much going on here. The main plotline is with Cartman, but even then he's not really doing anything, literally. Then we have the real Redskins guy trying to get them to stop using their name. Then there's Stan and Kyle branching out to their own company. Then Stan yet again branches off from Kyle, but nothing ever really comes of it. It just seems like they had way too much they wanted to do, but not enough time. As is, though, there have been worse premieres. I'm fairly optimistic about 18 so far. All the kids in class are pissed at the four boys and Butters. Why? Because apparently they bragged to everyone that they wouldn't need school anymore after they made a bunch of money on their startup company. Wait, what the fuck? That blew my fucking mind when I first saw it on TV. There's like continuity between episodes now, that's crazy. Each leading into the other. This'll keep things interesting for sure.
Is that why you told Clyde that you broke up with me? Because you're about to be dripping in bitches?
Why does everyone suddenly remember everything everybody says?
They have their own focus though. It's not all about the boys redeeming themselves by throwing the most epic party of all time. We also see everyone get obsessed with gluten-free diets, with it being seen as some deadly disease. There's also a small setup thing here with Randy, who it turns out is actually the singer Lord in disguise. It's nothing more than a brief gag here, but as you're gonna soon see, it's kept up until the end of the season. Gluten-free Ebola is fine. I love all the stuff with the boys, but the gluten thing has become quite dated over the years and not very funny to rewatch after. I'm hoping that doesn't begin to affect too many others here. The start of this one is great, basically being a massive build-up that makes you think Eric is going to shoot up the school, only for him to pull out a little pink bow and claim that he's a girl to use the women's bathroom. They do the whole transgender topic again, but I appreciate here it's mainly just for jokes about Cartman being shitty and using it for his advantage, with Wendy retaliating by doing the same thing right back.
Don't limit me! You don't even understand me!
Like I mentioned before, they also continue the Lord thing, with a journalist trying to figure out the truth behind her identity, but not much is really continued with it here other than Stan finding out. It's mainly a running thread that's going to evolve more and more throughout the season, but I like what it adds here. The conversation between Sharon and Randy works really well. It's a sweet talk, especially the song that follows it. This issue is probably my favorite yet. If anything, I wish it were longer. Like Stan's whole identity crisis after learning about his dad and Wendy, which makes him question who he is, but by that point it's already over. I'm really wondering how they're going to extend this Lord stuff out for the next 7 episodes though. We don't really have Uber in Ireland, so this went completely over my head as a youngin', with Timmy's new service Handycar being a stand-in for it. So it works just as well without knowing about Uber. It's nice seeing Nathan and Mimsy again, who are once again trying to fuck with the others so they don't have to go to camp this year. And I really like the ending where he gives up and just tries to genuinely tell his mom this and she just doesn't give a shit and ignores him. But the rest of it is just like, obvious. The story of taxi drivers being pissed off at Uber has been done a bunch and isn't that interesting to focus an entire episode on in my opinion. And they make their point clear within the first 5 minutes, so you're just watching that be told again and again.
Would you like to see my dick?
Sure, would you like to see mine?
The wacky races recreation with Elon Musk at the end is funny, but the rest makes it by far the worst of the season and not worth rewatching. Eric uses Butter's dad's drone to get a naked picture of Craig's mum, with everyone getting drones so they can monitor and make sure nobody else abuses them. The main joke here is how everyone keeps abusing their powers with the drones but not wanting to admit it, which is funny and all for a while.
Did you consider that your son might have done that? No, it's impossible. He's not allowed to fly it without my supervision.
But it feels like they're just running out of steam by the end, the town going into riots and being a commentary on the police. I don't know, I think if they stuck to the privacy aspect it could have been better, but in the end, the magic bush is just alright, sorta falls apart by the conclusion. Here's their take on crappy mobile games, which apparently came about after Matt and Trey received multiple pitches for a South Park version of The Simpsons Tapped Out and Family Guy Quest for stuff, both of which I played religiously like a decade ago. There's even a small reference to both of them in here. Their breakdown of the whole formula these companies adopt is laid out super well. They explain how exploitative it is perfectly.
Pussy, more tuxedos, more cars, more pussy, more vodka, drink, drink, drink! Please drink responsibly.
It's cool seeing Satan again as well, who explains it all to Stan. If there's something I've noticed, it's that they've really given up on a lot of their side characters in the last few years, so it's more meaningful the rare times they pop up every now and then. Freemium Isn't Free is the best of the season so far. Glad to see it. Grounded Vindaloop is a mindfuck, and I can't exactly tell if it's actually smart or just made up as it goes along. Cartman convinces Butters he's in virtual reality using a fake Oculus headset, where over the course of the 22 minutes it basically becomes increasingly more confusing as to what reality is even the real one. It's not as good as the last, but I still enjoy how hectic it all is. Eric having to convince Butters that he's gotten stuck inside the VR, only for it to be shown that this is all in a VR that Cartman is doing at home, but then it's shown that the VR Butters can talk to the normal world Kyle, but then the normal world isn't actually the normal world, as I don't even think they know at this point. Grounded Vindaloop is okay. Not bad, but it kind of falls over this ambitious idea.
What do you think of the Oculus? It's pretty cool, but the graphics suck.
I can't believe it, but Kenny actually has something to do again. This time he and the others get really into cock magic, which of course is Roosters playing Magic the Gathering. They also have a side thing with Randy where he quite literally plays cock magic. That's about all that goes on there. I always find this to be one of the worst of the season. It's like they had a funny visual of a chicken playing a card game and thought that would carry the entire thing. I will say, however, none of these have been particularly bad so far. Season 8 for the most part has consistently been pretty alright. As is though you can skip cock magic. Oh boy, we're at the point of having hashtags in the titles, my favorite.
But what are you watching?
How's it going, bros? My name's PewDiePie.
Oh boy. This is what the season has been building up to, with Lord having to give a live performance which scares Randy, while there's another idea they explore of everything now being rehashed, with hologram celebrities and watching Let's Plays, and Cartman making a YouTube channel called Cartman Brah. Much like the meme episode from a while ago, they mostly avoid it coming off as dated and trying to keep up with the times by having it revolve around the fact that Kyle feels out of touch, not understanding why people are into what they're into nowadays, which helps it a lot, even throwing in some commentary that shows the appeal of it, such as how it's really no different to talk shows or shit like that. Hashtag rehash is good, even if the whole living room dying ending is pretty, I don't know how to describe it. Facebook mom, this is deep for me, you know what I mean there. Picking up where the last left off, Kyle is still crying about the younger generations only watching YouTube and families not spending enough time together. All while the entertainment producers are using holograms and YouTubers and such to make a holiday special that brings every generation together. This episode is very messy. There's like 3 or 4 little stories all going on at once and none of them seem like they got developed enough or concluded in a satisfying way. Like, it's clear the ending is meant to be confusing and all over the place, but it comes off like that resolution was decided at the last minute when they couldn't find a quicker way to finish this. Still though, I can appreciate them trying here. All the references to previous episodes throughout the season really helps everything feel connected, and for that, it helps me still somewhat enjoy happy holograms. It does feel like the finale.
We need to realize that the new generation of entertainment is here. And I think that's great. Yeah, I think that's great too.
This has been a very tech-heavy season of South Park is what I'm noticing. It's clear that Matt and Trey are beginning to feel like old men, especially by the end. Which doesn't exactly help when they're writing for characters that are meant to be 9 and 10 years old, but I still thought season 18 was pretty alright. None of these are like my favorite episodes ever or anything, but none of them were awful at the very least. I'm looking forward to see where they push this continuity. You know, elements from one episode carrying over into the other. So let's see if season 19 goes further with that, or if they just ditch it.
Ace deuce scraps once more. Ace deuce scraps once more. Ace deuce scraps once more. Ace deuce.
Season 19 begins with the classic character of Principal Victoria being fired. Yeah, let's remember all the iconic moments with her. Oh wait, there were none.
A white man who thinks he's Chinese and built a wall to keep out Mongolians.
Ooh, I hate the Mongolians.
Oh wow, that brought it back. I was not expecting that. We're introduced to PC Principal, who is sick of South Park being so intolerant, with Cartman being afraid to fight back against the PC-ness. This is looking to be the most ambitious batch of episodes yet. Not only is PC Principal here to stay, but it also appears to be Matt and Trey looking inwards, asking themselves if they really are bigoted on the inside and using comedy as a shield to get away with doing whatever they want. On its own, Stunning and Brave isn't the most amazing premiere out there, but PC Principal is a funny character at least. And I love the ending where they justify this by claiming they started dialogue, quite literally having their cake and eating it too. And I think it shows a change in the way they're presenting their stories. We've had glimpses of it in the past, but if this is anything to go by, season 19 might just be the most meta one yet. For better or worse, I guess we'll see.
Buckle up, buckaroo!
It begins. So, Mr. Garrison is starting to take major issue with Canadian immigrants in South Park, wanting them to build a wall. Yep, we're at that point. They're carrying on with the slight serialization, which I appreciate. It was one of the best aspects of last season, with Kyle's Caitlyn Jenner speech kicking off the conflict here. Overall, the episode is fine, but really lacks any central focus that isn't based on stuff in real life. Like, it's mainly just jokes about Mr. Garrison paralleling the Trump shit, but to an over-exaggerated degree. I enjoy the stuff with the boys setting up Butters with that Canadian girl to improve relations between them. The relationship is sweet and all, but it's barely got any focus. And I hate the running gag where everyone is sick of Kyle's speeches. I never liked when a show starts blatantly calling out character tropes, it seems so easy. Where's My Country On is better than the last, but this Trump shit is a sign of what's to come very soon. South Park has begun to get a bad reputation after Mr. Garrison has gone about his presidential campaign, and so they've got to try and make their town appear nice and fancy enough to warrant a Whole Foods to improve their image. I like that they're only interested in gentrifying Kenny's house, just building the new part of town over it. It's a pretty underplayed aspect of the thing, but I really love Kenny's little side plot where he gets a job at City Walk just so he can get a doll for his little sister. But again, it's mainly about the idea of gentrification, which isn't really my thing. I don't know if it's just me, but all these episodes so far have felt like they're lacking any kind of thing to make them stand out, you know? Like, the first had PC Principal and all, but I think now that we have everything carrying over to the next, it results in the opposite problem of a lack of continuity, where episodes don't feel like they exactly stand on their own. Last season did it just fine, but it's pushed so much here. Who knows though, maybe it'll improve as we go on. It might just be because they all have the theme of being the current year and needing to progress, so perhaps they'll branch out soon. Cartman and everyone else in town has become Yelp reviewers to feel some semblance of importance. This episode is shit. The whole gag is that when talking about the main Yelp critic, everybody thinks they're talking about themselves, filling their egos. And that's sort of it for the full 22 minutes. The ending doesn't even really resolve things, definitely the worst so far. Also, I don't know what's happened, it's been fairly gradual the past couple seasons, but here the animation quality has gotten super detailed. There's all these isometric 3D shots with great lighting, and I can't lie and say it doesn't remove some of the charm, even if it is objectively better. Okay, what a relief. Safe Space is actually one of my favorites from the season. Butters is forced to sort through everyone's social media accounts, and filter through all the negative comments to report back just the positives. Which already is a really funny idea, seeing how much it destroys him mentally having to deal with all that negativity. But the subplot with Randy is also hilarious, where he keeps being judged by the Whole Foods guy for not donating his change to charity, and it leads back into the Cartman stuff wonderfully.
Alright, everyone, listen up. In order to better understand the negative effects of body shaming, we have Hey, Leslie, put a fucking sock in it!
Paired with a great song and some good commentary, with reality coming in at the end and telling them they can't all expect to have everyone cater to them all the time, this is definitely one of the best episodes in a long time. In Season 3, we had Tweek versus Craig. Now it's time for Tweek x Craig. Some girls at the school have started drawing yaoi of Tweek and Craig together, which makes everyone in town start to think they're a gay couple to their utter shock. I love that they went out of their way to use a bunch of actual fan art here, some of which is at a very low resolution and then made no effort to hide it. I already liked last episode, but this is easily one of my favorites in the entire series. It is so fucking funny, and oddly heartwarming at times. I don't know, that Book of Love montage is really nice. The town crumbling during their fake breakup, it's cool seeing Cupid Me show up again, and the live action music video at the end is so good. I love everything about this one, you should definitely watch it.
That's it, Cupid Me. Okay, that's it, Cupid Me.
It's only taken them 18 fucking seasons, but Officer Bar Brady finally has an episode revolving around him again, where after shooting a Latino child he's fired from the police force, being the last piece of the old South Park that needs to go. They somehow managed to make a story about this character really sad, where it's shown that he just lives in a crappy old apartment with a sick dog that he can't afford the medication for anymore. There's also a B-plot where Kenny and the other kids dress up as ninjas in order to get rid of the homeless around his house, where everyone thinks they're ISIS.
You're talking to Kyle right now.
Yeah, cool. It's me, Butters.
The whole theme of selective progressiveness is solid, everyone wanting to defund the police until the moment where they actually want the cops to do something for them, but I don't know, I wish they had focused on Bar Brady more. After he gets fired, he's basically a background element until the finale. Still though, it's nice seeing a classic character brought back in some way, shape, or form. Naughty Ninjas is going around the middle of the list. Could have been better, but could have been a lot worse. We end on a cliffhanger though, where Bar Brady is let known that all these changes happening to the town are because of something wanting to destroy it. What? I guess we'll have to find out.
What do you know about a little girl named Leslie?
Things are escalating after Jimmy calls out PC Principal for being uncomfortable and pandering around him, not wanting him to speak on his behalf. They even bring Nathan back too, who joins PC Principal's side to once and for all take down his greatest rival, Jimmy. There's also a running plot point about ads, with Jimmy trying to keep his school newspaper sponsor-free, not wanting to give up his integrity. Once again, I'd like to direct you towards Manscaped. We also return to the Mr. Garrison stuff, where he's adopted the role of Trump now, basically, with Principal Victoria, the previous principal, coming to inform him of what's been happening in South Park. Given the fact that all but one of these plots are carryover from previous episodes, it causes this one to lack a bit of its own identity. It's got some fun jokes about companies finding new ways to advertise to you, but it's clear this one mainly exists to build up some big enemy that's coming. Sponsored content.
Does she know she's an ad?
He can't spot them.
Does she know she's an ad?
Things are continued as Jimmy tries to find a way to figure out what Leslie knows. I never brought it up before, but she's been like a random running gag throughout the entire season, so it's pretty funny that she's brought back in such a serious way, being integral to it all. It's nowhere near as strong. Like other trilogies we've had so far, whatever works in the previous episode works here too, but a majority of this one is just circling around the same things until the ending. The boys trying to find Jimmy but constantly being distracted by ads, Randy now complaining about all the gentrification, and Mr. Garrison trying to let everyone know what PC Principal is up to. It's all the same shit, which makes me feel like this could have easily been done in 2 episodes and not 1. It's decent though, better than a majority of the other in this season, but it just blends in quite a bit to the previous. It turns out PC Principal has been a good guy all along, joining the fight against the ads, while Nathan has been helping the ads gentrify the town so he can get an apartment or something like that.
How are we all gonna get our hands on guns? Alright, cool, we got guns.
Sadly, I don't think this is that amazing of a finale. They spend a majority of it expositing their convoluted story, which is a neat idea, them showing how much these corporations control our everyday, but because of that it just means there's less room for jokes. Even still, this has been a nice little arc that makes the entire season feel complete. This has quite possibly been the most ambitious season of South Park yet. They've pushed the continuity up even more, and while in some cases this was successful, in others, not so much. It's not an amazing sign for their big serialized season where the best episodes are the ones that have almost nothing to do with that shit like Tweak X Craig. I do appreciate them trying to tie all the episodes together though with the theme of things changing and evolving. And evolve they must, because as we're gonna see, Season 20 is gonna push this idea of serialization to its absolute limit. There was so much promotion around Season 20 before its release. It was hyped up to be the greatest season of the entire series. Here we see them take the light serialization from previous years and crank it up to 11, with the entire season consisting of a few running plot threads that develop over the next 10 episodes. So it's gonna make it hard to rank all of these per se since they're all the same story, but we'll try. Our first episode brings up the theme of the country being divided with the new election coming up. It's great that they bring back the giant douche and turd sandwich thing and just assume you'll know who is who, but mainly it focuses on Garrison Trump realizing that he's not equipped for being the president, and has to find a way to get out of it without looking like a giant douche. But there's also a running plot point of trolling, with the girls being pissed at all the boys for allowing Cartman to relentlessly troll them at night. I gotta say, I went in expecting to hate it, but it was actually pretty funny. These political election episodes usually aren't my favorite, and I don't know how they plan on stretching this out for 9 more episodes, but as is, this is a good opener. I like all Cartman's speeches about women being funny and the member berries, so let's see where they go with this. This is an episode where a lot of shit happens, which leaves very little room for comedy. Thankfully though, I think the story is beginning to go in an interesting direction. The War of the Genders continue, where after being trolled online, Heidi Turner, this girl, decides to quit Twitter. I wish it could be that strong. Because of this, the boys have finally had enough with Eric, and break all of his devices so he can troll no longer, not realizing he's not the one messing with people. Skank Hunt is much better than the last. Again, I wish it were funnier, but I really enjoy where these arcs are going. I love everyone assuming the troll is some sad and stupid loser, meanwhile Gerald is as happy as can be. Season 20 is looking to be fairly good so far, which is surprising. Also, it ends on the cliffhanger of all the girls retaliating by breaking up with their boyfriends. Look forward to that never being revisited.
She's actually capable of running this country.
My opponent is a liar and he cannot be trusted.
With Gerald's trolling getting out of hand, he unintentionally causes a woman to kill herself, all while Mr. Garrison is purposely trying to make sure he loses the election. Cartman and Heidi are also beginning to bond, being the only 2 kids to not have social media. This is something new for the series, trying to give Eric some kind of permanent girlfriend, which I like a lot, everybody being utterly confused as to why she'd want to be with him. I will say though, this is the weakest of the 3 so far. Again, with them desperately trying to continue moving the plot along in engaging ways, it's almost entirely removed room for jokes. It's too serious all the time, and I've yet to see how any of these disparate stories are connected. But with the Swedish trying to find the name of the troll who caused all this, things are beginning to heat up, and stuff.
I just don't understand what's at the bottom of a vagina.
Do you want me to show you?
Butters has just been broken up with by his Canadian girlfriend from last season, and so he leads the war against the girls. Meanwhile, Gerald is also being contacted by other trolls, so they can get his help with what's going on in Sweden. It's pretty entertaining seeing just how much his life is getting out of control the more he keeps this lie up. They do a good job at showing how stressful this all is. Things are about to get a million times more fucked though, as they're building a brand new device that can allow you to check anybody's internet history, which will undoubtedly result in him being found and killed. Wiener's out is for sure the weakest so far. The Trump thing isn't here and the member berries have been pretty much ditched by now, so we're just left with the trolls and then the boys' retaliation, both of which are moving along at a snail's pace. I will say though, they're clearly building to something big, so let's see that when it comes.
It's cute, baby.
Heidi?
Things are continuing to escalate, or, well, they kind of stay at the same level they were at previously, but there's more of it now, yay. Yeah, not as much has progressed here. We just see Eric and Heidi encouraging everyone to help the Danish. Wait, were they Danish or Swedish? What even is the difference? Well, whatever. They want to help them with their troll trace device to solve relations between the boys and the girls. All while Garrison is still trying to go down in the polls. It's very accurate and funny that they present his speeches like stand-up comedy routines, but everyone is starting to catch on and get pissed at him for losing on purpose. Eric and Heidi are the highlight of it though. Their relationship is so fucking dumb, but it's presented completely genuinely. Douche in a Danish is alright. It's still evident how none of these episodes have anything to help stand on their own, but it's neat that they're trying to tie member berries together with the election, showing that nostalgia for the way things were in the past is why folks want to vote for Trump. I mean Garrison. The trolls have ruined Denmark's reputation and things seem to be going back to normal, but Gerald is struggling to get rid of the trolls from associating with them. At the same time, Heidi and Cartman have been assisting the troll hunters, and figure out that Skank Hunt must be one of the parents, with the Danish almost having everything ready to find out where the trolls live to publicize it. I love that Eric has a complete 180 here once he realizes that Heidi will soon be able to search up his internet history, and realize that he said the new Ghostbusters was shit. I actually think this one might be my favorite so far. Gerald trying so desperately to make his fellow trolls understand he didn't do anything with political intention, which makes them just realize that he's a fucking asshole. They tied in well with the presidential stuff finally, making it clear that they're both paralleling each other. Garrison Trump and Gerald both having enjoyed pushing buttons and saying whatever they want, and now having to face the consequences of that. But the troll trace has been soft launched in a city and already trolls are dying. If it goes online everywhere, it'll mean dire consequences. Let's see what happens next. Oh, Jesus, right. See, the ending of the last episode made it clear that Matt and Trev felt Hillary Clinton would win the election. Everything they had been building up to the past few episodes had been planned under the assumption she would win. Well, she didn't.
This isn't how it was supposed to happen. All my efforts the past week have paid off.
They try to introduce the element that, off-screen, in between episodes, Caitlyn Jenner, who has rarely appeared throughout the season, used member berries to make Garrison have a change of heart. So from this point on, he's basically under mind control. Yeah, that's a natural fucking element to introduce without showing the audience. Anytime a character does something that doesn't make sense, they were under mind control. Who gives a shit? There's also a plotline with the almost first gentleman Bill Clinton coming in to make the boys more gentlemanly to help them get along with the girls. But almost nothing comes of that. It's clearly a leftover from when they thought Hillary would win. OG's fixes things in the best way they could do without completely falling apart. Gerald is sent to troll Trace undercover to help Hillary, but it turns out it was a double cross as she was handing him over. And Eric wants to go to Mars with Heidi before all hell breaks loose. But all this feels like it's overcompensating, stuffing so much in to still make sure folks knew they had their shit together. But from this point on, it's clear this season had gone off its rocker.
Are you any good at changing your voice?
Are you asking me? Or me from Family Guy?
So now Garrison Trump is in office, and Eric, Heidi, and a newly reformed Butters have gone to SpaceX to get to Mars with the help of Elon Musk. What is it with every adult cartoon and having episodes about fucking Elon Musk? There's also more shit with the member berries who've been rolling around the past couple episodes and infiltrated the White House. But yet again, get ready for that never to be continued. The highlight here is definitely Mr. President going around everywhere in South Park and gloating that he's now the president, only to get pissed off when he's expected to do actual presidential stuff. But I also love the stuff going on with Gerald, who's now stuck in the troll trace building with the other trolls, and so is trying to get Ike to troll for him to make them think that they've got the wrong guy. Him being fucking terrified of what his wife is gonna do if she finds out and then pins it all on Ike. She is fucking mental here. Things are becoming messy, but what makes this one work is how funny it is. Coincidentally, once it seemed like they stopped caring about the story because of how convoluted it was, they were able to bring jokes back, which had been missing for a while. With 2 episodes left, though, and Troll Triss about to come online, Kyle also figuring out that his dad is the person responsible for all this, I'm interested to see how they get themselves out of this train wreck. We're almost at the end of this, and Heidi and Elon Musk are trying to figure out a way to get to Mars. Dude, the shit with Kyle is intense, where his mother is freaking the fuck out at Ike and Kyle over the trolling shit, with Gerald still trying to use them to get out of the Danish building. The lady who voices Sheila Broflovsky deserves a fucking medal for how she strains her voice while screaming here.
You're a fat bitch.
What? You get back here, you little monster!
It's great, they bring back Mr. Sleeve as well, to make Garrison nuke Denmark. I'm sorry that a majority of this season has just been me discussing what happens in the episodes, but really, nothing I said would make sense if I wasn't filling you in as to what is happening. This episode mostly is setting up for the finale coming next, with the ending revealing that the head of the Troll Triss isn't even Danish, and has just been doing all of this to troll the world. But on its own, it's fine. With a title like The End of Serialization as We Know It, you can tell Matt and Trey have come to regret this little experiment. With Troll Triss about to go online in the world on the verge of World War III, Kyle is banding everyone together to overload the servers with mass amounts of hate, all while Cartman is trying to put a stop to the Mars program, as he believes women will try and enslave all the boys for their semen and jokes. You can definitely tell Gerald's whole speech at the end is coming from the creators, trying to justify their own trolling against what other people do.
If you do some big, outrageous, offensive thing with a positive attitude, you're a satirist. But if you're cynical about it, then you're a nihilist? That's f***ing ridiculous!
As a finale, it works just fine, but as a whole, what a messy fucking season. There's like one shot of the member berries at the end, but they never did anything with them for the past couple episodes. The boys versus girl things is never solved, but the troll stuff all works fine. Once again, I'd like to reiterate, what a messy fucking season. I will like to say, after rewatching it after so long, it's not that bad. The main issue with it is just that it feels like it loses steam a couple episodes in, and that they're just trying to introduce new shit to drag out this concept more and more for the next 7 episodes. Some of which is ditched in favor of other shit because of real-world events. This could have worked, and Matt and Trey clearly have no intentions of going back to it, but I want to say, if they based their story on shit that wasn't influenced by real-world events, shit like this mess of Donald Trump getting elected fucking up their whole story wouldn't have happened. Again, it's why the trolling stuff works just fine, because it isn't influenced by other shit happening in the real world. If Matt and Trey ever want to try this idea again, that's probably the best advice I could give them. But is this the worst South Park season? Nah, I don't think so. It's the least memorable, but I don't know, I think season 2 or 17 might be a little worse in my opinion. Let's just see where they go from here after making such a big leap. Okay, look at this shot. At the end, all of the characters just like reset into their base positions. What the fuck? So, Cartman is still with Heidi, with him clearly being tired of the relationship but not wanting to break up with her. Again, I like that plot point from last season, even if it went nowhere in the end. So I'm looking forward to seeing it continued here, with them basically being in an abusive relationship where Cartman gaslights Heidi into making her think that she's abusing him. Also, all the rednecks are pissed off for losing their jobs as a result of the automation in our society nowadays with Alexas and shit, while Randy starts a house flipping business and gets into conflict with them for fucking some reason. This episode is fucking shit. They try to tie both of these plots together in the most unnatural way possible, and the conclusion is incredibly forced. Seems like Matt and Trey just wanted to make dumb Alexa jokes, but realized they actually had to tell a story on top of that. If this is a sign of things to come, then I'm very worried about season 21. Put It Down is somewhat of a sequel to Tweak X Craig, with Tweak being terrified of the president egging on North Korea who's threatening to bomb the US, with Craig trying to figure out how to be there for him while not minimalizing his feelings. There's also another Cartman and Heidi story with Cartman trying to raise suicide awareness after everyone finds out that he threatened to kill himself if she didn't take him back. I would highly recommend watching Put It Down. It is one of the best we've had in years. I'm extremely happy to see they can still hit us with amazing episodes after a lackluster past couple of years. It also ends with a really great song with the message that you shouldn't be on your phone while being the president, with a rap number about suicide from Eric. Don't have much to say other than this is an incredibly strong episode, and I pray we see more like this and less like the previous. It's shocking how Tweak and Craig have become some of the most likable characters on the whole show by now. Here's their Columbus Day special, a holiday which I didn't even know existed until I watched this one for the first time. At the very least, you don't need to know much about it to understand what they're going for. It's mainly about Randy, who's responsible for cancelling Columbus Day, as he was apparently a bad guy or something, I don't know. Only for it to be found out that Randy was Columbus's biggest supporter for years and has just been overreacting to draw attention away from that fact. I much prefer the stuff with the boys who are trying to find a way to get Columbus Day back, as they just want their day off school, but there's much less focus on it.
Get off my land, you piece of shit!
As is, it's a good episode about people bringing up shit from the past to judge a person for the way they are now, but that message is buried way under the DNS stuff, where Randy needs to manipulate this to seem Native American so he's seen as a victim. I like the dumbass plot with the guy he uses to fake the test falling in love with him. Nowhere near as strong as the last, but still better than anything season 20 had. Out of fucking nowhere, here's another superhero episode. This time it's a setup for the Fractured But Whole video game that was coming out around that time. The gang are trying to set up the phases for their upcoming franchise. However, the dastardly Professor Chaos is using the power of Facebook to spread lies about the Coon and friends to ruin this. The whole thing is a commentary on fake news, with Mark Zuckerberg coming in with a creepy dead-eyed stare and sounding like a poorly dubbed anime character, always talking about his style.
Oh my god, it's Mark Zuckerberg! Oh my god, how'd he do that?
I will say, I'm a little disappointed at the lack of grandiose this all has. The previous ones felt laser focused on the superhero stuff, but here they mix it too well with the stuff from the regular episode, which doesn't help it stand out as its own thing, not even visually. I enjoy how the final scene builds into the main conflict of the game, and them using Facebook against Mark by spreading their own fake news is pretty funny, but I can't help but feel this wasn't made because they had an actual idea, and instead just knew they needed an episode to promote the upcoming game like the Black Friday trilogy did. Pretty mediocre. The elderly home is treated like a prison, with there being a top bitch that the old folks have gotta smuggle Hummels in for from mascot performers in exchange for heroin, and so Stan has gotta find a way to put a stop to the top bitch. This episode is fucking boring. I don't give a shit about this nursing home stuff. And I don't give a fuck about this little kid trying to figure out why all the mascots are dying, because the fucking A story already explains why they're dying, so who gives a flying fuck? Hummels and Heroin is the worst of the season, without a doubt. I didn't like the first, but that was more because it was uninteresting. Whereas I actively do not like this one at all and have no desire to rewatch it until the end of time. Fucking next. Another Halloween special. The redo of the intro is cool, very reminiscent of season 1. All the men in South Park are doing their yearly gathering where they all go up a hill to party dressed as witches, where one of their friends turns into a real witch and terrorizes the town. Cartman is also reaching his fucking breaking point with Heidi. She makes him late for the pumpkin patch, and in response he tries to lure out the witch to kill her. There's some commentary here about folks going on a literal witch hunt, except they call it a witch pursuit thing, with the men trying to differentiate that just because they're also witches doesn't mean they should also get shit just for what this one guy's doing. I feel like at one point in time I knew what this was referring to, but looking at it after all these years I've honestly forgot. That's the problem when every episode is about some current event. They lose their magic the more we start to forget about these events. Oh, fuck, oh wait! Harvey Weinstein. It's about Harvey Weinstein and that guy, you know, the fucking... The guy from Baby Driver, 9 Lives, fucking died. Kevin Spacey, there we go. It's about men going overboard when denouncing other men who have done bad things so that they look good. There we go, fucking hilarious. It's only taken 7 episodes of back and forth, but Heidi and Eric have finally broken up. Okay, well, not really, they're gonna drag it out a little longer. This is where Eric becomes completely malicious with her. Well, even more than trying to kill her, but, you know. Trying to fuck with her by making her fat for no real reason other than to demoralize her. They also start to show that Kyle has begun taking such an issue with this relationship, as he has a crush on Heidi, trying to get with her so he can fix her in a way. This relationship stuff has been delegated to B and C stories for the full season, so it's nice to see them actually try and go further with this, even paralleling it with the Trump stuff, which I'm glad they're seldomly used now. None of his voters wanting to admit they made the wrong choice. They do that with Heidi too, making it clear that at this point, the only reason she's sticking with Eric is because she doesn't want to admit that she made a wrong choice, especially with everyone trying to convince her of it and judging her. This is one of my favorites of the season, even if I don't enjoy how it resets at the end, despite feeling like they'd done a good job at moving things along, but it's still good. I especially love the Dumbo reference after Cartman realizes Heidi was with Kyle. Once again though, everything resets and they're back together. This is all I've wanted. More character stuff. Please, just give me more. It works well. More Nathan and Mimsy. Jesus Christ, these guys disappeared for like 5 seasons but are showing up once a year now. What the fuck? This is a science fair episode, with the two trying to beat Timmy and Jimmy by fucking with their project, with the NFL then coming in to see if they can make the Water Bears fans of football. Okay.
Gee, I don't know if we should use our position of power to exploit women.
Heidi is also beginning to worsen, becoming more and more like Cartman, which has created an inverse of their relationship, which is a good way to take it, all the shit blowing up in his face, but not much is done with it here. The NFL shit ruins this one. I don't give a shit, and we already had a football one back in season 18, it's too soon if anything. Especially given how unrelated it is to the main topic. Moss Piglets is one of the weakest of the season. I'm just hoping this Heidi stuff pays off with a satisfying conclusion in the final two. What the fuck is the concept of time in this show? I don't understand. It's weird of them to make such a massive change for these characters just for the purpose of making a joke at how old they're feeling, having been on the air for 20 years and mostly doing the same thing. Quite literally doing the same thing in this episode's case, with Kyle getting so pissed off at what's going on with Heidi that he starts to feel remorseful for the people being farted on in Terrence and Phillip, and begins mimicking his mother from the first movie, wanting to put a stop to Canada. His organization even has the same acronym, and they recreate moments from the film with Kyle instead of his mother. That's cool. We're also introduced to a new character who's the permanent vice principal from this point on, Strong Woman, who on their own is very one note but is a perfect foil for PC Principal, who falls in love with her but can't act on it as it would be seen as taking advantage of his position of power. Saying that, I wish they had ditched that here, and instead focused solely on Kyle's stuff, because it's left feeling severely underdeveloped. I really like where they go with him, taking out his anger on the world. But it's taken to such an extreme level, with him quite literally having Canada bombed, that you think they'd want to put all their time and attention in making that seem natural, which it doesn't. Like, Kyle literally saves Terrence and Phillip in the movie, now he's spearheading the opposite campaign. If you want to have that character change, that's fine, but they should have built up to this way longer than just a hint of his frustration in the last episode. This seems like the culmination of the season, which is very sad. A lot of missed potential here. So Kyle has just bombed Canada. What's gonna happen now? Oh, nothing. Just one joke of Ike being pissed off and then we move on to something else. This was around the time the It reboot was coming out, so Mr. Garrison is basically Pennywise here, with him lurking around South Park and talking about his approval ratings, with Ike trying to find him to give to the Canadian government.
Still no word from the president as his Splatty Tomato approval rating drops to an unprecedented 3%.
Again though, Kyle causing all this? Ditched. Ditched in favor of this It parody, but it's also a Stranger Things parody. They're basically the same thing, with all the boys trying to find Mr. Garrison too. There's also PC Principal and Strong Woman trying to figure out PC ways to be with each other, but it's a pretty minor focus. I like the relationship though, I wasn't expecting that.
You two work together.
This is a fine finale. It's a bad continuation, but on its own it's okay. Even if the stuff with the White family feeling like they don't matter anymore and being defensive about the president is very on the nose. Still though, it's fine. This This was a very weak season of South Park. Only one of these episodes put it down, what I call great, and it is fucking carrying the rest of it on its shoulders. The rest is either fine or flat out bad. I appreciate them going back to this episodic format, but it feels like they're running out of steam. There's an ongoing theme throughout the season of feeling like a victim, and how because of that it can justify you doing awful things. And I like the idea of each season having its own theme, but it needs more variety. You can't have one thread the entire season just driving that home again and again. You need to tell it in different ways, and they really don't. Eric and Heidi are finally broken up though, and I look forward to seeing where they can go now that everything from season 20 is done. Well, except for President Garrison, they gotta keep up with that. I'm just hoping this next season goes back to basics. Season 22 kicks off with Dead Kids.
How do we solve this first one?
Add together the 3 and the 3.
Can you tell what year this came out? The past couple seasons of South Park have been building up how shitty everything is now, and I think this is the culmination, with everybody being super casual about all the horrible shit happening now, nobody caring about their frequent school shootings which upset Stan's mom. The joke is that everyone just assumes she's on her period. Yep, that's their big school shooting gag. I mean, why bother at all? Cartman is also trying to fix things with Tolkien, as he thinks he's out to get him for not liking Black Panther. Pretty sure we've already done a similar story not too long ago.
My mom said if I flunk another math test, she's gonna ground me from playing Fortnite.
Okay, it's cool now. After nothing but it for the past few seasons, I'm getting quite sick of every episode needing to feature some take on recent events. Sure, it's been here from the start in some way, but it's beginning to become every episode now. And I just wish once in a while we could take a break from talking about how shitty the world is. You know, sometimes I want to watch a cartoon, you know? As is though, Dead Kids is fine, completely middle of the road. I've not been able to say this about many South Park episodes, but this feels like it was purely done for shock value. The entire marketing campaign behind season 22 was #cancel South Park. Every episode even ends with it on the screen, but nobody cared. It's all expected at this point. I think Matt and Trey realize this and are trying to see what will finally rile people up. Didn't work, pretty mediocre.
Stan's been shot.
Should we get down there?
It's not the end of the world.
Father Maxie is getting sick of everyone only coming to church to make jokes about priests smell boys. Back to that again. Saying that, I prefer this episode to the others with him. This time Butters feels bad for him and starts to spend time with him, becoming his friend, which everyone around the town mocks him for. This isn't the funniest episode out there, but I like how genuine their friendship is presented. Makes you feel bad about how much he's judged for this. I like that they reference the events of the previous episode too. It helps it feel like a follow-up and not a rehash. A boy and a priest is better than the last, but still not great. Just wish it were a little funnier. Clearly being a reference to the Problem with a Poo documentary about The Simpsons, Mr. Hanky is seen as offensive and outdated, and him needing to put on an amazing Christmas show to convince them otherwise. Something I can at least appreciate is them bringing back all these classic characters who haven't been seen in a while, even if it is sadly just in a way to write them out of the show, I think permanently. We also see that Strong Woman has gotten pregnant from PC Principal, with her not even wanting to acknowledge that he's the father after the PC babies are born, because it would mean she's not a strong woman and stuff.
Everything good here? Oh, are these PC babies?
I would enjoy the story here, but Mr. Hanky's character is completely changed out of nowhere. Kyle continuously trying to help him with his image, but realizes that if he keeps trying to defend someone who isn't trying to help himself, it'll just make Kyle go down with Mr. Hanky. I'm surprised South Park of all shows are trying to take this sort of stance on celebrities being cancelled and such, but I guess it shows them reflecting on needing to get with the times and stuff, so whatever. But then there's also times where it seems like they don't agree with this take of getting rid of past stuff that seems shitty. I guess that's the issue in using South Park the Town as a stand-in for Matt and Trey. When you want to do the opposite and have South Park the Town represent South Park the Town, it makes it unclear what they really think. Even still, I'm not that into Mr. Hanky having such a jarring shift in character like I mentioned, and them so unceremoniously getting rid of an iconic character like this, on top of it just repeating the same 2 jokes throughout the entire runtime, worse so far.
He'll have to find a place that accepts racist, awful beings like him.
Cool, man. Talking crap.
Welcome, my friend.
Okay, here we go. Get ready for this until we're done the video. Randy has had enough of all the shit he had no issue with in all the previous episodes of the season, and so the Marshes move to a farm where they start selling weed. Hope you find weed funny. Can't have a weed episode without Tarly, he's back too. Cartman and Butters also get into selling vapes, and Kyle tries to help them in getting out of the business so they'll stop selling to kids. It's definitely better than the last, but I don't know, the show just hasn't been all that funny this season. If anyone has seen these episodes, give me your thoughts below, but personally, the show just feels different here, more than ever before. All the kids stuff just seems like they're phoning it in, but the weed is just weed jokes. It's not that interesting.
Tegrity weed from Tegrity Farms. Made with a little Colorado integrity.
Yet another Halloween special. Here we see the town being overrun with those electric scooter things, seemingly multiplying out of nowhere, with Mr. Mackey needing to get rid of them before they take over. I will say, I enjoy the larger focus Kenny has here, him not having a phone to use the scooters to trick or treat, and needing to find a way around it. This is around the time when they really give up on Kenny. I literally think Cock Magic from Season 18 was the last time he had any importance whatsoever, and he barely appeared in Season 20 and 21 at all. They even acknowledge it here.
Yeah, you're right. You're a good kid, Kenny. I always thought so. I know, we kinda all forget about you sometimes, but...
It's just sorta sad. Like, this is one of your main characters, one of the most iconic characters in animation, I'd argue. Yet he's been reduced to nothing more than an occasional gag about how they never do anything with him. I can only hope now that they've brought attention to this, they'll start doing more. The Scoots is decent, one of the better episodes for the season, but when looked at in the grand scheme of things, it's extremely forgettable. There's been sightings of man-bear pig attacks. It turns out that man-bear pig is real. Turns out man-bear pig was not just something made up by Al Gore. And now South Park have got to atone for what they've said in the past, so it'll help them get rid of man-bear pig. It's a fun idea to have them look back at one of their biggest blunders and apologize to the guy they ripped on so much. And I like how much of a dick they present Al Gore as, relishing in how right he was.
That's gonna be impossible.
Yeah, sounds really hard, doesn't it? People might not believe you and like make fun of you and stuff. Poor you guys, huh?
This is a solid episode, but they clearly have much to say, as this is the first of a two-parter, with them having summoned Satan to figure out how to get rid of Man-Bear Pig. It's surprising that they've got more to say, because so much of this episode is just jokes of characters wanting to go home and play Red Dead Redemption 2. The whole thing just comes off like Matt and Trey are tired and want to go home and play video games. It turns out that many years ago somebody made a deal with Man-Bear Pig to leave them be, but as a result, he'll come back years later 1,000 times worse. It's a funny twist that it was Stan's granddad, who had made the deal in exchange for being able to drive their carbon-emitting cars, clearly being some message about how what we're facing now is because of the previous generation's lack of caring about the environment. This isn't as strong as the last one, but it's still pretty good. Just more of the same, really. What was funny there is funny here too, and the Red Dead shit is just as repetitive and unfunny as it was last time. It is nice that Satan gets a send-off in an epic fight with Man-Bear Pig though. Oh yes, send-off. He loses the fight and dies? Question mark?
Dude, this is pretty f***ed up right here.
He said the thing. It's implied to be a death, and after listening to the commentary, it seems like he's permanently gone. But I mean, where's he gonna go? Detroit? Who knows? Stricken with anxiety, Eric gets this Buddha box that allows him to completely block out the world around him.
Listen up, people! I have anxiety! That means I'm in my shell and have a hard time expressing myself!
It's a funny concept, but nothing is done with it throughout. It's another where it's like they thought that initial gag was good enough to carry the entire thing, but it doesn't, plain and simple. They also continue the stuff with PC Principal and Strong Woman having to keep their kids secret, but not much interesting is done with it. The BBs escape the house and go have a PC adventure. Fun. I enjoy their ending though, I don't know why, but I genuinely like these two characters. Buddha Box is decent, but again, Season 22 has just been so painfully average so far, and I don't know if I have much hope in it improving. We end on another two-parter, with them hyping up the big upcoming bike parade. The main focus here though is on Amazon. They have a really good montage at the start showing how Butter's dad's life has become completely reliant on the company, making all his purchases through them, and at the same time working for them, showing how all the money he makes just goes right back into the company who pays him. Dude, I will say though, I hate the fucking talk that Cartman gives to the others to join the bike parade.
Now Stan's moved to a farm.
I have anxiety. Kenny, nobody really talks to Kenny.
We used to do everything together.
It's true. Remember when the boys all did stuff together? They seemed like, I don't know, friends? Sure, there was the Man Bear Pig episode, but that's basically been it for the season. I don't understand why they keep bringing attention to how different the show has been the past couple seasons, only to do nothing about it. Unfulfillment is fine, much like the rest of the season. Jeff Bezos' design is funny and all, but that's about it.
Alexa, kill Kenny.
Okay, I'll kill Candy for you.
No! Why are you doing this?
Okay, I guess that kind. With the Amazon workers still on strike, everybody now wants weed from Randy, and so he makes a delivery service to get all the stuff to him. Oh yeah, and also the bike parade, the boys want to get it cancelled and whatnot. This is a boring fucking finale. I don't know why they thought this Amazon story was good enough to end a season on. It is nice seeing Santa at the end though, and it's funny how pissed he gets after finding out they got rid of Mr. Hanky just because of some tweets and decides not to help them. But no, really, that's it. It's fucking not good. That's all I have to say.
How come everything out there is getting canceled, but when it comes to us, we just can't do it?
South Park has slowly been changing season by season, but this is the first time where it feels like they've stopped to look back. So many of these episodes are bringing back classic characters and then getting rid of them, or continuing different elements. Jimbo and Ned have a larger focus here for an episode. Man Bear Pig, Tarly, Mr. Hanky, Santa, the Priest. And again, with the show having gradually been evolving over the course of the past couple years, it makes this whole season just feel stagnant. It definitely isn't helped by it seeming like it has some kind of contentment for its past. Like Matt and Trey don't truly respect it, or maybe they're just tired of it at this point. That's all I could really gauge from them killing off all these classic characters. There's just a constant feeling of sadness in this season, and I don't know if that's because that's what they wanted to go for, or maybe that's just how they were feeling around the time, but that's what this season conveys to me. Characters just constantly talking about how shitty the world is, and that's not really what I want to watch a TV show for. I can only hope that season 23 gets a little more optimistic, or at the very least, just tries to fucking shut that all out for a bit. New season, new intro. Letting you know this is going to be all about integrity. Randy gets pissed as more and more people are starting to grow their own weed, all while Cartman is depressed at the state of the world. Yeah, just what we needed. Things thankfully divert though, when they shift focus to Ice, with Cartman using it to get Kyle sent to a detention center. Already this is better than a majority of last season. Ice getting terrified at the prospect of creating a Mexican Joker, but the Randy stuff doesn't seem like it has much room for storytelling potential. It isn't just him trying to sell weed. It's clear they're attempting to do something new. I just hope that by doing something new, they don't mean doing the same thing again on repeat for a full season. But given last season, I can only see the change is good. They were evidently getting tired of regular South Park. And don't you worry, they make this as blatant as possible. Strap in, folks.
Fuck South Park!
Fuck South Park?
I don't give two shits about South Park. All that matters is Integrity Farms now.
Randy realizes that he can sell a bunch of weed if he tries to cater to the Chinese market since it's so massive, and so he heads to China to sell more weed. Stan has also made a band with his friends to express how much he fucking hates living on the farm, and is picked up to make a biopic about it. It ties surprisingly well into the China stuff, with the film having to cater to a Chinese market, all while Randy gets tangled up in hijinks that result in him meeting up with Mickey Mouse again, and having to find a way to get China on his side. It doesn't feel much like South Park, but this is still a very funny one. Miles better than the last at the very least, with its commentary on how everything nowadays is controlled by China in some way. They even bring back Finger Bang at the end. Fittingly, after this episode premiered, South Park was quite literally banned in China, so there you go. Dude, here we go. The big 300. Remember how fucking hyped the last 100th episode special was? Let's see what they've got in store for this next achievement. Randy is selling a new weed strain to celebrate $300,000.
You know, is it me, or are people starting to not be that stoked on Integrity Farms?
They don't care. They really just don't care at this point. Cartman's mom is also trying to figure out a way to make Eric take his shots. Neither of these plots are related. One is just the same joke of Eric squealing like a pig when getting shots, the other is just Randy gloating about his money. What a celebration of the series' history. This really just goes to show how far we've moved in just 100 episodes. It barely feels like the same series anymore, and it's bizarre because this drastic shift only happened in the past couple seasons. It was quite the jarring change in tone. But alas, this is the worst episode of the 3 so far. There's almost no substance to this at all. Randy has the idea of increasing revenue for their business by making plant-based burgers, but that plan is motherfucking weed, bro. Cartman also needs to find a way to get the school to keep all the vegan shit off the menu. Okay, well at least both of those plots follow a similar theme. I can tell at this point that Matt and Trey really like Tegrity weed. Okay, I know that seems like a given, but I mean really likes this stuff. When I see Randy on screen and giving his speeches and stuff, I can tell they genuinely find this stuff really funny, and are passionate about it no matter what everyone else thinks. I can command that, but it causes all the stuff with the boys to come off, you know, a little passionless. Like it's just going through the motions. I don't know, maybe I'm just looking into things too much, but I can't exactly put my finger on it. Things just more than ever seem odd with the boys. They're all acting just slightly different enough to be off-putting. Let Them Eat Goo is alright for this season. The Randy stuff is fun, the Cartman stuff is boring. I'm sensing a pattern. Halloween intro, you know what that means? It's the Tegrity Farm's next big special. This time he's got a really freaking sweet plan for the holiday, but first he's got to sort out Shelly's weed problem, being that she hates it. Archaeologist Butters also unleashes a mummy from an ancient tomb in the museum. This is the opposite of the past few, where I actually like the kid stuff more than the Randy plot, with the mummy trying to befriend Butters by giving him a Fitbit which he says he'll give to a friend, which makes him freak out, with all the adults treating this like a lover's quarrel where Butters is in the wrong. It's neat that they do something with Shelly again for the third time in the show, but still, you know, it's one of the better episodes, but just decent in the grand scheme of things.
Did everyone enjoy the Halloween special?
No, Randy. Only you did.
Well, that was pretty much my target audience anyway.
It's the Tegrity Weed season finale, and everyone in South Park is sick of Randy, with him getting sent to county jail for his antics. This also marks the return of Garrison Trump, after only making a small cameo at the end of last season, who Randy is claiming his recent behavior has been influenced by. The iconic characters from last season, the Whites, also return, as Jason White, who's been a regular background character for a long time, is hit by a car and killed, which is basically only done so his parents can adopt a kid so they can bring back the ICE plot point, him becoming the Mexican Joker. This is a very story-heavy episode, but it's at least nice to see Randy acknowledge the horrible way he's been acting, even if it is, once again, reset by the end. Looks like Tegrity Farms is here to stay. Yay! Season finale, much like the rest of 23, is decent. I will say I'm looking forward to seeing where they go now that they're moving away from the weed shit for the time being. Bored Girls was one of the most controversial South Park episodes in a long time when it released. It mostly focuses on PC Principal and Strong Woman, with a new PC Babies intro and everything. They're once again tackling the trans debate, with this Randy Savage parody claiming to be trans just so they can compete in women's sports to beat them all. See, I'm torn between this. Clearly this is like a straw man argument using the most extreme example to make their point. But when you watch the episode, you can see that their message has nothing to do with whether or not trans people can compete in sports, but instead that you should be able to have that sort of discussion without being labeled as a bigot, as it can allow someone to come in and abuse the system due to people being afraid to speak up. Their way of conveying this, you know, not the best, but I can at least understand the point they were trying to make here. There's also a side plot with the girls joining the guys' board game club. At first I thought it was super strange how they introduced Stan being into board games out of nowhere, but after watching this in order, I realized this is something they've been building up to since the Free Meme episode from season 18. Really subtle, but I appreciate that sort of stuff. Board Girls isn't all that funny, and I think they do a poor job at getting their message across, but I still really like these two characters, so that carries it. It's funny seeing someone like PC Principal trying to handle being accused of something so anti-PC. And the Strong Woman song is pretty good. Going under banned in China. I'm telling you, competition is not high. Despite the intro telling us this would be one for the ladies, we're finally back to an episode solely focused on the boys for the ass story. Cal's mum has a fecal transplant which causes him to get grossed out by all the living organisms sitting on his body at all times, while Stan, Eric, and Kenny are tasked by the other ladies to steal some of Cal's mum's shit so they can do this transplant themselves. If the idea of an episode revolving around characters stealing shit and shoving it back up their asses, which in turn causes them to get sick and shit more, doesn't sound appealing to you, then, yeah, no, you sound pretty reasonable. Turd Burglars is not my thing. The shitting episodes in South Park already weren't my favorite, so amping it up to 1,000 doesn't really improve it in my opinion. It's Scott Malkinson's time to shine in his very own episode. It's pretty unremarkable, but it's still like the third best of the season. He has to get Disney Plus so he can invite the new girl over to his house to watch Mandalorian. Only problem is his dad works for the cable company and is ultra defensive about not wanting streaming services.
What's wrong with people watching what they want to watch when they want to watch it?
What's wrong with people watching what they want when they want to watch it? I'm Scott Malkinson. I have diabetes.
All that cable stuff is basically the equivalent of the Uber one from a while back, where the joke is that the TV guys don't know why they're losing business while being wildly incompetent, but the Scott stuff makes up for it at the very least. Again, I really like these simple kids being kids episodes, so seeing him desperately try and find a Disney Plus account is fun, especially how meta it gets by the end by having all these made-up shows starring their characters. It's a creative way of tying together the past few episodes having all these different intros with different characters. Basic Cable is alright, although I'm wondering how they plan on ending such an organized season. Okay, with more weed, alright, cool. We're back to the regular intro, but things aren't exactly normal. As with everyone in town depressed over no longer being allowed to drink and drive over the holidays, they come to Randy to see if some weed may lighten the mood. He mixes the weed with some cocaine and calls it snow. There we go. Christmas snow is a decent end to what was a very strange season of South Park. Season 23 is a neat idea that feels like its idea was only come up with halfway through the season. I love the idea of having every episode start with a different intro and focusing on a different set of characters, but you can't do that 7 episodes in. It makes the whole thing feel super uneven. When going back and recording this, I literally forgot that the season didn't just end after the Tegrity stuff, which leaves every episode afterwards just completely leave my mind and become forgettable. I will say though, better than the last season. I would rather South Park at this point keep trying something new than look back at their previous episodes and try to revisit that stuff. Even then, things just feel different now. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just because Matt and Trey are getting older, but the boys just don't act like themselves anymore, if that makes any sense. I don't know, it's hard to describe unless you were watching it, and they get so little screen time nowadays that you barely even catch on to it. Okay, so this is where South Park starts getting a little weird. See, Matt and Trey signed a $500 million deal to put the show on HBO Max, and so the next 2 specials were streaming on there. But wait! Paramount have just launched their own streaming service, and now want South Park on there, since their parent company Viacom owns the rights. But since they're still under contract to stream new episodes on HBO Max, they've got to find a workaround. And so they signed Matt and Trey on for a $900 million deal to create 14 45-minute specials for Paramount Plus. So the second half of Season 4, the next 2 specials, are on there. And I assume they'll keep up with 2 specials a year, meaning by the time they're done these 14 specials, I imagine whatever contract they have with HBO will have run out by then, meaning the show can now fully be on Paramount Plus. But they're still doing regular seasons on HBO Max too at this time. But because they're tied between all this different South Park content, and Viacom probably doesn't want them making more content for another streaming service, Season 25 will only have 6 episodes. And then after that there's 2 more Paramount Plus movies, but it's unclear whether or not that's part of Season 25 or the start of 26 or its own thing in general. Who the fuck knows? Let's just get on with COVID. It's the first of the South Park streaming movie things, focusing on the characters' reaction to the COVID-19 pandemic, a special that will for sure age super well looking back 20 years from now, won't it?
People are hurting. People are dying, Randy. And all you can think about is making a special about it?
Yep, it's gonna be like that. Randy is taking advantage of the situation. Cartman is starting to freak out at the prospect of everyone going back to school, and Stan is clearly not handling the pandemic very well, but doesn't want to make it clear that he needs help and instead putting all that on Butters. I really wasn't feeling this one, up until it's introduced that Randy was responsible for the pandemic back when he was in China last season, needing to find a way to ensure people don't know the truth. The pandemic special is something I enjoy more for a few jokes here or there, rather than the thing as a whole. Randy's antics are fun, the whole part with the police teaching the kids is awful but really funny, but my main issue with the story is that for what's meant to be the first of their standalone movies, it doesn't seem grand enough. It mainly just feels like an extended Integrity episode, which probably made it confusing for older viewers returning to the show after years, potentially decades of not keeping up with it. So I'm curious as to what those people thought when jumping right into this weed shit. Even still, the pandemic special is decent. Definitely nowhere near as good as it should have been given the potential of a concept like this. It's just too self-contained to the Randy stuff. And the best aspect of it, that being Stan's whole arc, has the least amount of focus. I can only hope the next does a better job at branching out into its own thing, instead of following a plotline from the previous season. Oh, the title card was changed this time. That little bit of text that starts every episode, it references something about cancelling the Muppets that I don't remember enough for it to make sense. So the first run of the vaccines are beginning to roll out, and everybody is clamoring to get them. Meanwhile, the boys are realizing that they're not as close as they used to be, and go on one last adventure to get the vaccine for the teachers to try and reignite that spark. And finally, after 4 long years, Mr. Garrison is no longer the president, with him returning to South Park and wanting to act like nothing ever happened. It's great how much he underplays his entire presidency. I love that this one is completely focused on the characters. You know, the mean characters, not Randy, who has almost nothing to do with this one. The boys have been so distant the past few seasons that this is the perfect direction to take them in. There's also a lot here about QAnon, becoming the new teachers and talking to the kids about all their government and Hollywood theories, but I don't really care for that stuff nearly as much, although the ending with Garrison has some pretty creative animation with them screwing around with the Maya style. Overall, though, the vaccination special is way better than the last, which I'm thankful for. I think it mostly succeeds by starting up a new story with the characters, instead of retreading stuff from last season finale, which helps it stand apart on its own instead of just coming off like a long episode. The final moments leave me super hopeful for the future. Things don't reset by the end, and they accept that they're not friends anymore. Even the final shot of everyone celebrating has them include a bunch of classic characters, which is a stark contrast to Season 22, which felt like it had contempt for its history, whereas here they're paying respects again, which I like a lot. I'm really looking forward into seeing where this concept takes them in the future. 2 specials about COVID just weren't enough though, because it's now time for the start of the Paramount Plus movies, where things are about to become as experimental as ever. The pandemic is finally over, and it only took like 40 years. Everyone is grown up now, and we see Stan being called back to South Park as something big has just happened. Kenny died.
What's happened? Stan, it's Kenny. He's dead.
I love that the whole thing revolves around his death. All the kids who are now adults coming back to town as they think there might be something more behind him dying. They really take advantage of the new future setting. Everything has been redesigned. The whole town, all the characters, and some may find it leans too much into that boomer fucking doomer humor with how awful the future is, but I don't think they show anything that would be too out of the ordinary. And it's great how blatant everyone is about it being the future now, over-explaining all these new future things to the audience in the most unnatural way possible.
This is the doorbell. It's the future, so doorbell sing!
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate them focusing here on telling the story through Stan's point of view, being jaded and cynical, which is an interesting place to take his character. Eric's future self is also amazing, becoming a reformed Jew with a nice wife and kids. Cal thinking it's all just one big prank on him. Without the unique setting, this would have the potential to feel like a plot not worth dragging out for 2 hours, but that future shit really saves it, and makes every scene all the more engaging, because it's something we've never seen before, and it's not just style over substance either. All the arcs with the boys, especially Stan, are related to how they've changed over the years. Him not being happy with the person he's become, I really love all that stuff. They even bring back Randy Integrity in a natural way by tying it to Stan, showing how the breaking point is that one day he got so mad he burnt down the farm, which unintentionally caused the death of his sister, with his mother soon killing herself out of grief. With Integrity Weed apparently being the secret to finding out what happens. South Park post-COVID is one of the best things South Park has produced in years. I'm glad to see them take more risks like this. I'm just hoping the second part carries this momentum. Turns out Kenny was trying to go back in time to stop the pandemic so he could get all his friends back together after they broke up, and so Stan, Kyle, and Eric have got to go back to the past to change things, although Eric has got ulterior motives, as he understandably likes the way his future has turned out.
I'm gonna tell you something that's going to change your life. Have you ever heard of NFTs?
They do a good job at introducing enough new elements to keep things fresh, like Butters and Randy's whole plan, while still focusing on solving the things set up last part, with them finally going back to the vaccination special, and while they don't stop COVID, they instead change how they all reacted to it, cutting each other some slack. It is strange though that they're trying to tie this back to an episode that isn't even on the same streaming service. This is pretty fucked up right here. The ending is really sweet. Feels like it could have been the finale to the series, honestly. Although there is the controversial shot where they show everyone had a good future except for Eric, who is now a homeless drunk. If you look at all the awful shit he's done throughout the series, sure, it's deserved. But given that he literally sacrifices his own future for the betterment of the world here, you'd think they would have let him off better. I can't lie and say I'm not a little disappointed that we can't experience a proper season of the series that explores the four boys in a new setting where they're not friends, but they go about fixing it in such a wonderful way that I'm still satisfied with how it all played out. These specials have reinvigorated new life into the series. Post-COVID and the return of COVID are two of my most favorite specials in all of South Park, clearly showing that when they try, Matt and Trey can still produce some amazing content.
I know it's always a little hard coming back from a break, you know, we've had a few distractions, but let's just pick up where we left off.
Back to some normality for a bit, with the kids in an outrage after their class was banned from wearing their pajamas to school on Pajama Day. After so much focus on massive real-world events, it's nice to see them getting back to some simple kid nonsense. It's pretty funny how serious they all take this, Eric having nightmares and screaming at the thought of showing up to school without pajamas, but much like most season premieres, it feels like it's lacking in substance. Everyone just compares the place to Nazi Germany, anytime they don't get to do what they want. Which sure is alright the first time, but that same joke is told again and again. And I don't like how the focus moves away from the kids by the halfway point to focus on the PJ protesters. The previous specials may have been good, but when it comes to these regular episodes, I think we might be back to the usual... meh.
But not too brave or else Matt Damon will come and take all our money.
Alright, dude, can we lay off the Matt Damon jokes, please? They're just getting old.
Oh, so you can tell when a joke is overdone. Time for more Tegrity. Here we see Randy trying to get Tolkien's family involved in his business, as people have begun boycotting white-owned weed companies. The main thing worth noting here is Stan's plotline, however, where he starts to worry if he's racist after finding out Tolkien's real name.
I wanted to name my son after my favorite author, but she didn't want to name our son J.R.R., so we just named him Tolkien.
I thought your name was Token.
My name is Tolkien.
For real though, it's amazing how much they're gaslighting the audience here, claiming that Cartman just didn't know how to spell it anytime he wrote it. They even went back to all the previous episodes and changed the subtitles to make it seem like it was always the case. But Raising the Bar, season 16, he spells his own name that way. Boy, I sure hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
Anyone else just assume his name was Token? Because that's disgusting and you are the problem.
Other than that aspect, which is of course really funny in a meta way, but the rest of it is just fine. It sets up a new permanent rival for Randy with Tolkien's dad splitting off and starting his own weed business next door, which is interesting.
Ridge Racer 2!
Cartman's mom can't afford their rent anymore, and so gets a job at a real estate agency, which pisses Eric the fuck off, and so he gets the same job in order to move out of the house. This is better than Pajama Day, but it's still just the same gags on repeat. City people are simple-minded, and realtors push their backs a lot in photos. Fucking hilarious. I want to make it clear, since I feel like I've complained about it a bunch recently, but doing the same joke over and over again has worked in this show, but it only really works if it gets more and more extreme every time they do it, and usually the story is entertaining enough to carry it, but here their only way of pushing this gag is by having the town be overrun with the city people, that's it. It's got a pretty sad ending too, with Eric agreeing he would quit his job if his mum promised to also leave, and so now they've got to move out of the house and into an abandoned hot dog. What a welcome change. We're getting to very recent events. This is all about the Russia and Ukraine stuff that happened a while back. I also can't wait to come back to this in 20 years and be confused as to what this was all about. All this has started making Mr. Mackey nostalgic for the Cold War, while Butters has to face off against a Russian kid in dressage, which he does now. It's one of the most forgettable episodes in the entire series. I have literally nothing to say. It's like they knew how big this Russia stuff was, and knew they should probably make an episode about it, but had literally zero ideas for what to do, and so threw it in with this random horse riding stuff. Worst of the season. This one picks up a little bit, having the boys get into airsoft, but after playing with teenagers they realize that teenagers fucking suck.
Before we let you onto the field, we need to run through our safety precautions.
Bruh.
We're a little late on the whole bra thing, aren't we? This is one of the most subdued and basic episodes in all of South Park. It's mainly just mundane scenes of the boys getting progressively more confused dealing with their teenagers. It's not hilarious or anything, but I appreciate that this is just a little fun, lower stakes episode. And the ending with the kids and their parents bonding is sweet. It's nice finally getting to see Randy in his old outfit again. I think that was genuinely just an oversight. Help My Teenager Hates Me is the best of the season so far, and it's just okay. It's our final proper episode, with the rest being 45-minute events, and it's their first St. Patrick's Day special.
Looks like someone forgot what day it was. Haha, Pete!
Randy's trying to convince everyone to get weed from him instead of Tolkien's dad, as he's Irish and St. Patrick's Day is the last holiday where you can celebrate being white. Biases aside, this is definitely my favorite of the season, even if Randy's St. Patrick's Day superpowers come out of nowhere to save the day in the end. Like the previous, it's just fun. Everyone thinking Butters is a sex pest and the real St. Patrick coming in at the end to show the true meaning of St. Patrick's Day. This is a fine end to an incredibly short and whatever season, but we're not done just yet. It's the third of the 14 Paramount Plus movies, and this time Denver is facing a drought because of global man-bear pig. More global warming, yay. Cartman is sick of living in the hot dog, and needs to figure out a way to have his mum get with a rich guy who's gonna build a mansion across the street. Stan and Tolkien also take advantage of the drought by building little boats for Credigree Weed, that's Tolkien's dad's business, so they can make their own streaming service, where people in Denver can pay to use the excess water from the stream. They later do the same thing for Randy when he wants in on it, making his own streaming service. The joke clearly being that Matt and Trey accepted a deal to make content for HBO Max, and then accepted a deal to make content for Paramount Plus. See, when the future specials were airing, a lot of fans were pissed off that they needed to buy 2 streaming services to keep up with the show, so this seems to be their response to that, being that they just kept accepting offers and got carried away without consideration for how much content they agreed to make.
You're a fucking dick. How much money's enough, Stan? Cocksucking.
There's also this running gag where they keep referring to Randy as Karen, which is like fucking 2 years too late and not very funny to keep up with for an hour. It's fine, I like it well enough. Nowhere near as much as the future ones, though. But this doesn't seem like the sort of story that warrants an hour, never mind 2. However, with Cartman doubling down and getting fake tits to spite his mum, and Man-Bear Pig teaming up with the PP Water Park guy to kill the leaders of the streaming services, so he can own all the land up the mountain and speed up climate change so that he can start selling pee, or something. Things are... well, they're progressing.
So if you make an exclusive deal with a streaming service, you can't make an exclusive deal with another streaming service, can you?
It's not our fault that the Streaming Wars happened.
The drought has gotten extremely severe, and Randy has gone full Karen, because that definitely needed continuing. Get ready, most of the jokes here are just the same jokes from the last part. It's weird, it's like they think gags are substitutes for stories. I really like where they go with Randy here though, realizing that he used to be a scientist and needs to use his geologist skills to save the day.
Where did you go? It's like you just became a one-note override part of the show.
Yeah, I'm glad they acknowledge how one note the show has become for the past couple seasons, after spending multiple seasons trying to convince us it was the right move. And then they reset everything by the end again, so he's just back to selling weed. Much like Part 1 in the Streaming Wars as a whole, Part 2 is okay. Nowhere near as strong as what the first 2 Paramount Plus specials were showing us they could be. I think if I were in their shoes, I would take these 10 other movies to tell more experimental stories in the South Park universe, like the future one. Focus more on what-if scenarios or plots that wouldn't work as standalone episodes. But Streaming Wars just comes off like they had this big idea about acknowledging their own selfishness of having all these streaming deals, but when it came down to it, didn't know how to make the special feel, you know, special. And that's it. I am finally done with the entirety of South Park. What a trip that was. South Park was already my favorite TV show of all time, but going through the series in order has given me a newfound appreciation for it. So without further ado, here's the part of the video everybody loves. It's time to rank every single episode from worst to best. I want to make this point very clear though. With Simpsons, Family Guy, SpongeBob, in most of those cases, I would find like half of the episodes not even worth watching. The Simpsons, for example. That's a show where I'd maybe say like 5 to 10% of the episodes are bad, like 20 to 30% of them are good, and then the rest of that majority is just whatever, not even worth watching. But with South Park remaining so consistently good for so long, it makes an episode near the bottom of the list still pretty good. I really think there are only around like 20 to 30 bad episodes of South Park, truly bad. And even then, most of those are just not funny, you know, not outrageous or anything. So keep that in mind. Even though you may disagree with a lot of these episodes' placements, I still like mostly everything in this show. Starting at the bottom with episode 319, we've got Pip, Jack Officers, Hummels and Heroin, Moss Piglets, White People Renovating Houses, Yikes, Shots, Going Native, Turd Burglars, Back to the Cold War, A Million Little Fibers, Pinewood Derby, Let Them Eat Goo, City People, Funnybot, You're Not Yelping, Eat Pray Queef, The Problem with a Poo, Christmas Snow, Coydaz, Buddha Box, The Red Badge of Ganis, Starvin' Marvin in Space, Quintuplets 2000,
Season Finale,
A History Channel Thanksgiving, Poor and Stupid, Bike Parade, Handy Car, The City Part of Town, Unfulfilled, Tegrity Farms Halloween Special, Let Go, Let Gov, Pajama Day, Carmen Gets an Anal Probe, Wiki and 4000, An Elephant Makes Love to a Pig, Volcano, Chicken Lover, The Mexican Staring Frog of Southern Sri Lanka, Cat Orgy, Jubilee, Goobax, Dead Kids, Fun with Veal, Grey Dawn, The Magic Bush, Die Hippie Die, A Boy and a Priest, Mexican Joker, Mr. Garrison's Fancy New Vagina, Cock Magic, Jupacabra, Tegrity Farms, Terrence and Phillip, Behind the Blow, Night of the Living Homeless, Sons of Witches, The F Word, It's a Jersey Thing, Pink Eye, Cartman's Mom is a dirty... Cartman's Mom is still a dirty... fuck. Cherokee hair tampons, insecurity, hashtag happy holograms, cream frige, probably, proper condom use, overlogging, splatty tomato, Obama wins, holiday special, death, city on the edge of forever, I'm a little bit country, 2 days before the day after tomorrow, wing, the snook, eek, a penis, wheel wars, city sushi, sarcastaball, a scause for applause, goth kids 3. Dawn of the Posers, Wieners Out, Oh Geez, Not Funny, The Damned, The End of Serialization as We Know It, Member Berries, Douche and a Danish, Skank Hunt, Members Only, all of season 20, I'm telling you, is just like completely middle of the road. It's like either one episode is slightly better than the other, or just slightly worse. They're all in the same fucking place in my mind. Nobody Got Cereal? The Scoots, franchise prequel, The Big Fix, Super Hard PC-ness, Help, My Teenager Hates Me, Bored Girls, hashtag Rehash, Mecha Streisand, Succubus, Korn's Groovy Ghost Pirate Mystery, World War Zimmerman, Fat Camp, Sexual Harassment Panda, Red Hot Catholic Love, Red Man's Greed, Bebe's Boobs Destroy Society, Red Sled On, Criticary Weed St. Patrick's Day Special, Trapper Keeper, Chef Goes Hand in China, Basic Cable, Here Comes the Neighborhood, A Nightmare on FaceTime, Chickenpox, Time to Get Cereal, Fantastic Easter Special, The Last of the Mohicans, Royal Pudding, Stunning and Brave, Where My Country Gone, Roger Ebert Should Lay Off the Fatty Foods, The Pandemic Special, Taming Strange, Big Gay Al's Big Gay Boat Ride, Starvin' Marvin, The Wacky Molestation Adventure, Demian, Conjoined Fetus Lady, Summer Sucks, Pandemic 2, The Startling, Go Fund Yourself, Chef's Chocolate Salty Balls, Stupid Spoiled Whore Video Playset, Something Walmart This Way Comes, South Park, The Streaming Wars, South Park, The Streaming Wars, Part 2, Trapped in the Closet, Doubling Dawn, Bloody Mary, Margaritaville, Crack Baby Athletic Association, The Tooth Fairy Tats 2000, Helen Keller, The Musical, Are You There, God? It's Me, Jesus, Faith Hilling, Two Guys Naked in a Hot Tub, Truth in Advertising, PC Principle Final Justice, Sponsored Content, Spontaneous Combustion, Spooky Fish, Chef Feed, Brittany's New Look, Smoke Alert, Stanley's Cup, About Last Night, Sexual Healing, Freak Strike, Gluten-Free Ebola, Something You Can Do With Your Finger, Pandemic, Fat Beard, Coon 2, Hindsight, Naughty Ninjas, Broadway Brodine, Mr. Hanky the Christmas Pooh, Super Fun Time, Hooked on Monkey Phonics, Prehistoric Iceman, Reinforced Schmanforest, It's Christmas in Canada, South Park with a Q, Vaccination Special, I Should Have Never Gone Ziplining, The Death Camp of Tolerance, It Hits the Fan, The Ungrindable, Canada on Strike, P. Informative murder porn. Raising the bar. TMI. Douche and turd. Imagination Land 3. More crap. Gnomes. Clubhouses. Tom's rhinoplasty. Merry Christmas Charlie Manson. Super best friends. South Park is gay. Cartman joins Nambla. How to eat with your butt. Jared has AIDS. Worldwide recorder concert. Tweak vs. Craig. WTF. Osama bin Laden has farty pants. Physical impairment summer. Terrence and Philip and not without my anus. Likes wee wee. The Poor Kid, Ginger Cow, Grounded Vindaloop, Reverse Cowgirl, The Sissy, The Return of the Fellowship of the Ring to the Two Towers, Fourth Grade, The Losing Edge, The Passion of the Jew, The Return of Chef, Human Centipede, Butter's very own episode, Child Abduction is not funny, Cartman's Incredible Gift, Man Bear Pig, Do the Handicapped Go to Hell? Timmy 2000, the new Terrence and Phillip movie trailer, Fat Button Pancake Head, Sea of Space, But Out, Go God Go, Go God Go 12, 1%, Chimpokomon, Toily, Freemium Isn't Free, Lyscapades, The Death of Eric Cartman, Toilet Paper, Dead Celebrities, The Hobbit, Dances with Smurfs, Coon vs. Coon and Friends, The Jeffersons, Cartman Land, Simpsons Already Did It, Mystery of the Urinal Deuce, Cartoon Wars Part 2, Tonsil Trouble, A Song of Ass and Fire, Titties and Dragons, Mysterion Rises, Cartman Finds Love, Cash for Gold, Mr. Hanky's Christmas Classics, Casa Bonita, The Entity, Cartman's Silly Hate Crime, Little Crime Stoppers, You Got Effed in the Up the Down Steroid, Inception, Basta Mouth, Cartoon Wars Part 1, Imagination Land 1, Imagination Land 2, Black Friday, Butter's Bottom Bitch, Professor Chaos, Medicinal Fried Chicken, South Park, Post-COVID, The Tale of Scrody McBoogerballs, A Very Crappy Christmas, Preschool, Hell on Earth 2006, Physical Impairment Fight, All About Mormons, Crazy Physical Impairments, South Park, Post-COVID, The Return of COVID, The Biggest Douche in the Universe, Ginger Kids, Free Wilsiak, Le Petit Tourette, Scott Tannerman Must Die, Fish Sticks, Miss Teacher Bangs a Boy, Follow That Egg, Kenny Dies, My Future Self and Me, You Have Zero Friends, A Ladder to Heaven, The Coon, Elementary School Musical, Margarine, Erection Day, Breast Cancer Show Ever, The Ring, Quest for Ratings, Christian Rock Hard, Cancelled, Cartman Sucks, Major Boobage, Aspen, Asperger's, Good Times with Weapons, with apologies to Jesse Jackson, 201, Mick Love, Not Warcraft, 200, Best Friends Forever, Put It Down, Tweak X Craig, Woodland Critter Christmas, Awesomeo, Butterballs, Guitar Hero 1, You're Getting Old, Reasons, The List. South Park is a show that starts kinda decent, like there's some charm to it which keeps you intrigued, but very quickly Matt and Trev find their groove, and they kept up that pace for a good 15 to 20 years. I definitely think the series has become stagnant. The creators have expressed that they'll only stop South Park when the studios don't want anymore, and I don't know, it's hard not to see what the show has become and feel like they're kinda, phoning it in. Or maybe they've just evolved into a new form of writing the show that I'm not a fan of. Who knows? They're both over 50 years old at this point. There's no way I could expect them to stay the same way for the past 25 years. Usually that meant experimenting or trying something new. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But they were always trying. And other than a few standout episodes in season 21, 2, and 3, I just don't find myself enjoying a majority of these newer ones. That's why I think this Paramount Plus deal is a blessing. It's allowed them to take new risks, try telling different stories with these characters. Again, the future specials are some of my favorites in the entire series, and those came out just last year, so they're evidently capable of producing some amazing stuff still. What I see for the future of South Park is more of the same. Mini-seasons for the next few years that consist of episodes that are mostly fine, while coming out with a variety of new special events. Some hits, some misses, but it'll all be new. Despite Season 22 making me question if Matt and Trey even like doing this anymore, given how much contempt it seemed to have for its own history, I think it's clear to me now that they're some of the most dedicated showrunners out there, to write, direct, and produce everything for the past 25 years. I think that alone is worth commending, and they have been two of my personal idols since I was 7 years old. Here's to you, South Park, for being the most painless ranking video yet. Created in 1997, South Park is the hit adult animated comedy still airing new episodes to this day on Comedy Central and various streaming platforms. Created by Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
Oh, hi, I'm Trey Parker. And I'm Matt. Matt Stone, that is. Oh, you nut.
The series immediately garnered attention for its unique style of animation, and more importantly, its crudeness.
All the bad in society is our fault. Blame us.
The show really did push what was allowed on television to its limits for the time. Then, when they made the feature-length film, they naturally pushed the envelope as much as possible for movies, too, with them most of the time focusing on some pretty dark and serious topics that you wouldn't see tackled a whole lot for the time, such as Stan's grandfather wanting Stan to assist him in killing himself, to creating an entire episode dedicated to making jokes about breast cancer, or the episode where Kenny tragically dies in the hospital, and instead of using his acquired stem cells to save his life, Cartman instead uses them to build a pizza restaurant for him. When you look at episodes all let out like that, then it seems like a no-brainer. Yeah, of course that comes off mean-spirited. And I could go on. Britney Spears shooting herself in the head, a little kid dying because Stan couldn't win a hockey game, Cartman threatening Butter so much that he puts him in the hospital, then comes into said hospital to feed him food that he's allergic to. Point is, there's a lot. But did they set out to do that? Did Matt and Trey go into this thinking, alright, this is it, let's see what fucked up thing we can do today?
So, are you guys as anti-Semitic as some might believe?
You know, a lot of people have accused South Park of anti-Semitism, but I'm Jewish and proud of my heritage, and so I can say with some certainty that I am not anti-Semitic.
I am, however.
And beyond that, did they do it unintentionally? Because the argument isn't whether or not they intend for it to be mean-spirited, it's whether or not it is, point blank. Now, I'm not here to argue whether or not South Park has been mean-spirited in the past, because believe me, it has. I think most can agree an episode like Stanley's Cup is heavily bogged down by the fact that it's basically a 22-minute build-up to a kid dying in hospital.
What, you got asthma or something?
No, he has cancer.
What?
But I'm here to discuss whether or not its mean-spiritedness is a part of its identity. Is South Park mean to its core? Well, let's find out. Now, I think it would be best to try and figure out what the point of South Park is. What were Matt and Tress setting out to do when creating the series? And with the show being on the air for around 20 years at this point, it's safe to say whatever point it had initially probably isn't what it is now. I think that's something special about the show. Like, what's the point of The Simpsons? To just be a family sitcom about a middle-class family living in America. That's what it started as back in the 80s, and that's what it's gonna be until the end of time. All computers in the world could blow up tomorrow, and they'd still find a way to put something out on Sunday at Fox. But with South Park, because the series has had the same creators and largely the same staff the entire time, it's allowed the show to evolve and grow with them. What's South Park? Well, it's whatever Matt and Trey wanted to be that week. At the beginning, it was nothing more than a raunchy adult comedy. Occasionally, they'd have a more poignant episode like Big Gay Al's Big Gay Boat Ride. I promise it's not as bad as it sounds.
Now shake. Now, don't be gay. Don't be gay, Spark.
But for the most part, they were just aimed at making you laugh through a series of bizarre concepts, inappropriate swearing, and current pop culture references. But as the series went on, it seems like the two of them started to focus more and more on trying to tackle topical events of the time. Stuff like the Terry Schiavo incident or global warming. You can't really blame them. When you've been working on a show for even 5 years, you're bound to run out of normal ideas to do with the characters and end up just looking at the news for concepts. The thing I can at the very least appreciate about these kinds of episodes are that they're taking a recent subject and trying to make it their own. Like, they aren't literally commenting on Terry Schiavo. It was Kenny. They simply took the incident from the time to explore the topic of whether or not it was fair to keep someone in a vegetative state for the rest of their life. Or global warming being represented through the fictional man Bear Pig. Like, obviously you can tell what they're doing, but the episode still stands on its own. Hell, I didn't know what global warming was as a kid. But I fucking loved the Man Bear Pig episode, because I didn't need knowledge of it to appreciate the humor. He said cereal instead of super, and that was good enough for 8-year-old me. But you know what episode I didn't enjoy as much when I was younger? 2 Days Before the Day After Tomorrow. Despite finding a lot of the jokes funny, a part of me couldn't fully appreciate it, because younger me was more confused about what they were trying to comment on. These are both episodes tackling global warming, but one replaces it with a comedic fictional stand-in, and therefore stands on its own, and the other is just global warming point blank. Episodes like these, despite being quite topical for the time, will be able to be rewatched over and over again until the end of time, and won't lose a lot of what made them great in the first place. But what about episodes like the one about Obama being elected president? Obama was the president when I first watched this episode, and I still had no idea what they were talking about. Politics? Fuck, I'd rather be playing Sonic Heroes. Now, even early in its run, the show had dabbled in directly discussing real-world events, such as the Season 5 episode that focused on Bin Laden, and all the stuff surrounding him and how it was affecting the world. Like, when I first saw this episode, the issue they were tackling had long passed, so a majority of it went over my head, like why Stan's mum Sharon was stuck on the couch watching the news in a depressed state, or even the intro.
Remember when life used to be simple and cool? Not really.
But as it went on though, this concept of taking a real world event and making it your own was sort of lost on the show almost entirely. Sure, they'd do it occasionally, but more recently it appears they've almost completely given up on attempting this, opting to instead just straight up reference the topical thing, like pretty much the entirety of Season 20, which would just take whatever was going on that week with the presidential election and animated it. See, with this, I do sort of need to know what's going on across the water to get a lot of the jokes they're trying to tell. It doesn't stand on its own enough, because it feels like they're repetitively repeating the same jokes and gags over and over again because, well, that's what's going on in the news, instead of using the topic simply as a talking point to try and tell an entertaining story. But strangely enough, it appears as if Matt and Tread don't even care about whatever point they have, and oftentimes they're making an episode where they don't even know what their message is until it's done.
And we don't come into a show, we try never to come into a show saying, let's say this, let's make this point. We try to always say, let's tell this story, and then come Monday or Tuesday morning when the show's done, we're like, oh look, that's our point.
And see, that's the thing that always confused me when people brought up South Park trying to make these grandiose stands on certain topics. When they'd criticize episodes, it was never for the quality of the jokes or the characters, but for their opinions or the point they were trying to make. It confused me because I never watched South Park to see Matt and Tread tackle certain issues. I watched it because I simply thought it was funny, and it seems like the creators had a similar mindset when making them, focusing much more on what makes the best story rather than what represents their point the best. See, you can give Trey Parker shit for a lot of things if you wanted to. Starring in Despicable Me 3 is, in my opinion, his most questionable move. But the guy fucking knows story structure and how to naturally tell a compelling narrative.
What should happen between every beat that you've written down is either the word therefore or but. And then this happens. No, it should be this happens, and therefore this happens. But this happens, therefore this happens.
He's been pretty public about the way he writes South Park, and it's that instead of coming out with an opinion he has on how he can convey that in a story, the story always comes first. I mean, you can literally see their thought process in the documentary 6 Days to Air, which shows you how they come up with their episode ideas. It's always, well, this thing is going on in the news recently, what if this character did this because of it, wouldn't that be funny? And oftentimes what they find would be funny isn't the most politically correct way to tackle these subjects. Why is that? Is it because they're the devil incarnate and want to indoctrinate people into their fucked up way of thinking? Well, as they've said before, it mostly just comes from them finding a lot of humor and doing something fucked up and pissing people off. Even if they don't intentionally go into an episode with that goal in mind, it often veers in that direction because it's the kind of people they are.
But that's the thing is, we don't ever start a season or even start a show sitting down going, what can we do that's really fucked up?
Right.
It's always just saying, oh, this thing is really interesting and it's taking off. And then we end up just taking this big fucked up route because we're fucked up people.
Here's the thing though. I think I've shown well enough that Trey and Matt don't intend to make a show that's mean-spirited, unless they've just consistently been lying for the past 25 years, which believe you me, if they are, they deserve a fucking medal because I've sat through hours and hours and hours of interviews starring these guys from the start of the show until now, and their story has remained pretty much the same. But again, it's not a question of if they do or don't intend on making the series mean-spirited, but if they've ended up doing it unintentionally. When discussing South Park online, I mostly see the same two complaints pop up time and time again. The first being that the show takes really horrible stances on certain issues and gives off a very bad message to its viewers, and second that the show and its creators don't take any stance on issues, and instead chooses to teach the message that nothing matters, and you shouldn't treat any situation seriously. Now, if you have a functioning brain, you can see the obvious contradictions in these statements. And that's that South Park can't simultaneously be devilishly giving a bad message and cowardly standing in the middle, unable to take a side. I understand that not necessarily both sides may agree with the other, but clearly at the very least one of these bold statements must be wrong. So first of all, let's address the side of the argument that states South Park usually stands in the middle of a lot of social issues. Where does this come from? Well, I think this idea usually stems from the fact that oftentimes South Park doesn't pick and choose what they want to make fun of or take a side on, which can sometimes make it unclear what exactly they're trying to say. Not to mention that in interviews, Trez claimed that they like to stand in the middle and make fun of both sides, but does that necessarily mean that they're saying you're dumb for caring about it? To me at least, it seems like Trey and Matt don't necessarily hate the idea of caring too much about a subject, but instead the way you advocate your opinion to other people, which is where their disdain for celebrity culture comes from. For example, in what I would call one of the worst episodes in the entire series, we have them making a story about the topic of sex changes, with the overall gag here being that Kyle and his dad take it to the extreme by turning black and into a dolphin respectively. It makes just as little sense in the actual episode, I promise.
Look, Ike, your daddy's a dolphin!
Anyways, despite what can be seen as such an obviously anti-sex change episode, the series also spans a scene dedicated to discussing why someone would want to get a sex change, and the positive impact it can have on someone's life.
Sometimes a person's outside doesn't reflect who they are on the inside. They feel like there's somebody trapped in another person's body. They can have a surgery that makes them more into the person they see themselves as.
Or the episode Raising the Bar, which is all about the subject of obesity in America, and how accepted being overweight has become with it being used for entertainment purposes. They spend a lot of the episode poking fun at this concept, but just as much time is spent instead going over how worried the characters are, that these serious issues are merely used to be glorified and mocked by millions of people. Which then results in the thought that maybe they're partially responsible for that.
How did shamelessness get to this? And then I started thinking, maybe it was us. I don't know, but maybe somehow we lowered the bar a long time ago. And now we're all sitting here in the stink of it all.
It's one of the few times in the series where they actually sit down and acknowledge the idea that they might have negatively affected the way people see issues in our society. With examples such as these, you can look at them and go, well, come on, take a side, South Park. You can't make fun of the subject for 22 minutes and throw in a line at the end about how the other side might feel. But for the most part, with a lot of the issues they tackle, you can very easily see the point they're trying to make by just watching the episodes and listening to what the characters have to say. Like, if I were to tell you that South Park has an entire episode where they say the N-word 3 dozen times, you'd probably think it'd be incredibly racist and awful to sit through. But when you actually sit and watch the thing, you'd see that the message to the episode is actually about how hateful words can affect someone, and criticizing those who use them so liberally. It just so happens that Trey and Matt are portraying this message through their own fucked up sense of humor.
If there was a word as kind of hateful as the N-word applies to black people, if there was a word like that against white people would make it illegal.
It seems like from examples like these, that the show doesn't really stand in the middle of these topics, and instead shows both sides of the argument because you need conflict for a story, and that's what they care about most? Before ultimately ending with whatever point that feels ends the story the best. It's not about pushing an agenda, it's about being funny. Like, for as much as the series spends making jokes about, let's say, gay people, for example, there are just as many episodes of the show being incredibly respectful towards gay people.
But if love is love, then it takes form in all shapes and sizes.
I guess just because I don't understand it doesn't mean I shouldn't support it.
This isn't them saying they disagree with any of this stuff, they're simply making jokes about anything they want. Whether or not you think they're allowed to do that, that is what they're doing, you have to acknowledge it. Matt and Trav made it fairly clear over the years that for them nothing is off limits, even creating an episode featuring an illustration of the Muslim prophet Muhammad after being threatened of a bombing if they were to do so. They aren't teaching a message that nothing matters. If you want that, then just go watch Rick and Morty.
Nobody exists on purpose, nobody belongs anywhere, everybody's gonna die. Come watch TV.
They're instead teaching a message that no matter what situation, there always should be some kind of space where it's allowed to be poked fun at. Whether or not you agree with that mindset is a whole other topic though. Now, I've done a lot of defending South Park, and gave reasons as to why it isn't as evil or bad as people make it out to be, but the show isn't perfect. There are definitely cases in which they mess up. I think a big reason for this has to do with the schedule the show's production runs under, with episodes being fully produced in less than a week. Now, there are many perks to being under such a tight schedule, with one of the main ones being that when you have to get an episode written in such a short amount of time, it means there's less room for you to do rewrites and therefore second guess yourself, and has undoubtedly contributed to some of the best episodes to come out of the show. But when you're making a show in less than a week, sometimes you don't have the time to properly think out whatever point you're trying to make, and it can result in your episode not portraying the point you want it to, or at the very least, it does it in a very bad way. For example, there's an episode in the 23rd season of the show called Bored Girls. It's one of the more controversial episodes they've done in recent times, and it's because they focus their ass story on the topic of whether or not trans people should be allowed to partake in the sports of the gender they transition to. And the thing is, I get what point they're trying to make. Like, I understand what they're saying, they just go about it in a horrible way. The point Matt and Trey are trying to get at here is that whether or not trans people should be allowed to partake, others should also be allowed to have the discussion without being labeled as a transphobe. That's it, it's a very simple point. But the problem is that they're doing this using the most extreme examples of these characters to make that point. Literally just a macho man Randy Savage type who's claiming to be a girl to beat them at the games. It literally took me watching this one 3 times to go, oh, okay. If you ignore all this stuff, there's actually a pretty decent point in here about not every situation being black and white, and that there can be a little more nuance in conversation. But okay, this is buried under the much more talked about aspect of this whole character. Another factor that doesn't really help is that there isn't really a lot of trans representation in media, so when there finally isn't something like this, it can be understandable why people would be upset. I'm not defending this episode at all, by the way. Matt and Trey did it to themselves with this one. But why did they do that? Because they're transphobic? Well, no, there's actually a way more simple answer to this. They thought it'd be funny to take their most PC character and put them with a foil who consistently tries to frame them as being very not PC. At the end of the day, Matt and Trey are making a comedy, and I think it points the side of them that's pulling them towards the comedy can inadvertently cause their point to be completely misinterpreted. In some ways, I think this is very commendable, that they're not aiming to make a show that preaches their viewpoint to the audience. In fact, they've outright stated that just because their episodes can make a point, it doesn't mean that they're entirely saying these are solutions. That's not their job.
But I think we do better when we talk about, when we deal with the emotions within it instead of trying to come up with a solution. You know, whatever the nut is of the argument, we put it in two characters' mouths and try to find the comedy in that. We used to like try to figure out what it should be in a solution, you know what I mean? And then
Well, I guess we learned our lesson. No, we didn't, dude. No, we didn't.
But at the same time, when you're constantly buying into the belief that your show is some great satire on your culture, then you do kind of have to be careful about the way your episodes can represent you, and how someone might say, this character did this? That must be what Matt and Trey think. Their attention veering more into focusing on political episodes in a lot of their shows certainly hasn't helped. I think I've mentioned it before, but there's a great video by Bernie Vids about that very subject. I definitely do think there's some level of blame to be placed on Matt and Trey for this perception of their show. Like, you can say as many times as you want, we don't want to do politics, we just want to do episodes about the boys, before I'm just sitting here like, well, what's stopping you? Although I will say the most recent season has gotten better about that sort of thing.
Looks like someone forgot what day it was. Haha, bitch!
Do you know what sexual assault is?
But I also think that's a two-way street. Like, I feel like it should be obvious by now, but most of the characters in South Park are, well, characters. They're not puppets. Well, okay, never mind, they are puppets. But they're not always mouthpieces for Trey and Matt to say, okay, this character will say this because it's what we think, and this character will say this because they're a straw man and it's what we don't think. Delightfully devilish, Matt Stone. I instead think they have certain characters say some bad stuff because it's in character for them? Shocking, I know. Like, I don't feel like I need to explain to you that you shouldn't be idolizing Eric Cartman, and I don't think Matt and Trey want you to either. They have an entire episode consisting of Cartman telling jokes about breast cancer. Is this because Trey and Matt are mocking those who suffer from it? No, it's because they thought it'd be funny to do an episode where Cartman's a shithead and ends up paying the price for it. They did the same thing with Scott Tenorman Must Die, they did the same thing with Awesome-O. This one just so happens to be about a much more serious subject. Or how about the aforementioned show where Britney Spears shoots herself in the head? And the episode revolves around how people continue to still exploit her for the sake of money. That sounds pretty bad, but in actuality, the message of it is how obsessive the general public can be with celebrity gossip, feeding off of their failures and not realizing that they too are people. Doesn't sound too mean-spirited to me. I don't know why the stigma of being mean-spirited has been lumped onto South Park so much, yet shows like The Simpsons and Family Guy are somehow exempt from this label with the general public. Family Guy consistently has episodes and characters that I'd argue are 10 times more mean compared to anything South Park has done in its entire run, and with those there's rarely any semblance of well-meaning or care. And despite The Simpsons more often than not being seen as a much more tame show compared to a lot of adult animation these days, at its worst I'd argue again that they've had episodes wildly more mean-spirited than South Park. What about that wonderful moment where Bart stands on his phone while Homer hangs from a tree begging for help? Or where the entire town drives Bart to attempted suicide just for losing a baseball game?
Jump! Who said that?
Why aren't tweets with thousands of likes addressing this type of stuff? I can only imagine it's because South Park more overtly covers these more hot-button issues, and isn't afraid to poke fun at them, making it easier to disagree and get riled up about whatever it is they've said or done. For every example you give me about South Park having an episode that could be deemed mean, I could give you another that instead ends up being quite inspirational or lighthearted or optimistic. Some of my favorites would include such episodes as The List, where after learning that he was voted the ugliest kid in school, Cal goes down a depressive path of ridicule and being ostracized from most of his peers, but by the end realizes that looks don't matter much once you leave school, and you'll instead be judged by your abilities, so that's what you should focus on.
I'm sure Abe Lincoln was right. I don't want to find out I'm good looking and become a total shithead when I grow up. Abe Lincoln?
There's the Mormon episode, in which they spend a majority of it mocking Mormons and how dumb their religion is. But by the end of it, you see the message, which is that whether or not the Mormon faith is based on a lie, it's irrelevant because as long as it teaches a good message and promotes being a good person, then ultimately it's not a bad thing.
I don't care if Joseph Smith made it all up, because what the church teaches now is loving your family, being nice, and helping people. But you're so high and mighty you couldn't look past my religion and just be my friend back. You got a lot of growing up to do, buddy. Suck my balls.
There's the You're Getting Old and Asperger's two-parter, which in fact made me cry as a kid when I first saw it on TV, which features Stan growing distant from everyone around him and starting to become more depressed, before realizing that instead of dwelling in the past, he should instead embrace change with open arms, giving him a brand new outlook on life.
Maybe it won't be like before, but at least it'll all be new. And that's what's gonna make it so that I can keep going. For the first time in a long time, I'm really excited.
They immediately went back on it, but that's besides the point. And without a doubt, my absolute favorite example is Raisins, which shows Stan facing his first breakup and feeling as if nothing in the world matters anymore, before an inspirational speech from Butters, who went through something similar, makes him see that there's a lot in life to enjoy and be happy about, so he may as well focus on the things important to him.
So I have to take the bad with the good. So I guess what I'm feeling is like a beautiful sadness. I guess that sounds stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, South Park can be mean. But I think I've shown today that the series covers a wide set of emotions, and that the show can't really be tied down or defined by a single trait. Sure, it can be mean, but it can be a whole lot of other things too, just like any person in the world. I don't think South Park says nothing matters. I think it's instead saying that some kind of outlet has to exist that simply shows someone that every now and then, you have to take a step back and see the humor in situations. And I don't think that's a bad thing to do at all.
They think that if you're making fun of something, it means you totally don't care about it, you don't think about it, it doesn't affect you and whatever, and it's like completely the opposite. You know, it's like, it's exactly how we think about things.
I think the main issue that's caused this is that nobody really truly understands what South Park is. Apparently not even its creators. I also think that's kind of a great thing too, that it can be so many different things at any given time. But despite that, I certainly don't think it's fair in my opinion to paint the whole series as being mean-spirited. And I hope maybe I've shown you some of this too. But if not, then oh well. I guess it's just an opinion after all. Like Trey Parker says, it doesn't really matter. Everyone sees their own thing in it. Anyone else think that South Park is kind of a mess right now? I mean, not only are fans having to deal with this bizarre as hell scheduling where we only get 6 episodes a year, but also 2 movies, special events, drop at random points every year, which has resulted in South Park getting sued by Warner Brothers, who currently owns the rights to stream the episodes on their streaming service HBO Max. Because apparently Matt and Trey were using some loophole trickery to get around making content for them to divert new South Park stuff to Paramount Plus because it's owned by Viacom, who also owns Comedy Central, who airs South Park. Aren't the streaming wars fun, kids? First of all, how did this happen? How did we get here? Well, let me give you a quick rundown of how this disaster unfolded. So back in 2019, Warner Brothers landed the exclusive streaming rights to South Park, paying a lofty $500 million for its library of 23 seasons at the time, with the promise of 3 more seasons to come, where the episodes will be available to watch after premiering on television. Just think about how much money that is for a second. $500 million. Just to stream one show for 6 years. That's right, in 2025 the rights would go straight back to Paramount. But given how much HBO used South Park in its advertising, and how it's always on the trending searches, it was a worthy investment in the long run. I mean, if folks want to watch South Park online, they now have to go to your streaming platform. Or do they? See, for Viacom, this was a very smart move. HBO Max was a big hit, and so having one of their most popular cartoons on there is great for advertising, allowing for people who may not have even seen South Park before to finally check it out and become a fan. And then, I don't know, go into South Park Studios and buy a t-shirt. Ugh, well maybe not a t-shirt. There was only one issue that threw a wrench into this $500 million plan, and its name was corporate greed. Because HBO Max was such a success, everyone wanted to try their hand at rivaling Netflix, including Viacom, who launched Paramount Plus, the top streaming service to go to if you want to watch crappy reality shows and movies from 100 years ago nobody remembers. They just gave away one of their biggest properties for the next half a decade. Whatever shall they do? They'll find a loophole, that's what. And so in late 2021, it was announced that Paramount had made a deal with Matt Stone and Trey Parker to create 14 new South Park movies, 2 a year until 2027, as well as renewing it until season 30. It's a lot of South Park. Or is it? Also, by the way, Matt and Trey would receive another $900 million from Paramount for this. Gee, I wonder why they took it. See, coincidentally, right around the time that South Park began releasing these 45-minute movies on Paramount, the regular seasons on HBO Max were decreased from 10 episodes to 6. Huh. Wait a minute, let's do the math. So you have 10, then minus 6, leaves us with 4 episodes unaccounted for. Then, if you take the special event, which is 45 minutes long, and split it in half, you're left with 22 minutes, which is the length of your average South Park episode. Meaning one movie is the equivalent of 2 regular episodes, and we get 2 of those per year. Which means...
Oh my god.
Yeah, so, to anyone with half a brain, the reasoning for this was pretty apparent. Viacom realized how much they screwed up by giving away such a large IP to a rival streaming service, and so in response find a loophole. That HBO Max are entitled to new episodes, but we never said nothing about no movies. Wait, we did? Well, we didn't say nothing about no, special events. Yes, this is apparently why they're being called that. It's comical, honestly. It's like a dumb plot they would make up for the show themselves. Which, you know, they later did do, but this is all fine and dandy, but in this attempt to swoop up the show for their own service, they really hindered a lot of people who were simply just trying to keep up with it regularly. Like, if we ignore all the reasons surrounding it, to your average South Park fan, this was so confusing to work around. To them, all they knew was sometimes it would release on HBO, and sometimes it would release on Paramount. What didn't help is they tried their hands at 45-minute specials a few years back with the COVID and vaccination specials. And because those were made before Paramount Plus, they're still on HBO. So if you were just some Joe Schmo, you couldn't tell where you had to go to get new South Park content. There's also the issue that South Park seasons have been getting shorter and shorter over the years. At the beginning of its run, it was a little inconsistent. Like, Season 1 had 13 episodes, 2 had 18, then 3 and 4 had 17, then 14, then 17 again, then 15. But once Season 8 rolled around, things had finally gotten into a solid formula. Each season of South Park would contain 14 episodes that would be spread out to the start of the year and the end of the year. For example, in March they'd air the first 7 every week, then they'd take a break for a couple months, then come back around October for the final 7. With them writing, directing, and producing every single episode the week it was airing, this allowed them to not burn themselves out, and come back with recharged batteries and, hopefully, more episode ideas. This was then further shortened by Season 16 down to 10 episodes, that would air concurrently within 10 weeks. And now, because of this whole Streaming Wars Fiasco, it just blew up from there. So, like, do we consider the specials as a part of the full seasons, or what? Like, because now when we're looking through its history, there's that strange point where Season 24 only had 2 episodes in it, both of which were the COVID specials. Then there's now a random interjection of 2 more specials which are technically sequels to the previous 2, yet they for some reason air on a completely different streaming service than the first. Then we interrupt that with a pitifully short 6-episode season, then we get another 2 specials from Paramount, and then back to another 6-episode season. And for now, that seems to be the way we'll be having it. Confused? Don't worry, you're not the only one. South Park fans were, understandably, very pissed about needing to pay for 2 streaming services, just to watch new content for the show they liked, with replies to new episode announcements being flooded with folks upset about the way this is being handled, and especially with how poorly it's been communicated to everyone. As far as I'm aware, there was never any attempt to clue fans into what would separate the show from the specials, which definitely would have helped with the confusion. But we may not even stick with that formula for too long, because now the South Park creators have been sued for this very obvious scam they've been pulling on Warner Brothers. Yep. Last week it was announced that Warner Brothers Discovery filed a lawsuit, claiming that South Park breached their exclusivity contract with HBO by airing new stuff on Paramount Plus. And like, there's merit to this. If what they're saying is true, then it seems like South Park had promised them 3 10-episode seasons to put on HBO Max. And right now I've only delivered on 14 of the 30 episodes expected at this point. With them claiming that Paramount and South Park planned to divert those extra 4 episodes a season to Paramount Plus, combining them to create 2 special events. And like, that is what they did. I'm sorry, I believe that's what they did. See, now I can't get sued. But at the same time, depending on what the specifics of the contract is, Matt and Trey might get away with this. Although I will say, I am not a lawyer or legal person. Shocker, I know I talk about cartoons for a living. All I got is a cool freaking podcast that you should definitely check out after this video. I'm going to be interviewing the creator of Among Us soon, so go subscribe. But it seems like Matt, Trey, and Paramount were able to work around this because of semantics. You know, we promised you episodes. These are special events. Just trying whatever shitty yet hilarious method possible to make content for their own shit. But then Warner chimes in saying that the contract specified Paramount had to offer HBO Max any long-form content before putting it on their own service. Then Paramount says they never specified they'd deliver 30 episodes, and now they're claiming that Warner Brothers have failed to pay all of the $500 million they initially started this with. Despite the deal having gone over 4 years ago, you can see how muddied this all gets. At this rate, it's a bunch of he said, she said, and with conflicting statements and malpractice going on from both parties, I wouldn't be shocked if this ends up getting solved in private in some form, stone in glass houses and all. I can see this going one of a couple ways. 1. Everything continues to go on like normal. Legal shenanigans take a long time to sort out, and Warner Brothers definitely does not have free time on their hands right now, with all the controversy they find themselves in at the minute. So I could picture them taking so long to get through this, that 2025 comes around and their contract is already finished. In which they can go from there, but they're probably not going to get much out of it. I mean, what are they going to do? Take their $500 million back and put it into a movie that they'll cancel before it even comes out? Who cares at that point? Paramount and South Park can just continue on as normal. 2. Paramount wins. Paramount undoubtedly did some uncool stuff here. Like, I think most would agree this was not a bro move on Matt and Trez's part either, but illegal? Who knows? So if Paramount wins, then whoop-de-doo. 2025 is right around the corner and they can just put all South Park on one streaming platform again. 3. Warner Brothers wins. I don't know what could happen if that were the result, but either Viacom or South Park would fork over a shit ton of money, or perhaps Matt and Trey would step in like, oh no, Mr. Warner Brothers, we were actually working on those other 16 episodes the whole time. Let us just get those for you. In which case, they'd probably shit out a batch of 16 mediocre episodes, just have it over and done with. In any case, South Park fans win. Very soon it'll be off HBO Max entirely, especially considering I don't even think there's gonna be a HBO Max pretty soon, them combining with Discovery Plus to make a brand new streaming service which you can pay $4,000 a month for, yippee. Throughout this whole ordeal, Matt and Trey have been pretty silent on the matter, but I find it funny all this junk has just not come to light, considering the duo used their previous year's Paramount Plus specials to basically admit to everything unfolding today. Cleverly titled The Streaming Wars, Stan and Tolkien agreed to take part in the neighbor's new streaming service, where they make content and put it on the stream every day for money. Then Stan's dad gets upset to find out they're doing this for his rival, and because they're family, they should do it for him too. And so they agree. And when confronted, all they can say is they did it for the money without realizing how much content they'd actually have to be making.
So if you make an exclusive deal with a streaming service, you can't make an exclusive deal with another streaming service, can you?
It's not our fault that the streaming wars happened.
They've got you money now and way more going on than South Park at the minute. They're opening up a restaurant, investing in an AI deepfake company. They're trying to make the weed store Randy runs in the show IRL. That's not to mention helping make a 3D South Park video game. They've got their plates full and have basically reached the top. So to them, making new South Park or being sued by HBO Max is probably not that big of a deal. Because if it was, I can imagine they would have been a lot more cautious before signing all these contracts. Where is South Park? As of today, the last South Park episode to air was on March 29th, 2023, which just so happened to be my birthday. Little balloons and streamers coming down like the Five Nights at Freddy's. That was not a birthday noise. And while for any other show this would be the norm, generally airing one season and then taking a break for the rest of the year, South Park for the past couple seasons has been working under a new approach. At the start of the year, we get a short 6-episode season, and then towards the end of the year, we get 2 45-minute specials to make up for the missing 4. That way, we get a consistent feed of South Park content throughout the year, and also the creators Matt and Trey get to appease their contracts with both HBO Max and Paramount Plus. Well, maybe appease isn't the right word. But as of now, we're approaching the last quarter of the year, yet there's been no news on when more South Park is coming. Which is especially strange considering in 2022, both of the specials aired in June and July, summertime. In 2021, the COVID specials did release in November and December, however, that was all we got that year. No season at the beginning, so I don't really count that. That leaves Matt and Trey with only 4 months to release an hour and a half worth of South Park specials, which generally would be doable within their usual time frame of making one episode in only 6 days. But I fear that right now, with just how much stuff they've got going on at the minute with South Park, their new video game, their new restaurant, the new weed company we still know nothing about, that the duo may be stretching themselves too thin, and if a lack of South Park this year is going to be the result of that. Making a 22-minute episode in 6 days is one thing, but despite only being double the length, there's so much more to consider with the release of these specials that I think increases the workload tenfold. You know, at least when a season is running and an episode airs that isn't the best, you can at least think, oh well, hopefully the next one is better, I only have to wait another week. You get 10 weeks of that and hopefully by the end you have at least a few bangers in there. Whereas these 2 yearly specials have cut our regular South Park season almost in half. So a lot more is riding on them being worthy substitutions. And with the pattern so far being the specials acting as part 1s and part 2s, directly following up with each other, a lot more planning needs to go into their stories to justify all the time being spent on them over a regular 22-minute episode. So today I wanted to talk about everything going on surrounding South Park at the minute, more specifically with Matt and Trey, to give you an idea of just how much stuff they've got going on right now and how I worry South Park is gonna suffer from all that. You know, unless they decide to announce their new special like the day after I upload this, that sure would be nice. The main thing that's been on my mind as of recent regarding the entirety of South Park has been, are Matt and Trey not incredibly burnt out? If you watch recent interviews with the guys, it becomes evident that they've got their plates full. In 2021, it was confirmed that they had purchased the restaurant Casa Bonita for $3 million, which has been followed up with an extra $40 million in renovations for its open, which we're just now starting to see. With Casa Bonita being such an iconic locale in the South Park universe after the two immortalized it for eternity, they weren't hiding the fact that this was basically just one big fantasy they're playing out. Like, imagine getting to the point where you're so rich that you can just go and buy one of your favorite spots to go to as a kid. Someday maybe I'll acquire you top-rated Irish cuisine for our tux. But I'm sure for them reliving that moment of childlike wonder lasted for about 4 seconds before they realized, oh, okay, we actually have to run this now. With them claiming it would have saved more time and money to just tear the place to the ground and build a new one, with them opting to renovate it to keep the magic. It's no secret that because every plot in South Park is come up with by Matt and Trey, with the latter being the sole person writing the final draft, they end up inserting a lot of their personal feelings at the time into an episode. So color nobody shocked when they dedicated an entire episode of this year's season to Eric and Kenny opening up a restaurant with the idea of how cool and fun it'll be, only to completely buckle under the realization of how hard it is to actually get a restaurant up and running.
Butters, we're about to reopen a historic landmark that means something to people. You think I'm just doing all this for the fun of it? Hang on a second.
And this is only half the battle. As of now, the only way to get into the place is during beta testing through their mailing list, meaning it's completely up to chance. But once it's finally open to the public, now Matt and Trey have an entirely new challenge: keeping people's attention. Casa Bonita went bankrupt for a reason, and it's because interest was low. The place was apparently a rundown shithole, so they have their work cut out for them in repairing its image and convincing families to go there regularly to keep the profits up. It's not like South Park where they can pick it up and make their episodes for a season and then fuck off the rest of the year. It's not even like their Broadway show Book of Mormon, where they came in, wrote it, and then openly said they've taken a step back, allowing it to slowly drift away from its original incarnation, with others taking over and tweaking things. It's a living, breathing thing that needs to be attended to regularly with innovations and consistent customer service. You know, no pressure. Who knows if Casa Bonita will be a success or not, but I'm gonna go there anyway when it opens. I have confidence all this money they're pouring into it will pay off. What I am a little skeptical about, however, is their new video game, the highly anticipated South Park Snow Day. That is highly anticipated until the trailer was actually shown. Nothing will ever compare to the unbridled excitement I had waiting for the release of South Park. The stick of truth. I was 12 years old at the time in my first year of high school and probably at the height of my South Park fandom. I was collecting the old plushies, I would rewatch the movie on DVD constantly, and just wanted to consume as much of the franchise as humanly possible. And with that, it led me wanting something. A good South Park game to play. I got the original PlayStation shooter for my birthday one year, along with Sonic 06, happy birthday me, but I could not comprehend that thing. I could not get past level 2. So as soon as the Stick of Truth was announced, I was immediately on board. I don't care how many delays I gotta wait through. Well wait, okay, I didn't mean it. And boy was I lucky to have it released the same month as my birthday. Means I gotta wait a whole 4 weeks before I could play it. Wowee. I adored that game. I had hundreds of hours in it, which is really surprising considering how relatively short it is for an RPG. But I would replay it constantly, running through the campaign over and over again as all the different classes. Loved it so much that it was even one of the first Let's Plays I'd ever uploaded to this channel. This is where I'd show it, but I think I got so embarrassed by them that I wiped them off the face of the earth, so enjoy this review of its sequel, The Fractured Butthole, instead.
Me and my friend were talking during class one day about what a sequel to the game would be like, and we both agreed that if the game were to ever get a sequel, it should be about superheroes.
Alright, that's enough of that. Speaking of the sequel, also really enjoyed that one too. Wasn't a fan of all the changes, I think it lost a bit of its simplicity and it drags out a ton by the end. But for what it was, I saw it as nothing more but a worthy follow-up. You could just tell that Matt Stone and Trey Parker put so much work into these projects, making sure they were as amazing as they came out to ensure the franchise's gaming history could work itself out of the shovelware bins. And so with that, the question on everyone's mind was, what's next? Ninjas, Imagination Land, something entirely new? I can't wait. It feels like it's been forever since the last South Park game. Then we heard it was going to be 3D. Alright, seems like they made a big deal during the Stick of Truth's promotional speeches that a game replicating the show's unique art style would be the way to go moving forward, but okay.
We thought that they were finally capable of doing a game that looked just like the show. That was sort of the thing that excited us, is you could sit there and play the game and be walking around the classroom or walking around Cartman's backyard, and if someone was to walk in the room and watch you play the game, they would think you're watching an episode of South Park.
Whatever though, maybe they just want to tackle a gameplay style that wouldn't be possible in merely 2 dimensions. I'm sure that isn't an indicator of the quality here. I'm positive they're approaching this with the same level of love and care that they pride themselves on.
I hope we don't get a fucking 4 on GameSpot. That's what I hope. That'll piss me off.
Well, you didn't get a 4. It was apparent from the very first trailer that South Park Snow Day would be a budget title. It was no surprise to see them advertise the fact that it was $30 so heavily, because if it were a full $60, I think there would be riots on the street because this shit isn't worth it. I was cautiously optimistic for Snow Day, admittedly. Not because I saw any glimmer of hope in what they showed off, but instead because I didn't care that much. Seemed to be an open-ish world hack and slash. The visuals looked uninteresting, and they never really did much to convey to potential players why they needed to get this game, what made it stand apart from others, and ultimately, why it was a worthy successor to the Stick of Truth and Fractured But Whole, why it was worth changing genres. I will say, however, the biggest thing that got me worried about Snow Day was the lack of enthusiasm on Matt and Trey's part. For the other games, despite feeling as if they each took forever to come out, you could always count on the creators being there to talk about it, where they made it evident that they were giving these things their all. As much work as they would any other of their projects. But with Snow Day, we didn't really get that. There was the occasional promotional video on the South Park YouTube channel where Trey looked as if he were on a completely different planet, and for the IGN preview, he was somewhere else altogether. I'm not trying to get conspiratorial and say that they just weren't all that invested in this project, but at the same time, it's undeniable that the hype around this game was next to non-existent. No, it's out and, well, people don't like it, to put it simple. I honestly wasn't gonna get this game. I didn't get sent no dang free code and they didn't really give me any reason to think it was worth checking out. But then I got bored at 2 AM and thought, fuck it. And so now here I am. Is that really what the start screen looks like? Anyways, I suppose with that, it's time to delve into South Park Snow Day to see if it's a passionate is it a disastrous is it good or bad? One thing I appreciate about the opening here is that they bothered getting South Park Studios to actually animate it in-house. Really, for the duration of this quite lengthy opener, you could completely treat it like another episode of the show, where we see a massive blizzard head towards town, with Cartman praying to God to please let the town get covered in the most snow it's ever had, just so he doesn't have to go to school. It's an incredibly endearing idea for a South Park game on the surface. Matt and Trey always wanted to invoke a similar feeling to Earthbound with these, where you would play as a blank kid traversing this town by yourself, things seeming so much grander than they actually are in reality. And this concept lends itself perfectly towards that. With all the parents snowed in and unable to go anywhere, it makes the entire town the kids' playground, able to do whatever they want with little to no interference. I'm not really into them going right back to the wizard stuff with no explanation. Fractured But Whole set a nice precedent where you would assume each new game would tackle a different genre from the last, but I have to assume they just went with this for marketing reasons, which is a little sad. Everyone's designs are simply one-to-one copied from the Stick of Truth, kinda aided in the feeling that this game didn't know what it wanted to do to stand apart. I'm also not too clear on why they thought doing a COVID parody would be the way to go for their brand new game. From the way everyone in-universe talks about the snowstorm, it's pretty evident this is meant to be a take on COVID, you know, which they already did. But now everyone is stuck in their houses and toilet paper has become the new form of currency. Biting. But really all of that is kind of irrelevant. Again, it's just an excuse to have all the kids in town playing with each other again after the new kid ruined the previous two by getting way too OP. Yeah, despite the change in genre and, well, dimension, Snow Day is still following the events of the RPGs. You're once again put right back at square one with everybody being incredibly pissed off at you. And so now it's time to join the Grand Wizard Cartman's faction. Again, as Clyde has informed Eric that the elven army led by Kyle is planning an attack on their kingdom. They're not really after anything this time, but and with that, we're dropped into a short tutorial. And by short, of course, I mean 15 minutes long. I guess it's to teach us how to deal with this newfangled dimension. I like the idea for it, though. You go on a short journey to the school where you have to walk through the destroyed building, Mr. Mackey locked inside, and the game slowly telling you more and more about what you can do in this new adventure. I'm a little sad that you don't get to explore it all here, but whatever, I get it's something new, more linear. Overall, the tutorial is a decent time, but I think it really has the potential to make people have a super negative first impression.
Hey, what the fuck? Return fire! Return fire!
What? Who is that? That can't be Matt or Trey. It sounds like someone doing a bad Eric Cartman impression. I think this literally might just be one of the developers inserting their own impression. Okay. There's something I'm going to talk about way more later, but this is definitely one of those games where you start incredibly underpowered. Painfully so. And so having to control the new kid with only 2 measly weak weapons with little to no difference in how you approach each fight kind of shows how quickly it takes for this game to become repetitive. It's not a good sign when I start getting bored of the main cycle during the tutorial. But on the more positive side, your character control's alright. Seeing how they run in 3D will never not be jarring, but turning, jumping, all feels fine. Except for running. Running fucking sucks. I think I was late to realizing this game was most likely intended to be played with a keyboard and mouse. But it does this annoying ass thing where your character's walking speed is incredibly slow, with you having a run button and stamina meter. Really like that you have infinite stamina when not in battle too, that's a great feature. However, you can only run while pressing directly in front of you, meaning if you want to run to the left or right to dodge shit, you're fucked. You're gonna go right back to walking. Again, this wouldn't be a big deal playing with a keyboard and mouse since you can more easily move the camera while multitasking, but on a controller, where the run is attached to the circle button, it makes it really obnoxious to have to use one finger to hold that down while using your thumb to move the camera. Always disrupted me, fucking pissed me off. But whatever, controls still are fine for the most part. Combat feels alright even if the bow takes forever to use and does little to no damage, but things seem to be at the very least decent so far. And with that, we're dropped into the hub world. You can customize your new kid here, although there's not much variety when you start. I went with Fantasia Mickey Mouse. You can also choose your weapons with Tolkien. Again, one option. But what you're supposed to do here is talk to Eric, who will give you a list of 5 missions to conquer. And upon choosing, you walk to this little snow burrow, which will load you in. This is not what I did, though. I ran around this hub world for ages seeing what I could find. Answers nothing. For some reason, they let you walk around this giant-ass hub world outside of Cartman's backyard. And while it's nowhere near on the level of what the others had to offer, I still appreciate having the ability to walk around Eric's street. If there were something to actually find. I understand that of course we're not going to have the amount of freedom that's expected from an RPG, but at the same time, it's South Park in 3D. Of course I'd want to run around this place. They've had a long, almost 30-year history to pull from. It was cool getting to explore the kids' bedrooms and see all the props they've accumulated over the past 25 seasons, listening to the different tracks Trez produced on the radio. Again, it's something very pedantic to get over, but sadly, this only comes from the two of them having set the bar so high. So when it's not here, it ends up feeling as if something is missing. From everything I've seen thus far, it appears that the best phrase I can use to describe their writing and set up a snow day is South Park on autopilot. There's no real effort here to break new ground. Not that it needs to, but if their goal here is to do something at a much smaller scope, then the last thing I would want to do is make any references to their previous material that actually tried to do something groundbreaking. And succeeded, mind you. I know I'm complaining a lot, which doesn't seem fair considering I haven't even, started level 1 and stuff. But I really think I was mostly disappointed to see that Snow Day just kinda starts. Throws you in with little to no fanfare or spectacle apart from that janky but admittedly neat transition from 2D to 3D. I don't know, Stick of Truth and Fractured Butthole just had incredibly strong openings in my opinion, so this one starting out with a drawn-out baby tutorial and not even being all that funny to make up for it, seems like a sign of things to come. Alright, level 1 end. Okay, I've avoided the white elephant in the room for long enough. Don't know what I'm talking about? Well, I want to show you something. Here is what the tutorial of Snowday looks like. Here's the hub world we just saw. Now here's level 1. Notice anything? I get it's called Snowday and all, but this really seems like an idea that was better in concept than execution because all these fucking places look the same. Wanna know how I know this? Every stage I just showed you, completely random. This is level 1, this is the tutorial, and this is the hub world. Fantastic. And as we'll get into later, this game is being sold with a season pass, with the promise of future DLC stuff down the line. So it sucks to know that they're all gonna have to adhere to this snow day gimmick, when it would be way cooler to actually visit more places from the show, or at least a couple areas that aren't just completely white. You were almost never inside buildings in Snow Day. It is primarily an outdoor adventure, and so after a while your mind grows bored of looking at the same theme over and over again with little to nothing breaking up the monotony of a screen that's 95% just fucking white. South Park has snow, I get that, but it's never been on this level. Everywhere blends together and I'm so baffled as to how nobody in the team noticed this before making it the primary focus of the game. The N64 South Park game has better art direction than this, I'd argue. Anyway, so, to get back on our mission, we gotta find Kyle to put a stop to whatever plan he's enacting on Eric, and so... Oh, there, he is right there, cool. Here's where I gotta give Snowday some props. I actually really do like the main idea behind each stage, and it's that at the start of every round, the leaders of both forces meet to explain which perks their armies will have during the level. You get 2 each time, but the enemy can get in upwards of 5 at a time, perfect. This can go from them equipping all the foes with deadly bows and arrows, laser swords, reviving some fallen enemies, turning them into vampires, and sadly what you get isn't anywhere near as cool. Oh boy, I can be like 5% bigger, making it harder to evade attacks, or shoot lasers out of my eyes that are next to pointless when fighting on terrain that isn't completely flat. But I appreciate the idea, I guess. With a game as visually and, as we're gonna soon see, mechanically repetitive as Snow Day, this card system does a pretty good job at making each run feel a little varied. You can even see in the hub world with Butters that there's a bunch of rule cards in here. I feel like I only saw the same 5 or 6 throughout my time with it, but I'm sure they're neat. What further builds upon this is the Jimmy and Henrietta pit stops you can get to throughout each stage. They're everywhere, only able to be interacted with after wiping out each horde of enemies, which makes it really infuriating when the area is massive and some random kid is hiding around somewhere. AI most likely busted and unaware of where to go, and so now you need to run all around the place looking for him. Or, just pray they eventually despawn. I have no idea why that would keep happening. Anyways, with Jimmy you can equip one of 3 cards, each of them giving you a different permanent perk, such as adding a grind point to your fart move, which I find useful. Even better when you stack them and get a card that allows your farts to suck enemies right below you, setting them up perfectly to be crushed. There's a different set of perks depending on which weapons and power-ups you choose to go into battle with. There's unfortunately only a grand total of 3 melee and 3 long-range weapons, but they all feel pretty different even if I wish there were more. Guess I gotta wait for the Season Pass update. Boy, video games sure are fun, but the sheer amount of upgrades you can obtain for each weapon, again, helps with giving it some variety. And you can even use your toilet paper to make the card a higher rarity, increasing whatever the effect is for a bit. For example, I can get a card that adds a Tesla coil effect onto my fire wand, making it incredibly overpowered, or increase the range of my health totem. You can equip a lot more powers with Tolkien after unlocking them, but unfortunately I thought that the 2 default options, health and the fire escape, were more than useful enough for me to justify not trying any of the others out. Maybe if I didn't unlock them so far in that I was already used to what I had and didn't want to risk switching them out for reasons I will get into later. On the opposite end, Henrietta's tarot cards are usually used for getting you ready for the next phase of the battle, like replenishing your bullshit card uses or getting more toilet paper for your next Jimmy encounter. This is the best aspect of the game in my opinion, and something that I wish I could see all of. But again, only 5 stages, so fuck me, I guess. Something I'm really beginning to notice as I play through the first stage, however, is that the enemy variety fucking sucks. Just the same kids copy and paste it all over the place, which would be a little more excusable if they recorded more than 5 lines of dialogue for him. Don't get me wrong, it was a sweet idea for Matt and Trey to let their kids voice the enemies in Snow Day. Trey uses his daughter so often in the main show that I could recognize her voice anywhere, but by God, it gets old. If it were just for a couple enemies, or hell, even just stuck to one enemy type, then I'd be fine with it, who cares? But they are everywhere, oftentimes repeating the same lines over each other constantly. It doesn't help in each battle feeling incredibly repetitive, which is definitely not further helped by the combat. You can do all of 3 things in Snow Day. A basic combo, your long-ranged weapon of choice, and a jumping attack. That's all you're going to be doing here throughout each and every level. With Stage 1, it seems like they're trying to make the variety come from your objective. Like this part where you find Randy trapped underneath Stark's pond, needing to find gas and the keys for a truck to help him escape. But it's just a glorified fetch quest. The game may as well be sending you on a linear path because getting these items equates to nothing more than just wiping out every enemy in an area and taking it off whoever's back it was attached to. And it's not like you have the freedom to just rush in, steal the item, and run out of there. You know, it being your choice whether or not you want to kill all the enemies and be rewarded with a card from Jimmy at the end. No, because despite Cartman constantly telling you to stop what you're doing and grab the item,
Pick up that loot and let's get back to fighting the elves.
I'm working on it! But once you have the thing, a new mission pops up at the top of the screen informing you that you still have to defeat everyone, meaning I now have to make my way all the way back to the start of the area and fight through everyone again, which I didn't do on the way because I wanted Cartman to stop fucking yelling at me. Not having a good time, gonna be real. Got that right. This wouldn't be a huge deal or anything, but these levels drag out for ages. Just the same waves of enemies over and over again for what feels like an eternity. It never feels as if there's any progression for so long because you're just fighting endless waves of the same bad guys in the same fucking locations. I'm only on the first level yet it feels like it's been going on for an hour with no end in sight. I make long levels if you want, whatever, as long as it's fun. But if you know your stage is this fucking long, then the one thing that you definitely wouldn't want to do to evoke fatigue in your player is to convey to them how long they've been doing this for by having the music end. You sit in silence for a bit, and then the song starts from the beginning again. That is inexcusable. This is some Crash the Wrath of Cortex shit right there. And god, the sound design is a fucking whole other issue. Not only does it have that glorious repeating music, but we've also got some truly terrible sound effects in here, like the fucking Minecraft walking sound while traveling on ice. But on top of all that, for almost every single cutscene here, the audio is completely out of sync.
They're my secret army. We're attacking you before you attack us.
What are you talking about?
My spies saw your army gearing up for battle.
Your spies? What the fuck are you talking about?
Your spies, Kyle. They're your spies to get ready for battle.
This is a constant throughout most of the game, not to mention the terrible mixing. I don't know if it's because they recorded last-minute lines at home or something, but sometimes the characters sound like they're talking through a fucking tin can. Was this a rush job? Why did it come out like this? You'd at least think with the little amount of content present here, it would at the very least be polished. And I can't believe I failed to mention this at all so far, but you're not alone in this adventure. No, instead there is mandatory co-op, with the requirement of you having 3 players with you during your run. I never bothered trying out the matchmaking since I don't want that to affect my impressions or anything, and God knows I don't have 3 friends willing to drop $30 on this shit, or 3 friends. But thankfully, if you don't have real people to play with you, the game will automatically assign you 3 AI characters, and boy, they sure don't help at all. They more often than not just stand around and do a couple attacks maybe. Then they die. Now I have to stop what I'm doing because Cartman won't stop chastising me by not reviving my teammate and find a way over to them for an epic Fortnite revive. All while avoiding the enemies because God knows if I perish, these fuckers aren't gonna be jumping in front of no bullets for me. Too busy staring at the fucking sun doing a whole load of nothing. Whatever, it at least appears that I'm approaching the end of the stage. Fucking finally, it's only taken an hour. Where you get ambushed under Stark's pond by the elves. And god, does it suddenly make sense why they chose to rarely lock you inside enclosed areas. Because, well, look at this! It's a visual mess not helped by every single character bleeding together. At least in an RPG, most of the kids being used from the same base didn't affect anything since it was clear where everything was. You're here, enemy here, go. But here it's just a bunch of bobbleheads whacking together. I can't tell what's going on or if I'm winning or not, especially because my stats just fucking disappeared, thank you. Oh god, fuck no, not now. My controller just fucking disconnected because my fucking dog stood on my remote while it was plugged in and busted the cords and it just switches off randomly. Thanks, dog. Fuck, I died. No, oh my gosh, shit, please, please. My AI companion, if there were any time for you to function, it would be now, please, I am begging you. What the fuck? Okay, no big deal, I guess. I'll just respawn at the last checkpoint and...
Don't let your ass get kicked by the fucking elves again, man. I have a reputation to protect.
I have to do the whole thing over again? There are no checkpoints in these hour-long stages? Of course, why would there be? I think I'm going to bed. And that was my first experience with South Park Snow Day. Didn't leave a stellar first impression. Originally, I was planning on powering through all this in one sitting, but I think they've made it clear that that is not the way to go unless I wanted to end up putting my fucking head through a wall. This is why I never wanted to experiment with weapons or power-ups, because I know that if I pick a bad combo without knowing, I would potentially have to replay hours worth of gameplay. And as I lay awake there trying to comprehend what the fuck I just played, one thought couldn't leave my head. What happened here? I talked about it earlier, but Matt and Tress seem to have such confidence behind their previous gaming projects, even during their Comic-Con panel where they could not seem more downtrodden. Trey claiming to perpetually be in the state he's in right before a new episode releases where he worries it's the worst thing he's ever made. But it's clear that it came from a place of care. He wanted it to be good and for his efforts to pay off so badly that the thought of folks not liking it made him miserable. But here? I don't know, I just don't see it. I remember first hearing about this game when Matt and Tress signed on for that $900 million deal with Paramount to start making the specials for them for the next 7 years. I think this video game was a part of that contract. And honestly, it makes total sense why there seems to be such a lack of passion behind this project if that's the case. Stick of Truth came from their desire to redeem their reputation in the video game market and make something they would have wanted to play. Fractured But Whole came from their attempt to take criticism from the Stick of Truth into account, wanting to top themselves. Whereas Snow Dash seems to have come from signing a contract saying they would. The brunt of the work here seems to be on THQ Nordic's end, with Matt and Trey checking in every now and then to give input. Not being able to dedicate all their time to it because not only are they busy having to make a season of South Park each year, but also 2 hour-long specials, and they just got done opening their new restaurant, which seems to have taken up most of their focus over the past couple years. Now, THQ Nordic are a talented studio, sure. I'm incredibly excited for their upcoming Epic Mickey remake, but at the same time, I think the overall plan for Snow Dash seems way more ambitious than anything they've attempted before. See, South Park Snow Dash is not just your regular game. It's this terrible little thing known as a live service game. This is the last thing I would have expected from them, considering Tress seemed very adamant during the Stick of Truth's release date that DLC was lame and that they didn't want to do it.
And everyone kept saying that word to us, not word, that phrase to us. Not phrase, those letters to us, DLC. And they're like, oh, just make a DLC. I agree, fuck that.
There's a few ideas along the way that we've kind of peeled off and said, okay, we're gonna make that like DLC.
Fractured But Whole had a couple pieces, but at the very least it was an entirely new story. It felt like a worthy add-on. But here, not so much. Live service is basically just DLC, but it's sprinkled out to you over the course of however many months, with the payment being made up front, of course. Buy the content first, then decide if it was worth your money. And the best part is, because it's part of an existing game, no refunds. Better play it anyway to get your money's worth. This has since become the trend for games, where you release a product with an intentionally small amount of content to bring players in, and then have them purchase a season pass to obtain new content whenever they're done with it. The only problem is, when you make your game like this, you need to make sure it's good enough for people to be willing to shell out more money for more content, whether it be weapons, cosmetic items, or what Snow Dash desperately needs more of, levels. With how many games are doing this now, I just can't see South Park Snow Dash doing enough new to warrant a majority of gamers adding yet another subscription to their ever-growing list. And with no players buying the season pass, there's less money to put into the game. And less money means less content, and less content leaves you with a husk of something that could have been a lot cooler if they just put more time into it. Enough time to warrant buying it for a full $60. Because while $30 is a good price for a regular game these days, it feels to consider most of these live service games are free, with all the money coming in from the season passes. But with South Park, after buying the season pass, you've now almost spent as much as you would have on an actual AAA release, all for the promise of getting more content later down the line. And with the way things are looking now, all we have by the end of 2024 is more costumes, 2 new weapons, and a new game mode, which presumably won't have a story like the main campaign. So what motivation is for me to keep playing? To rise the leaderboards or do battle with my friends? Well, newsflash, the game has been out for a week now, and the player base hasn't managed to crack an all-time peak of not even 4,000 players. That sounds like a lot in theory, but remember, I have to imagine maybe like 5% of these people are going to be invested enough to buy the season pass. What's going to happen a month after the game is released, or 6 months, or a year? With a seemingly minimal amount of content being added over the course of the year, I can't imagine it's going to bring in many new players. And it's only a matter of time before the current player base gets bored of replaying the same 5 levels or basic fights against a couple of waves of enemies that they're already fighting in the story mode. Okay, well, whatever. The past is in the past. It's a new day, and I'm gonna try to go into this again with an open mind. You know, what's funny is, I didn't even notice there was a whole other side to the hub world here when I first played it, with Craig and Tweaks Bezar for alternate outfits, and... oh shit, Mr. Hanky! Feel like it's been forever since we've seen him. He lets you use these dark matter jars you find throughout the levels to upgrade your skill tree, increasing your damage, health, stamina. You know, that's a little interesting, I guess. These slightly higher stats seem to be just what I needed to get through the first level. Honestly, it was no fucking sweat this time, especially after swapping out that dinky-ass bow for a fire attack. I also learned that if you use your fart escape and then shoot the cloud with your fire, it ignites and damages all the enemies in its radius. You know, that's neat. I wish there were more elemental stuff like this, where I can actually think about what would be best for me in the moment. Not to mention, it's, fun and, cool. I did manage to get to the boss fight with Kyle this time, which ended up being the most fun I've ever had so far in this whole thing. I don't like that he has the power to teleport all over the bloody place at will, but the mechanics in Snowdash seem much more intuitive and enjoyable when I'm aimed at a single foe with a set amount of patterns I can learn and figure out what would be best for me in the moment. Also, the first time in the game that I actually laughed. That's something.
Fuck you, Cartman.
I think maybe the reason why folks are criticizing this game's comedy is sadly, once again, because of the RPGs. Obviously, those things are going to be jam-packed with cutscenes and dialogue and jokes, meaning there's more opportunity to make you laugh. You know, they could shoot out 20 jokes to you in a minute and at least one was bound to be funny. Compared to Snowdale, which cutscene amount peels in comparison. So of course there's going to be less opportunity to make you laugh, and when a joke fails to land, you gotta sit on it for like an hour till the next cutscene arrives. After beating Kyle, we're informed that he actually didn't plan any attack on Cartman, and that Stan is the one behind this endless winter, apparently having gone mad. And so now with Kyle on our side, it's off to see what's up with him. From here, each level, despite not breaking out of the snow theming, at least makes an effort to explore a different area in town. We visit the rooftops of Main Street, Hell's Pass Hospital, the ruins of Soda Sopa. Shit, I wish there were more of that near the beginning. Level 3 and 5 in particular I think are real highlights because there's a way more clear goal in mind, both of which have you scaling to the top of buildings. Makes it feel like you've actually progressed the further you get up and see how far the drop below is. It's not a vast improvement or anything, you're still just whacking the same crowds of enemies for the most part, but there's a lot of little things that I'm starting to notice about this that I kinda like. My throat's fucking dying. Like realizing all the characters are gonna have their own unique factions with different designs representing the character. Well, except for Kenny. As we soon see Stan deploy her to defeat you. Stan moving on to the next level as Kenny now represents the flag stolen in Mission 2. Little Liam, but whatever, it was still fun. Again, the one-on-one fights are my favorite part of Snow Day by a long shot. Something worth commenting on is how I think as the game goes on, the graphics and designs of these locations are given much more opportunity to impress. I think these levels look best when there's a bunch of colored lights surrounding you in the night. It contrasts nicely against the snow and it almost makes certain levels stand apart from others. Almost. Really, my biggest issue at this point in how Snowdale looks would have to be the character models themselves. When translating the characters to 3D, you're going to end up losing a lot of that charm. If anything, this game just ends up looking like a fully realized version of that old South Park Xbox game that got cancelled. They can't stand at 3/4 angles, and so you're always staring at their slapped-on sticker face, with their eyes wrapping around their heads, along with their silhouettes being seriously hindered. Like, look at Kyle's trapper hat, I just learned it had a name. It doesn't stick out nearly enough, he looks way too boxy, along with Butter's hair having to fall flat in his head instead of sticking out. Reminds me of these Liam BB toys I had as a kid. It's the best they could do, and it's clear that with South Park Studios being enlisted to animate every single cutscene so the 3D animators could use it as a reference, you know, there was a lot of effort in here to make it faithful to the show, but it just didn't work out too well in my opinion. Not bad, but not good. I wonder if in the future they could try and emulate a Mickey Mouse ear effect when appropriate, giving features like Butter's hairdo or Stan's puffball the ability to follow the camera, making sure it's always front-facing. Who knows how that would look in practice, though I ain't no fucking 3D modeler. Or hell, just make the game look like the newest intro to the show they've been using for like a decade now. It looks fantastic, and I'm sure folks would love a playable version of that. It would look fantastic. But I understand that probably would entail yet again changing the genre, but I wouldn't be shedding a tear over it. Well, anyways, after defeating Stan, we learn that he's been put under what's essentially mind control, filling him with rage. And just what's been doing all this? Or who?
Ever since I got that dark matter stuff from Mr. Hanky, I just felt like different and...
What did you say?
I got this dark matter stuff from my axe, and I just felt so powerful that I thought I could...
From Mr. Hanky? The Christmas Poo?
Yeah.
Don't you guys remember? Mr. Hanky was kicked out of town. By the entire town. Everyone turned on him.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's right, I completely forgot that Mr. Hanky got kicked out of the show like 6 years ago. Finally, we're getting a follow-up to that random episode for some reason. 6 years later. Honestly, this perked me right back up. The game's story finally showing a spark of life. with the boys realizing that Mr. Hanky has returned for revenge on the town, poisoning everyone with his dark shit, it's shit, right? It's gonna be shit. Cartman even briefly betrays the group to join forces with Mr. Hanky, never wanting to return to school, which made for a fun double twist. That stage kind of fucking sucks though. All the enemies by this point are getting really strong, with poisoned adults not joining among the fighting children. But I mainly hate it because, once again, they fucking act as if you can skip past all the enemies when you're still expected to beat them all. When we find Eric, the mission thing tells you to catch Cartman, and this fucker can run. And so I'm chasing him all the way to the end of the area. He gets away because it's an automated sequence, and that tells you that you can't progress until you defeat all the enemies. But you told me to catch Cartman. Whatever, the Bullrog fight at the end was really cool, even if that's not Bullrog, but whatever. Honestly, if they wanted to make this game bigger and, honestly, better, why couldn't it just have been a single-player adventure with each main kid in town getting their own level with them as the final boss? Each kid has separated into their own army, and the only way to bring them to yours as the new kid is to kick their ass. Not just the main 4 boys either, Craig, Tweak, Jimmy, Tolkien, I don't know, Timmy even. The more you play, the more you wind up building your own clan of South Park kids, with you being able to swap out 3 at a time, kinda like Fresh but Whole, each kid having different skills and attributes. Basically, what I'm saying is, South Park Kingdom Hearts. Admittedly, the combat does get better as you go on though, once you begin getting more Jimmy card options for your new weapons. It's really easy to get overpowered in a level if your luck is right. But thankfully it's balanced enough to where you getting a bad selection doesn't automatically mean you won't have a chance. And the more I go on and the more I start to get a handle of this cycle they're going for, the more I'm finding myself actually starting to enjoy this. Unfortunately, however, the Mr. Hanky boss fight at the end was a bit of a letdown. The design is cool and I like that the goal is to get toilet paper off the little ones and shoot it at him from cannons, but it goes by way too quick and ends super anticlimactically. Either way, with that, the game is over. Even ends by giving a conclusion to that Mr. Hanky stuff, with Jesus kinda just showing up to express disappointment for them for not being more willing to forgive Mr. Hanky for all those problematic tweets that he made. And with that, they apologize and everyone is friends again, huzzah. Mr. Hanky now willing to make it a snow day whenever the boys want, which I find to be a fun way of letting the game have a definitive ending while giving an in-universe reason for why it continues to snow. I'm losing my voice from all that screaming earlier. Saying that though, there's nothing really to do now. You're informed there's this Nicole thing, random character, where you can find her in levels and get to do something. It claims it will make things super hard, but I'm not sure if that's the entire level or just certain parts. I don't really feel like finding out, and I've not seen a single YouTube video showing it off, so I guess that's it, right? For now, at least. I can't say I'm surprised how short it was, again, given the price tag, but 5 levels? I can't get past that. Snow Day feels as if it's ending right when it's starting to begin. It feels as if there's so much untapped potential here, especially given how much enjoyment I got out of the last couple levels. I really think Snow Day is at its best when it's leaning into what little variety it can offer. Like Stage 3 giving you specific missions like lighting yourself on fire while lighting these beacons up the tower, or again 5 having you travel up the hospital. Snow Day works when it's disguising the fact that you're basically just mashing the same 2 button combos for 5 hours. But unfortunately, I don't think it reaches that potential very often. I wish this game could have been made in a day where live service stuff wasn't the trend. Hell, I think if this was released on the PS2 in the 2000s, it would have been one of those games that tries to shove in as many different styles as it can. Driving, combat, shooting, collectathon, all of which would be equal amounts of mediocre. But in this day and age, in 2024, games just don't seem to be that simple anymore. Now you have to buy season passes to truly get your money's worth. And if not, then try to get some enjoyment out of the same 5 levels over and over. Have at it. I just can't see this game being very successful enough to make more story content. I haven't seen a single soul talking about this game unless it's to say how bad it is. The only audience here is existing South Park fans, whereas I'd argue anybody could love the Stick of Truth or Fractured But Whole, simply because they're good games. But at the very least, I hope this doesn't deter Matt and Trev from trying their hand at another video game in the future. If anything, I hope this gives them the motivation to want to improve upon what didn't work about this one. But can you realistically start development on another project while expecting folks to continue spending money on the last one? Or do you just call it quits and move past it while pissing off the people who did bother spending the season pass money on Snow Day? They've put all their eggs in one basket, and with how busy the duo seem to be, along with frankly just being a lot older now, you know, the Stick of Truth is 10 years old, I'm really uncertain what the future for South Park games hold. But at the very least, I pray that this isn't what they go out on. Despite having a good bit of fun with the latter half of Snow Day, I definitely wouldn't recommend it to anyone. The only people who would want to play this thing have already bought it realistically. There's just not enough here to warrant the price, along with there being just much better things to play right now. And so with that, that's it. Whoa. Well, I guess the streaming wars are in the midst of crowning a winner. So if you've watched any of my South Park discussions over the past 2 years, you've probably heard me mention the ongoing lawsuit between Warner Brothers and Paramount over the streaming rights to South Park, after Warner Brothers won the rights to stream new episodes of the series on HBO Max for $500 million. Shortly before, creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker signed a $900 million deal with Paramount to produce 14 South Park special events to stream exclusively on their new service, Paramount Plus. Safe to say Warner Brothers weren't too happy about that. Well, there's been a ton of back and forth over this the past few years. At the end of 2023, the court sided with Paramount after claiming that Warner Brothers didn't provide enough evidence to show this move was pure deception. But they pushed forward and it seems to have paid off, as the courts have just now sided with them, which now allows the case to go to trial, in a lawsuit that has taken so long to finish that ironically Warner Brothers' rights to stream South Park ends this year. They really got the short end of the stick with all this. But with that, Paramount could be expected to pay a hefty sum, as Warner claim it's taken away valuable subscribers who instead took their business to Paramount Plus to watch the special events, as the amount of new South Park episodes released since the deal went through has greatly decreased. See, Warner paid so much for South Park under the assumption they would be receiving 10 new episodes a year, given that's what the studio had been consistently releasing previously. However, after the duo signed their deal with Paramount Plus, it meant they now had to release an extra hour-and-a-half worth of South Park episodes every year until 2027. Oh my god, that's so soon. Because of all this, Matt and Trey, understandably stretched a tad thin with all this new South Park, along with the reopening of Casa Bonita, and along with their new Kendrick Lamar movie that's real, just decided, hey, what if we just take our 10-episode season we gotta produce this year, cut off an hour-and-a-half worth of episodes, and make those the special events? And no one will ever know! Maybe you guys shouldn't have made a whole two-parter making fun of Warner Brothers for wasting their money on this.
So if you make an exclusive deal with a streaming service, you can't make an exclusive deal with another streaming service, can you?
Also, you may have noticed, given we are reaching the end of that contract, but we never ended up getting those 2 special events per year, did we? Don't get me wrong, things started strong with a consistent release. But as of recent, South Park has gone quiet altogether. There weren't any new episodes throughout the entirety of 2024. All we did end up receiving was a single special that is almost a year old at this point. Along with that crappy snow game, I guess? Now, this is not to imply that Matt and Trey have gotten lazy with South Park, not at all. I imagine they would be releasing the episodes if it weren't for all this. As with the trial going on longer and longer, it being way more up in the air as to who's gonna win, I'm sure they're just sat there asking the most reasonable question. Where do we release this stuff to? Do they just play ignorant, continue releasing episodes to Warner and specials to Paramount? Or would that just dig the hole even further? You know, no matter what, you can't deem it as being unreasonable for Warner to have expected a total of 40 new South Park episodes to have hit HBO Max by now, given the whole 10-a-year shtick they had been doing at the time the contract was signed. You want to know how many they've gotten out so far out of the expected 40? 12. Like, how did they not anticipate them getting pissed at this? $500 million, by the way! I can only assume that's why we haven't seen any specials in almost a year. Paramount probably told them to hold off on it out of fear of making the situation worse for themselves. As if this case goes to trial, they are going to be expected to release a ton of analytics, which I'll be delving into later in the video. Subscribe, by the way. Alright, to get this out of the way now before going further into this, I am not a lawyer. Anything I'm saying is just the opinion of some random guy on the internet. God, I hope that works. Okay, sweet. So, like, Paramount's gonna lose this, right? We can all agree on that? You know, to drop all the who's gonna win stuff. Let's be real. Paramount knew what they were doing and undoubtedly used this whole special event shit to try and make the best out of giving away South Park's streaming rights. That's understandable to be upset about it, especially when your own newly launched streaming service has been floundering so badly and could desperately use a show like South Park to bump up subscriber numbers. But at the end of the day, that's kind of on Viacom for not having the foresight to want to keep the show in case they wanted to use it for their own service. At that point, the rational move would have been to let Matt and Trey continue making episodes for HBO Max and then move it all to Paramount Plus in 2025. That's sort of the situation you've put yourself in, you know, you accepted $500 million for it. It was obvious from the start to anyone paying attention why they struck this special event deal, and it wasn't to give the fans a series of high-quality South Park movies to enjoy. It was purely to boost the subscriber count to Paramount Plus, which sucked for casual South Park fans who couldn't keep up with what was happening. I'm sure all they knew was that sometimes they'd get a couple episodes on HBO Max, and then occasionally a special would pop up on Paramount. Better subscribe to 2 streaming services, you know, if you want to enjoy all this new South Park content. Oh boy. Being a consumer rocks! Worst part is they can't really give much of a defense here, can they? All they can realistically do is plead ignorance. We didn't know our special events infringed on any prior agreement. We just thought it was a really, really, really good idea all of a sudden. It's not an episode, it's a special event. They're legally distinct, right? Which, technically is correct. But depending on the damages Warner Brothers claim happened as a result of this, that may not be a good enough excuse in the court's eyes, which will only be made more apparent once the analytics come out. See, Paramount have been desperately trying to keep this from going to court, and I have to assume it's because it would require them to be investigated to analyze how much that benefited from these South Park movies. Like, if the judge receives an analysis that details Paramount Plus not gaining a significant increase in subscribers after the release of these South Park special events, then Warner Brothers can't really claim damages on this. Paramount had nothing to gain. Realistically, though, I doubt that's the case. I have to assume said analytics show a trend that actively works in Warner's favor, which is probably why Paramount are trying so hard to make sure the case is dropped. Like, let's be real, who the fuck has a Paramount Plus subscription? I don't, doubt you do. I just borrow a friend's and that's only to watch South Park. And I can't imagine I'm alone on that, unless you pirate it or something, that works too. Viacom are in a lose-lose situation. They can either admit defeat, say that they knowingly used a loophole to get around their contract with Warner, and pay a hefty fine as a result, or they can continue to plead ignorance, in which they'll be looked into and it'll be made clear definitively that they profited from this, in which they pay a fine. Either way, it leads to one conclusion. No more South Park special events on Paramount Plus. Which, to be fair, wouldn't be the end of the world in my opinion. Honestly, I think some of these TV movies stretch out a simple concept for way too long to warrant the added runtime, and could have been just as strong, if not stronger, as regular episodes. But still, as of now, it's stuck the series in limbo. They're probably too afraid to do anything with it until things die down and it's made clear what the result of this case will be. Knowing my luck, cut to them a week later announcing a new special. But really, what do I see happening to South Park because of this? Well, could be one of three things. 1. They pay a fine and continue making them. This is the outcome I think is least likely, that Paramount will be forced to pay Warner for this clear breach in contract, then continue releasing the special events they already agreed to make. Main reason I can't see this happening is because it would mean Paramount is continuing to breach their contract by producing more. However, maybe in whatever deal comes out of this, part of the fine they pay can be to continue releasing them on their platform, but even then, I can't imagine Warner would want to be that favorable. Again, they got fucked out of 28 South Park episodes that were never produced because of all this. Like, if we're to assume a fan of South Park would have watched all 28 of those episodes on Max, then that's over 10 hours of watch time per person that would have been guaranteed spent on their streaming service. In this era where watch time is everything, I can't imagine Warner Brothers are taking that lightly, so I don't see this one happening. 2. South Park will begin to release the remainder of their specials to HBO Max. The contract that Matt and Trey signed mentions creating specials specifically for Paramount Plus, so if they were forced to stop, I'm curious if the ones already produced on top of the remaining 7 will just get dumped onto Max, or if they'll just get cancelled outright. If so, then wow, what a colossal waste of money on Viacom's part. I can't imagine the two of them were paid all of that $900 million up front. More than likely, each special came with its own price tag, and so they were being paid as they got made. But then I have to wonder how Matt and Trey would react to the news that they aren't getting paid a large amount of money that they already agreed to accept. Those restaurant renovations don't pay for themselves. I could see this outcome happening, but there's one final result of all this that I think is most likely. 3. The remaining special events will be cancelled, if not put on hold. I could easily see either of these happening because of all this. Paramount quietly cancels the final 7 South Park specials and hope they can put this whole ordeal behind them. If not, like I said before, Warner's contract expires this year. Who's to say Paramount aren't just waiting until then so they can start them back up? Finish out the specials knowing there's no chance of pissing off any other companies, since they'll once again be within their right to do so. The only thing I think could come in the way of that is, well, they only made this agreement to get around the fact that new episodes were being put on a rival streaming service. If there's no longer a rival getting the regular South Park episodes, then why not just go back to making regular South Park episodes? What's to say they don't just get Matt and Trey to go back to the 10-episode a season format that was working just fine for years? At the time, the news of these 14 South Park movies was exciting, but honestly, in retrospect, it's made following along with the show a mess. I'm ready for them to go back to what worked before, and no longer being forced into coming up with 2 ideas per year which they think can be stretched out to 45 minutes. But no matter which of these 3 outcomes happen, I think at the end of the day we can all agree, what a glorious waste of time. I mean, like I've been saying, Warner's exclusivity runs out this year. The entire show will be going back to Paramount Plus until they inevitably go out of business and it goes back to bidding out their shows to another streaming service again, and which I can only assume Warner Brothers will stay extremely clear from. In retrospect, it all comes off so short-sighted on Viacom's part, not only selling the streaming rights shortly before the launch of their own service, but also in just not admitting they fucked up and waiting for the rights to go back to them. They could have avoided this entire mess and it would have been over by now. Because really, it doesn't seem like they benefited all too much from this. Sure, people undoubtedly subscribe to Paramount Plus to watch the new South Park specials, but you can't maintain an entire streaming service based on one single show. You spent almost $1 billion on this because you couldn't just wait 5 years? I think it's seriously tarnished South Park's viewership. You know, the show will always be successful, I don't think there's any doubting that. But once the pitiful 6-episode season started to become the norm, you could really see a drop-off in terms of interest and discussion around the show, when it came to these singular episodes at least. I think giving viewers 2 movies a year just put all the discussion onto those, since they're obviously going to come off as more enticing, causing the short seasons to be almost forgotten in a way. Like, what's a South Park episode from the past 3 years you could consider memorable, that goes in your top 10 or even 20 of all time? I could barely even describe what happens in half of them, because the only thing that would end up sticking with me throughout the year was whatever 2 movies they pumped out. Which, to be fair, sometimes were pretty good. But whenever they failed to hit the mark, you could really tell the gap between episodes. You know, if a bad episode comes out in a season, you know, whatever, I just gotta wait a week for another and hope it's better. But when a bad special comes out, great, gotta wait another 4 months to try again. I think I'm just ready and eager for things to get back to basics. For the show to remove itself from this legal web it's found itself encased in because, in a lot of ways, it's become more interesting to talk about than the show itself. Mostly because the show has just been missing in action for a year. No news about when it's returning other than the vague info of sometime in 2025, which many believed was a result of the creators wanting to skip out in the election, but I have to imagine the reality is the show won't be returning until sometime later this year because there'll finally be a definitive answer on what the result of this lawsuit is. At least once the Warner contract runs out, they can go back to releasing episodes without fear of being sued.